Bro quit his job, moved into his grandma's house, and found out she left him a portal to another world. His first thought is to start a business. He can literally go back home anytime, buy cheap stuff in Japan, and sell it in a fantasy world like it's something amazing. Different world. Same mindset, and he's about to turn this place into his best investment. The story begins with a guy named Yamada Shiro selling his groceries on a busy street and loudly announced that he needed 3 small and 2 large ones. A girl named Aina handed over a bag with the needed items and thanked the buyer. Later, when the people had left, she said in a joyful voice that they had sold absolutely everything. They had succeeded. He said with a smile that the sale had been a great success and he was grateful for her help. They should look at today's profit. They earned 51 silver coins and 10,900 bronze coins. If converted to yen, it would be 1,600,000, right? The investment was 127,550 yen. And how much is the profit? Are they sure they calculated everything correctly? She said with surprise that she definitely didn't expect that. This is amazing. He knows how to sell so well. He's like a magician. He said with a joyful smile that it was nothing like that. She was exaggerating. Previously in Japan. He said with surprise that to think that such places really exist. Now he is standing in the middle of the forest. Behind him is a city, just like in fantasy worlds, and 2 moons hang in the sky. However, in front of him is his grandmother's room. He needs to think about everything. He just moved into his grandmother's house, and when he went into her room, he saw a portal to another world. He couldn't believe it, citing his fatigue. He looked through the portal again and said that a month ago he quit his job. He must have just gone crazy, and this is a hallucination. The thing is, it's not true. He remembered his grandmother and wondered if this was the secret. She was considered missing for 7 years, and only a month ago the government confirmed her death. As a child, he asked her to tell him her secret already. She laughed and said that then it would no longer be a secret. He got angry because of this, pulled his hand away, and said that he hated it. She said with a smile that when he grew up, she would definitely tell him. He thought that after all, his grandmother had disappeared, but he still remembered her smile. He looked at her photo and noticed a letter with his name written on it. He opened the letter and it said that she apologized for not telling him. But she was a mage who came to Japan 80 years ago from a world called Rufartio. He read it with an interested look and thought that the letter described 6 main points. The letter wrote that first, her room was connected by a portal to the world of Rufartio. Second, magic, skills, and other inexplicable powers exist in this world. Third, there are also dangerous monsters there. Fourth, there are other races there besides humans. Fifth, she put a ring in the envelope that would help him understand the language of another world. Sixth, he should put on the ring and read the book that lies behind the altar. He will understand everything when he gets there. There is no need to worry. He fell to his knees and thought that he had received too much information. He also found the ring that was written about in the letter and saw 2 books in an unknown language. The protagonist put on the ring and said with surprise that he could read it, but he still didn't understand everything. He heard the system's voice which said that the skill equal exchange had been acquired. He was very scared because of this and asked loudly, who was it? He looked around, didn't find anyone, and asked, does that mean he got the skill? Just like in novels and games. He continued reading the books, and the system announced that he had acquired the inventory ability. He thought that he heard this voice every time he got a skill. He put the book on the floor and wondered what he should do next. Go to another world with new skills? He took off the bandage from his head and asked if he should go there. Grandmother always said the world was made for traveling. However, night had already fallen. Tomorrow, he would need to go to the store. He looked at his grandmother's portrait, folded his hands in front of him, called her, and said that he was going to her world. The next day, he packed his things, came to a new world, and said that he was going on an adventure. He reached a small town and said with a happy look that this town was quite beautiful, but he was already hungry. The merchant called him, offered him a discount, and asked if he wanted some meat. He approached him and asked what kind of meat it was. He loudly said that it was horned rabbit meat for only 3 bronze coins. He apologized in an upset tone and said that he did not have any money with him. The merchant asked, so he just asked. He walked away from the store and thought that horned rabbit meat looked like something very tasty. He took out his wallet and thought that he had 4,200 yen. That was all he had left after going to the store in his world. I wish he could buy that rabbit for this currency. At that moment, a magic circle appeared above his hand, and the magic changed his money into another currency. He was very surprised by what happened and thought, did his money turn into something else? This couldn't be. He collected the coins, ran to the merchant, and asked loudly, is this what bronze coins look like? He agreed with a confused look and said that it was obvious. He examined his clothes and asked, so he's a traveler from another country, right? He agreed and thought that this meant his equivalent exchange skill was working. He loudly asked for 3 portions of rabbit. The merchant handed it to him and said that he only had 8 bronze coins because he was a traveler. He thanked him with a joyful look and said that he was very kind. After that, he sat down on a bench nearby, began to eat, and thought that his first meal in another world was nothing special. There weren't even any seasonings. The equivalent exchange skill can transform one currency into another. However, the problem is, can he exchange his yen back? The skill suddenly activated on its own. He waved his hand, used this skill, and the coins turned into yen again. He thought that this means that using equivalent exchange, he can convert currencies from different worlds. In other words, if he makes a lot of money here, he will become rich in Japan too? If you think about it, this is an imbalanced skill. This time, he will try to use it on 10,000 yen. He received one coin, noticed that the color was different, and wondered, is it a silver coin? He showed it to the merchant and asked if he had such coins. He was confused by what he saw and asked if he ran out of bronze coins. He didn't have enough change. He realized that one bronze coin is 100 yen and one silver coin is 10,000 yen. He said that means he has 2 silver coins and 34 bronze coins. He can't use 51 yen bills because the minimum required for exchange here is 100 yen. He walked on and thought that judging by the old man's reaction, his money was enough to buy everything he wanted in this city. He needed to explore this city. He passed through an alley and asked, what kind of place is this? It was so lively here. He was surprised to think that it was a market. How he wanted to meet them, especially that girl with cat ears. He noticed people's glances at him and wondered, are his clothes so unusual? He should buy new clothes first. Aina came up to him and asked in a confused voice if he wanted to buy flowers. MC turned to her and asked, she sells flowers. How much is it? She first said 3 bronze coins, but suddenly changed her mind and lowered the price to 2 coins. He thought about it and she became worried about it and asked, is it too expensive? Then she will give him a discount and sell it for 1 coin. He pointed to her basket and asked if she could sell him a yellow flower. He gave her 3 bronze coins for it, which surprised her very much, and he asked, the first time, she said that a flower costs 3 coins, right? She asked with a confused look, is this really okay? He agreed and said that however, in exchange, he asks her to tell him something. First, what is her name? She introduced herself. He extended his hand, also said his name. She could call him by just his first name. She shook his hand and said that she was also pleased to meet him. He asked, what is the name of this city? She was confused by this question, and he said that as she could see, he was a traveler. Later, he thought that thanks to her, he received a lot of useful information. This city belongs to the kingdom of Giluam, is called Ninorich. There are 3 types of currency here. 100 bronze coins are equal to 1 silver coin. 100 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. 1 million yen. The average salary here is 8 silver coins a month. Apparently, only a couple of people have gold coins. Also, no one is allowed to trade without the consent of the local authorities, even a child like her. He had an idea. He called her and asked if she could sell him 10 more flowers. She was very surprised by this and asked if he was serious now. He agreed, handed her 30 copper coins, and said that she would find it useful. She thanked him for it, and he said that he thought his grandmother would be happy. This caught her attention, and he decided to move on from this topic and thanked her for the beautiful flowers. She laughed and said that she was very glad because he called the flowers beautiful. He agreed and asked if she could show him where the city hall was. She agreed and said that she would take him there now. She ran down the street and called him to follow her. They reached the right building and she said that it was the town hall building. He asked with a slightly worried look, but will everything be okay? He is not a local. She understands. They went inside and the employee with a serious expression asked, is he from another country? Shiro was a little nervous and thought that this old woman was quite scary. He agreed and said that it was somewhat true. She said that he should then write his name and working hours here. Then he should indicate the method of selling his goods. He could be a street vendor. The tax would be 10 bronze coins per day. A peddler, the tax is also 10 bronze coins per day. A shopkeeper, the tax is 3 silver coins per day. He could choose one of these 3 positions. She should warn that for a shopkeeper, the contract would be valid for at least 10 days. He started writing and thought that he should then try being a peddler for 5 days, starting tomorrow. She read what he wrote and said that he had such a strange name. He wondered if he should spend 1,000 yen a day. If you think about it, opening a shop at a flea market in the Tokyo area would cost 3,000 yen a day. He said with a cheerful look, how cheap everything is. He felt embarrassed by this and thought that he forgot that he didn't know the prices in this world. The worker said that their mayor is responsible for setting prices. For the good of this city, she hopes that his business will prosper. He thanked her. They left the town hall and he asked, did it only take 15 minutes? He was surprised that everything went so smoothly. It seemed like he should go back to the market. He called Ain and thanked her for her help. She said goodbye to him. He started to leave, but she remembered something, called him loudly and said that the market was on the other side. She brought him to the market and asked, has he already decided what he will sell tomorrow? The protagonist grinned and said, what about his goods? He apologizes, but he didn't even think about it. I wonder what he can sell at this market. She said with a happy look that she thinks he can sell things for adventurers. As he can see, there are a lot of them here. He thought that's right. A lot of people in this market are dressed like adventurers. She pointed her finger to the side and said that it was because there were a lot of monsters living in that forest. Adventurers who come to this city are focused on getting things. He looked there and wondered, is this the forest he passed through, and are there a lot of monsters? He was lucky to be alive. He asked, is that so? She offers to sell equipment for adventurers? She agreed and said that that's why her flowers are selling so hard. However, today he bought a lot of flowers from her. so she is happy. She started to run away and said that she is glad that they met. He, looking confused, said loudly that she is embarrassing him. She said loudly that if he wants, she can give him a tour of the market. He was surprised by this. They walked on and she said loudly that this is a lamp and flint store. Here is a store for cloaks and sleeping bags. Knives and whetstones can be bought here. They sell ropes here. He said that there are a lot of shops here, selling all sorts of things for adventurers. She said loudly that everything was as she said. She took his hand and showed him where the grocery store was. They walked on and he thought that she was a good child. She would definitely make a great wife. He wants a wonderful wife and daughter as soon as possible. She said that they sell lantern oil here, and that they sell stewed meat there. She called him and asked if he was even listening to her. He turned to her, and she asked if he had already decided what he was going to sell. He agreed. She asked him to tell her about it, and he leaned towards her and said that he would sell this thing. She didn't understand him and asked what it was. The next day, MC was walking down the street, stretched, and said that it was time to prepare his goods. Ina noticed him, waved her hand and wished him good morning. He sat down on the carpet, said hello and asked if she would also sell her flowers today. She agreed and said that she got up so early to pick them. He looked at the flowers in her hands and said that they were wonderful. He was sure that she would sell a lot today. She laughed with a joyful look and said that she would sell a lot of these flowers and buy medicine for her mother. She waved her hand at him and they said goodbye to each other. She ran down the street offering to buy flowers, ran into a man passing by, but did not despair and still continued offering to buy flowers. He believed that she would succeed and said that he would also try. A man came up to him, called him, and asked what he was selling here. He took a small box from him and asked if it was a paper box. Did he make it himself? Or what is it? He denied it and said that they are called matches. Inside this box are small wooden sticks that can create fire. He said with surprise that he had never heard of such a thing before. How can it create fire? He lit a match and said that he should see. He needs to take this stick and strike it on this side of the box. He thought that while he was demonstrating the ability of matches to this young adventurer, he was extremely shocked. He screamed loudly and asked, how did this even happen? What did he just do? And how did it happen? Shiro sighed and asked what all the fuss was about. Was this their first time seeing this? He could show it to them again. He lit another match. The people crowded around him were very surprised and asked loudly, did they see how it happened? He just hit the stick on the paper and fire appeared. Could this really be some kind of magical thing? Unbelievable. He had never seen anything like it. He said that they could try. It was easy. People started lighting matches, and he thought that everything was going great, so things would go well. When he was walking through the market yesterday, he noticed something. In this world, or even just in this city, no one had heard of matches, so yesterday he returned home and stocked up on them to sell as many as possible. The surprised villagers said that he had lived for about 250 years, but this was the first time he had encountered something like this. That's right. It's simply unthinkable. Of course, you can use a flint and steel, but it takes too long, and carrying magical tools is very heavy. What can you do? This is all the cost of not having a witch on his team. Because of this, you have to spend a lot of time on a simple fire. He agreed with this and said that therefore he decided to free them from these problems. He brought them freedom, brought fire and matches. Does anyone want to buy it? The villagers agreed, but the adventurer asked him to wait and said he should not misunderstand him. It was a wonderful thing. However, how much does it cost? The people thought this was a good question and said that they must be very expensive. He thought with a small smile that it was excellent, that everyone had in mind. He said he needed to think about the price. The woman said she would take it for 80 bronze coins, a good price. He thought that if he simplified things, he had two options. First, sell it at an exorbitant price, but sell it in small quantities. Second, sell it cheaper, but sell it in larger quantities. In the first option, the revenue from one pack would be very high, but the number of customers would be limited. In the second, anyone could buy it, but one pack would bring in little income, so he would need to make a choice. He said loudly that he had decided there would be 40 matches in each box. Only today, in honor of the opening of his store, there would be a special price on them. They could buy one box for only 5 bronze coins. People were surprised by this and started buying it, and he thought that matches were selling very well today. He sold it to at least 100 customers. An old man approached him, but he apologized and said that, however, all the matches had already been sold. He would give him a number in line for tomorrow. He asked what line he was talking about and why he called him an old man. He was only 120 years old. After that, he lay down on his carpet, breathing heavily, and said that he was already exhausted. He was afraid that there would be even more people tomorrow if things continued like this. He looked at the sky, noticed that clouds were gathering, and said that he wondered if he would be able to handle all the customers on his own tomorrow. He hoped that he would be okay. At the same time, on the street, a man said loudly that he shouldn't need flowers tomorrow either. Ina picked up the flowers from the floor and said loudly that they could come and buy some flowers. Would they like to buy some flowers? The main character approached her, called out, and she turned to him and asked if he needed something. She was surprised when she saw him and asked loudly how his store was. He said that he had already sold out of all his goods for today, so he had to close. She said that it was incredible. She hid the basket full of flowers behind her back. When he asked how she was doing, she said in a confused tone that she didn't think things were very good. She started to cry and asked why no one liked her flowers. He became worried about this and asked if she was okay. She wiped away a tear, started to run away, and said that he shouldn't worry, she would just go on selling flowers. He grabbed her hand, asked her to wait, and said that he asked her to listen to him at least for a little while. She was very surprised and asked what he just said. He said that he would like to know if she would like to help him tomorrow at the store. She asked if he was sure he was okay with her help. He said that he would even say that he really needed it, and, of course, he would pay her for it. She took his hand and said loudly that of course, she would definitely help. She always wanted to work with him and nothing else. He thanked her and she said that he didn't need to thank her. She couldn't even sell her own flowers, so she should be grateful to him herself. She thanked him, and he thought that such an abundance of thanks touched his heart. For her sake, he would give it his all tomorrow. That's why he vowed to work himself to the bone tomorrow. Later, they said goodbye, and he walked into a dark alley where there was no one, and opened a portal to his house. He thought that the portal was right in his closet, and that it could be summoned just by thinking. It was very convenient. He walked through the portal, sat down on the floor, and put a bag with all the coins he had earned in front of him. He used the equivalent exchange skill and exchanged it for yen, and said that this was all the loot for today. He counted how much he had earned, was very surprised, and said that compared to his previous work, it was simply something. If everything went well, then a life of joy would be for him very soon. He needed to start preparing for tomorrow and not indulge in empty dreams. He came to the store, started looking around, and said that it seemed like it was somewhere in this part of the store. He found survival matches that were resistant to water and wind, was surprised by what he saw, and said loudly that he didn't even know such matches existed. He would get all the money out of these adventurers and hoped that it would be enough for him. He went to the checkout and the surprised salesperson wondered if this guy was some kind of arsonist. He left the store and said he couldn't carry it all home. Wait, what if he used the equal exchange right here? He went to a secluded place and used the interdimensional storage skill. A small portal appeared in front of him, into which he stuffed all the matches he had just bought. He was surprised by this and thought that this was his own pocket dimension. Last time, he had to pack all these matches in his backpack. However, there was no way he could use his backpack with so many matches. He was very surprised when he noticed the system window in front of him and asked loudly, "What is this?" He sees a summary of what is inside. Honestly, this is starting to scare him. He won't have to carry anything on himself anymore. This power is simply limitless. He needs to sell matches for 4 days, and then he will decide what to do later. With such opportunities, he can definitely get rich. The child pointed at him and told her mother that the strange man from the store was talking to himself again. She quietly said that she shouldn't point fingers at people in case he had been through something. MC was embarrassed by this and thought that he had decided to quickly shut up and go home to get ready for tomorrow. The next day, Ina called her mother and said that she was leaving. She wished her good luck and said that she forgot to take flowers with her. She refused with a happy smile and said that she didn't need it, she was helping him today. At the same time, he looked at his grandmother's portrait before leaving and asked her to wish him good luck. He passed through the portal and said that it was time to start. He met her on the street, called her, they greeted each other, and he said that he hoped that he didn't keep her waiting long. She happily said that of course that wasn't true, she had just come herself. He asked, "Is that really true?" She continued smiling and said that maybe she should stand for a bit. After all, the customers were already here. He was very surprised when he noticed the crowd of people and said loudly that there were already so many of them at such an early hour. She said with a very animated look that they should give it their all. He opened his backpack, asked her to wait, and said that he would put everything out now. He looked around and thought that there were a lot of customers and they were blocking the nearest stores. This was bad. He could imagine what this would lead to. A man came up to him and loudly said that such a huge line had come to him. He apologized and said that he would organize everything now. He was surprised when he noticed that it was the man from whom he bought meat skewers and said loudly, "Stop, it's the grill lord." He greeted him and said that he had heard rumors about a new thing called a match. He couldn't believe that he had done all this himself. However, was something wrong with him? He was simply swamped with customers. He said with a confused look that that was true. The woman who came with him said that in that case they had a small shop on the outskirts of town and they could let him use it today. That way, he wouldn't disturb the other sellers. He was surprised by this and asked if they were really sure about that. She agreed and said that he shouldn't worry about it. He said with a happy look that they were very grateful to you. Could he ask a question? Is this his wife? The man turned to her and said no, she was his sister. After that, she led them to the right place. He ran to it with Ina and said loudly that it was time to get to work. So they should repeat it again. If he says the letter S, she will give him a small box. If he says the letter B, she will give him a big box. She should also not forget that they also have waterproof matches. She was confused by this and said that everything was fine, she would figure it out. He asked in a worried tone, "Is she really okay?" She looked very nervous. He turned to the crowd of customers and loudly said that they apologized for the delay. The store is open today. People with priority tickets are served first. After that, he asked her to hand over the necessary matches, but due to nervousness, she dropped the boxes and apologized for the delay. She continued working and thought it was amazing. The matches were selling out in no time. It was selling at a breakneck speed. That's the joy of sales. Later, he loudly apologized and said that, however, everything was sold out. Aina asked with a joyful look, were they really able to sell everything? Shiro agreed and said that exactly. It was all thanks to her help. He turned around and said that he was also very grateful to them. The man and his sister looked at them with a smile and said that it was no problem. He collected all the money he had received and said with surprise that this couldn't be true. He thought that he would earn no more than 200,000 an hour. But now, after 3 hours of sales, they had 1.5 million yen in hand. That's almost 500,000 yen an hour. Is that how much millionaires earn? He put the money in his backpack and said that they needed to move quickly before anyone noticed. He put on a very heavy backpack, which weighed him down, and thought that he could use his pocket dimension. But he didn't think that using it in front of others was a good idea. He said that it wouldn't work that way. He handed her a bag of money and said that this was her salary for today. She was very happy about this and thanked him loudly for it. He patted her on the head and asked if she was thinking about buying something for herself and her mother. Besides, she deserved it because her help had been invaluable. She refused and said that she should thank him for letting her work with him. She wanted to thank him. He interrupted her and asked if maybe from now on they could do without these formalities. After all, she had been a great help to him. She said loudly and displeasedly that she just wanted to thank him. He laughed about it, but suddenly her stomach growled. He turned to his bag and said that, right? They didn't even have a lunch break. Then why not have a snack now? He took out the sandwiches, and she asked with a surprised expression, "This is bread, right?" He handed it to her and said that, to be precise, it was a sandwich. She said that it was the first time she had seen something so snow-white. She started eating and said in a very happy tone that it was simply wonderful and so delicious. He said that he was glad that she liked it. A woman came up to them, apologized and asked if she could take a minute of their time. He turned to her voice and asked if she was talking to him. She agreed and said that she heard about someone selling such a new thing. Matches, I think. She thinks that this someone is him. Is that right? He agreed and said that he apologizes, but she won't be able to buy it now because he has sold everything. She refused and said that she didn't want to buy anything. She came here to see him. Her name is Karen Sankareka. She is the mayor of this city. He was surprised by this and asked, "Is the mayor of Ninarich a woman?" He imagined the mayor differently and did not think that such a young and beautiful girl was the mayor. He stood up and asked what the mayor wanted from him. She said that firstly, she asked to be allowed to express her gratitude for the fact that a merchant of such a level was engaged in trade in her city. She bowed and thanked him. He, looking confused, said that he should be thanking her. After all, she allowed him to engage in trade here. She said that he seemed to have rather low self-esteem. Most of the merchants in this city were stubborn. He asked, "Is that really true?" She, looking surprised, loudly agreed and asked if he could help her. This city is in the middle of nowhere. All the merchants have the attitude that he is simply carrying a heavy burden, and all the things the city needs are sold at an inflated price. Their goods are sold at a very low price, and because of this, their finances do not improve. In general, a complete mess. Someone has to do something about this unforgivable situation. She wants to get out of this situation. This city needs a market. Although there is something else. He was a little nervous about this, and she handed him the key and said that she wanted him to take it. He thought that he hoped that it was not a duplicate key to her house. This did not look like a romantic drama. She said with a small smile that it was a duplicate key to her house. He was very surprised by this, and she asked, "Is there something wrong with it?" He denied it, and Aina said loudly that she understood everything. The mayor wants to live with him. He was surprised by this and loudly asked what she was talking about. She said that it was definitely so. She wanted to marry him. Karen blushed, loudly denied it, and said that it was not like that at all. It was not that she was lonely and looking for a candidate for marriage. This was not at all what she thought. She calmed down, turned around and said that they should get back to the topic. She came to ask him for a favor. He asked loudly, "Is she married?" She refused loudly in a dissatisfied tone, pointed her finger to the side, and said that there is an empty house there, which he can enter with a key. She wants him to start selling on the ground floor, starting tomorrow. He asked if she could explain why again. She said that in fact, the day before, she received complaints from other traders. They can't sell anything when people line up like that right in the middle of the market. That's what they said. He must have noticed it. The protagonist agreed and said that it was really hard to continue selling like this. She smiled and said that if they wanted, she could show them everything. They could make their decision after they looked. They came to this house, looked around, and he said loudly in surprise that he didn't know what to do. "It's amazing. Are you sure everything is okay?" She said that she hoped they would like it here. By the way, she would like to ask something. Aina came up to him, quietly called him and said that perhaps the mayor would ask if he had a date. He was surprised by this and said loudly that he understood. He didn't have a girlfriend. Karen, looking confused, said loudly that this was not what she wanted to hear. He said with a smile that he was just joking. She was unhappy with this joke, but calmed down and asked why a merchant like him wanted to do business in this town. It's a small town with a population of 500 people. It's a shame to say such a thing to the mayor. He can earn much more in other towns and villages. He thought about it, agreed, and said that he seemed to stay here simply because he liked it here. He's only been in Ninorich for 3 days. However, Aina tries so hard working for him. Also, there is a mayor here who is so kind to him despite the fact that he is not from here. Somehow, he just loves this whole city. He thought that he was from another world and didn't know other cities, but he was sure that there aren't many cities here that are as warm as this one. She was touched by his words, started crying, called him and said that she was grateful to him for talking about his love for this city. He was surprised by this, and Aina called him loudly and said that he made the girl cry. He was worried about this, loudly called the mayor and said that he was asking for forgiveness. He didn't mean it. Karen smiled, extended her hand to him, and said that he could just call her by her first name. MC extended his hand in return, also asked to call him by his first name, and she stood nearby and happily introduced herself. He thought that this is how he, starting with selling matches, got his own store in just 3 days in another world. He is sure that his grandmother is striking a victory pose in heaven. The next day, he signed a contract for a monthly store at the city hall and slowly began trading. 5 days later, he bowed to the customers and said loudly that he was sorry, but today's supply of matches had run out. A little later, he recorded the income in the journal, sighed, and said that it seemed he had sold enough matches for everyone in the city today. It was a mystery why they were still selling out. She called him and said that she had finished cleaning. He wished her good night and said that she could go and rest on the second floor. She asked if she should help too. After that, he finished his chores, prepared the dishes for tea, opened the door to the room, and called Ain. He looked at her and said that she must have fallen asleep. No wonder, after all, she was only 8 years old. He noticed that she was opening her eyes and asked if he had woken her up. She looked at him sleepily and called him Dad. She stretched out her arms to him, asking him to lift her up, and he took her in his arms with a confused look. She said in a joyful tone that Dad finally hugged her. Mom did the same. Right after that, she fell asleep again. He put her on the couch, covered her, and asked, "Is he a father now? If she wants anything, she can just say so. He will do everything possible to help her in a minute." The next day, Shiro worked alone all day, since Aina decided to take a rest, and when he finished selling, he went out to warn the customers about this. He sat at the counter and with a tired look said that it was a very hard day. Karen entered the store and apologized, and he was surprised that she came. He said that they sold out of everything again. She said that as expected from a skilled merchant. He looked away and said that he was just curious how they managed to sell 5 times more goods than the town's inhabitants themselves. She said that she had heard rumors that someone was reselling his goods in another city and that he was doing well. He thought about it and asked, then maybe they should set a limit on the purchase of products? She called him and said that she came to ask him for a favor. It was important, so they should discuss it upstairs. They came to the second floor. He brought 2 cups of tea and asked what she wanted to discuss. She asked him to answer a question first and asked if he knew that there was an adventurers guild in the city. He agreed and asked, "It's called Silver Moon, right?" She asked if he even knew the name of the guild yet. He said that adventurers often stop by to buy some things. The Adventurers Guild is like an intermediary firm. They take orders from clients and pass them on to adventurers. The organization rewards the adventurer if they are successful. The job involves killing monsters that prey on people and their livestock and collecting herbs and mushrooms to make medicine. She said that if he already knew, she would get straight to the point. Silver Moon is the only guild in the city and has a guild master. He was surprised by this and thought the guild master was the leader of the entire guild. Every teenager goes crazy over this nickname. He loudly asked what happened to him. She, with a displeased look, said that he ran away last night. They also don't have the money to maintain the guild. Many adventurers are planning to leave this city, and then there's all this accounting. He was very worried about this and said loudly that it really was a huge problem. She went to the window and said that she had always had a plan. The capital's Adventurers Guild wanted to establish its branch here. Until now, she had refused them because of the Silver Moon. But under the circumstances, she was considering accepting the offer. He said that a little more, and they would lose an important part of their adventurers' city, and it seemed that this decision would improve the situation. She turned to him, thanked him, and said that after his words, she felt much calmer. Now she would move on to the proposal itself. Adventurers from the capital's guild would visit them soon. They would decide whether to establish a branch or not, so she wanted him to show everything he had to these people. He took out a pack of matches and said he didn't mind, but why was it necessary? She said that she had never seen anything like this in the capital or any other city. Where did he even get all this from? He didn't know how to answer, and she said that he shouldn't misunderstand. She didn't want to spy on him. It's just that it might attract the attention of the inspectors because he was the only one selling it. He said that he understood everything. In general, they needed to try to attract the attention of the inspectors with their goods. They would succeed, right? He said that it seemed like he would do something that would surprise her besides the goods. She said with a small smile that he was so kind. She promised to repay him in kind. The next day, he and Ina finished selling the goods. She started cleaning, looked at him and asked if something was wrong with him. The protagonist asked, "I wonder what could attract the attention of the inspectors." He had an idea. He went to the exit and said that he needed to go to the mayor. Later, Karen was surprised after hearing this and asked if he was serious. He agreed and said that he was absolutely serious now. He wants to become an adventurer and asks to join their ranks. She asked if he wants to accompany adventurers on missions. Is he serious? He agreed and said that this is the best way to find out what adventurers need. She asked if he at least knows how dangerous it is. An adventurer from the city only has one place available, the forest in the east and nothing else. He said that he knows about it, but he meant adventurers who collect herbs. She calmed down and said that it is understandable. It is less dangerous. She would like to introduce him to adventurers, but honestly, the relationship between her and the adventurers is terrible right now. Last night, a subordinate guildmaster came and said the following. He asked to lend him money, and he said that it was a pretty straightforward request. By the way, how much did they need? She showed the number 10 with her fingers, and said that's how much they needed. He asked, so they needed 10 bronze coins? She shook her head in denial, and he asked, so that means silver? She shook her head again, and he was very surprised by this and asked loudly, did they want 10 gold coins? She was confused by this, gestured for him to be quieter, and said that he was too loud. You won't find that much even on the outskirts of the city. If it was even 1/10 of the amount, she would have thought about it. He understood her and said that it wouldn't be easy to ask them for a favor after all this. She took a quill and said that she would write a letter, but he shouldn't expect much. After that, he headed to the Silver Moon General Headquarters in the eastern part of the city. He reached the right place and said that it was his first time at the guild, and he was a little nervous. He imagined how strong bandits would be inside, who would immediately attack him, and with a nervous look, he wondered who would have thought that this would happen. He plucked up his resolve, opened the doors, and loudly apologized. He was surprised when he realized that there was no one inside. He heard some sounds, started looking around, and loudly asked, "Who is here?" He noticed the head of a man hiding behind the counter, came closer and said that he came from the mayor. The girl named Emile did not answer him. He shook her shoulders and asked her to pay him a little attention. She turned to him and asked with a frightened look, "What is it?" She was even more surprised and loudly asked who he was and how long ago he came here. He looked at her uniform with a confused look and wondered, is she a member of the guild? She loudly asked why he was touching her. Does he like her, or what? In short, she is the girl from the Silver Moon poster and can summon 1,000 strong men. He said that it might sound rude, but there is no one here. She said that there are none yet. Besides, she can defeat him herself. She started waving her arms and said loudly that her blows could grind stones into dust. He was confused by what happened and thought that she would be a real problem. He apologized and asked if she could call the guild master's subordinate. He needed to discuss something. She said that she could, but she was the master's subordinate. He listened to her and thought that the reason why this girl was the subordinate of the Silver Moon Guild master was very simple. She was the only staff member in the guild. In fact, there was another girl, but after the guildmaster escaped, she also disappeared for some reason. She drank alcohol from a bottle and said that those freaks were having an affair. She was sure of it. However, they didn't know that she knew everything. They kissed everywhere, over and over again. By the end of the day, they did generally terrible things. She hopes that they were caught by bandits, beaten and sold into slavery for 1 bronze coin. They deserved it. Moreover, the guildmaster stinks like a goblin. He said with a very tired look that she did all she could. She should stop complaining. She began to unbutton her buttons and said that he had listened to all this for 5 hours. He was so kind. He asked why she was doing this. She immediately buttoned her clothes back up, apologized, and asked if he came on business. He remembered this, agreed, took out a letter, and said that he came with a letter from the mayor of the city. What she heard immediately angered Emile, and she began to insult her in an angry tone. MC was confused by this and wondered if Grandma's ring was broken. He said that he did not understand who she was talking about. He meant the mayor of Ninorich, Karen. She said that now he should listen to her. She has no brain left at all. She is the cruelest woman. She tore up the letter and said that if this letter is from her, then it has no place here. She thinks that romances and adult life are the worst things in this world. She also disbanded the guild and invited some other adventurers. She is a ruthless witch. She started crying and said that she did not lend a single coin, even though she even knelt down. 10 gold, it's not that much. He said with a slightly worried look that, however, she was faced with other problems. She turned to him and said in a displeased tone that he was always covering for her. Maybe he loves her? She started sobbing and said loudly that, honestly, she loved her too and considered them best friends. He became even more confused because of this and thought that she shouldn't offend people, especially her friends. She covered her eyes with her hands and said that without money, the guild was in disarray, and she didn't know what to do in such a situation. He said that he now understood their relationship and asked to be allowed to return to the letter. He took out a handkerchief, handed it to her, and said that by the way, he had an errand for the Silver Moon Guild. She sat up came to her senses and politely asked how she could help. She listened to him and said that it was clear that he wanted to escort the adventurer. Then they would look for someone for him, but the chances were not that great. He asked, "Was it that difficult?" She said with a thoughtful look that experienced people were needed. The only thing that came to mind was a group of 4 people, but they would require a decent amount. This group was called Azure Flash. She thought about how much the appeal would cost, calculated, and said that it would cost 36 silver coins. He put 100 silver coins on the table and asked that would be enough, right? He could pay more. She was very surprised by this and loudly asked what he did there for work. He said that he was basically a merchant, but only recently started. She was surprised by this and he asked, so they had come to an agreement? She said that the pay was decent. It seemed they had come to an agreement. He began to blush, called her over, and asked why she was unbuttoning her clothes. She came closer, took his hand and said that it may not look like it, but she really likes rich guys. By the way, what is his name? Shiro introduced himself and Emil asked if she could call him by his first name. He tried to refuse, but she said that he could call her Amy. Only her close ones called her that. He was rich, so he could call her that too. He said loudly, embarrassed that he understood her, but she should let go of his hand. He tried to leave, but she held his hand and asked if he would have time later. He said loudly that he wouldn't have time at all. He ran out of the guild, and the next day he met adventurers. The next day, he closed the shop, and Ina called him and asked, were they really going to close the shop for a while? He turned to her and said that it seemed like they would make it in 3 days. He should understand what it was like to be an adventurer. She turned around happily and said that I understand. She had things to do, so she could rest for a while. This caught his attention, and she said that it was nothing special. He adjusted his shoelaces before leaving, and she called him and asked him to be careful. Then he came to the guild. Emil looked out at him and said that she was waiting for him. He should quickly come in. He became worried when he remembered what happened earlier and called her. She went further and asked what he was afraid of. She doesn't bite. She pointed to the group of adventurers and said that they should skip straight to introductions. These are the guild leaders, a silver-ranked team. They will accompany him on a mission to collect high-quality herbs. Azure Flash. She was about to introduce the leader, but at that moment, the guy got up from the couch and said that it was him. He greeted him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The protagonist was surprised by his words and asked, had they met somewhere? Right. He was the first one to buy matches. He said with a small smile that he seemed to remember him. His name is Lear. He will introduce him to his comrades. This is their priest, Ralph. He calmly said that he was glad to meet him and hoped that they would work together. He said that, however, he was a war priest who smashed everything around him with a mace. He was usually kind, but it was better not to anger him. Next was the sorceress Neska. He asked her to say hello, and she calmly said that she was pleased to meet him. He said that she rarely spoke, but she was good at magic, although she also cast spells slowly. She lightly hit him on the head with her staff and told him that he should shut up. He agreed and said that then she should cast spells faster. She turned away from him and said that she would think about it. He was about to introduce the last member of the team, but at that moment she landed next to him after a high jump and loudly said that her name was Kilfa. MC was surprised when he saw her ears and asked if she was really from the cat family. He said that this was a strange question. Many people don't like human cats. There are some even in their guild. He was surprised by this and asked how one could not love cute ears and such a cute race in general. She was glad to hear it and asked, did he call her cute? This confuses her. Lear said that she is their scout, explores the territory and looks for traps. She joyfully said loudly that she owns a dagger and a bow. He admired this, and she laughed and said that it was still nonsense. He slammed his fist into his palm and asked, since they now knew each other, it was time to hit the road. Was he ready for this? He agreed to this. He considered this answer excellent and said that then they would go to the forest in the east. At the same time, Ina entered some store, attracted attention with a cough. A guy turned to her and said that she was that young lady. Then he will do as he promised. Sometime later, in the forest, Lear turned to him and said that he can relax. They will try to get around the monsters. Shiro thanked him, and he said that they weren't that easy to find. Kilfa said that if he was talking about herbs, she collected them by the ton. Ralph said that they weren't looking for simple herbs, but very valuable ones. When they found this, the task would be complete. He was about to say something, but Neska interrupted him, agreed, and said that it would soon be dark. He agreed and said that they would stop here. Drift is the best time to rest. It's a very old rule. It's time to prepare a place for a fire. He considered him an ideal leader and thought that he would like to hear these words from his boss. They lit a fire, and he said that matches were incredibly useful after all. They thanked each other, and Lear said that he could make a fortune if he sold these in the capital. Ralph agreed and said that, however, if the Merchants Association found out about this, he would be in trouble. He pointed at him with a smile and said that his predictions always come true. Neska called him and said that she was already hungry. He turned to her and said that they had been wandering all day, so they needed to eat. The protagonist looked at them and thought that they had dry meat and stale bread. Even adventurers who spend all their time outside eat simple foods. Kilfa called him and asked if he had any food with him. He said that he didn't need it. He grabbed some with him. He took out a lot of different food from his backpack. They were surprised by what they saw and loudly asked what kind of work of art this was. Was this really food? Would it all fit in it? He denied it and said that he brought them some too. These were new food containers that would appear in his store. He thought they would appreciate his innovation. They began to eat different foods and loudly praised it. He thought that the sudden tasting had ended with an undeniable delicious rating. They said that she seemed to be full. She would remember the taste of this chocolate for ages. Apparently, it was a gift from God. They fell asleep, and Lear came up to him and said that he should get some sleep. He had said that they would be taking care of the patrol. He turned to him with a smile and said that he was not used to going to bed so early. He sat down next to him and with a small smile, said that then they could talk a little. He took the mug from him and asked, "So adventurers don't use sleeping bags?" He took a blanket and said that it was more difficult to move with. He covered Nesk and said that, of course, in the winter it can be so cold that even one blanket won't save you. You have to take several at once, but your speed is greatly reduced. However, in times like these, it would be useful to acquire the skill of spatial storage. He was very surprised by what he heard, and he said that he was a merchant and should know about such things. It seems that only one merchant out of 100 or even 1,000 has it. They say that in the dungeons of ancient civilizations, there is a book in which this spell is written. He turned away and asked, if it existed, how much would it cost? He thought about it and asked, did the merchant decide to ask about such a thing? Probably, if measured in horses, then a whole herd of noble horses. If measured in food, then you can't eat that much in a lifetime. He was surprised by this, and thought that this was enough to buy a mansion. It's good that he didn't tell about it. He got to his feet and said that he seemed to be starting to fall asleep. He said that he would wake him up in the morning. He was about to say something else, but heard some sound and abruptly drew his sword. He called his comrades to wake them and said in a worried tone that he felt someone's presence, and it was approaching. They should prepare for an attack. It's a monster. MC ran to her, woke her up, and told her to stop dreaming about chocolate. They had an emergency. Kilfa started sniffing, and Lear called her and asked if she had identified it. She said it was useless. The creature was moving downwind, and she couldn't figure it out. Ralph said that in that case, they were facing an intelligent monster. He was about to ask her to prepare a spell, but he turned around and was surprised when he saw the monster. He loudly declared that, of all the possible options, it was a grizzly. Silver-level adventurers weren't capable of defeating it. He wanted to turn around and run, however. Ralph said that was impossible. Only Kilfa could escape. She was indignant and loudly declared that she wouldn't abandon them. He turned to her and said that, however, they couldn't handle this monster. The monster slowly approached them, and Lear asked what they should do in such a situation. He said that it looked like someone had to be the bait. Shiro wondered who was more suitable to be the bait out of these members. After all, he was new to their team, a complete stranger who wasn't even an adventurer. The answer was definitely not him, no matter how logical it sounded. That's what he thought. He understood everything when he saw their pale faces. He's finished, right? His next words would be something like, he's asking for forgiveness. He'll become the bait for the sake of the other's future. However, that didn't happen. The leader said that he should run away with the girls, and they would hold off the monster. He apologized to Ralph, and he said that they had gone through a glorious journey together. He called them, and Neska said that she would fight too. He turned to her and said that she was slow and would only get in the way. He also wanted to appear cool in front of the girl he loved, and he asked her to understand him. She covered her face with her hat and called him an idiot. He called him and said that he should prepare a healing potion and pray that he doesn't get killed in one hit. When he attacks, they should run. Kilfa, looking scared, asked them to wait and said that they should look behind. He turned around, was surprised by what he saw, and asked loudly, there really are two of them. The guys told him to run, but Neska, looking shocked, said that it was useless. They would all die today. The protagonist started looking for something in his bag and thought that no matter how hopeless the situation was, he couldn't give up. He threw a bunch of firecrackers and this scared one of the grizzlies. He took out a can of gas and loudly said that now it was his turn, the grizzly killer. He would regret coming here. He started spraying gas in the monster's face, which made him scream loudly and clutch his head. Lear noticed that a second monster was approaching him from behind, became frightened by this, and loudly warned him of the danger. He turned sharply to the grizzly and sprayed gas in its face, causing it to stop. Both of these monsters began to suffer from pain, and he said with surprise that it worked. He must have hit a weak spot. He called out to him with a surprised look and asked, was that magic? He turned to them, showed the canister, and said that it was not so. It was an ordinary object. This one contains poisonous gas. You need to aim and shoot. He did not quite understand how it worked, but he loudly said that now they must run while they still can. He asked him to wait and asked, their nose and eyes are covered with this substance, right? He agreed. His eyes lit up and said that adventurers cannot miss such a chance. His comrades understood him, took out their weapons and attacked these monsters, and were able to win the next morning. He jumped off the bear's body and said that now they should gather resources and leave. Nesca was standing nearby and said that it wouldn't be easy. MC called him and asked. He said he loved her, right? They both felt embarrassed about it, looked at each other, and Lear asked, what is he talking about? He said that he did say it was the girl he loved. He decided to drop the topic, suggesting that they go collect materials from the bear, since almost all parts of this monster are expensive at the market. After some time, when they were done with this, he said that so be it, they won't be able to carry more. He approached him and said that he wanted to ask something, but it would be better to return to the city first. He needed to sell the material before it rots. It's more valuable than herbs, right? He pointed to the side and said that half of the loot was his. He looked surprised because of this, and he said that they couldn't have done it without him. Also, how much is the thing he used against the bears worth? He smiled and said that it was nothing. A person's life cannot be put in value. He sighed with a small smile and said that he was very kind. Kilfa jumped towards him and said loudly that he was a wonderful person. She loved him. She tried to hug him, but he dodged, and she flew into the bushes. Nesca said that she thought so too. Ralph said that if all merchants were like him, the world would be a much kinder place. He laughed and said that they flattered him. He understood why they wanted to return to the city. So maybe he could help carry the bear parts? He laughed about it and asked, does he want to help with such hands? He was about to refuse, but Shiro unexpectedly opened a portal and asked for forgiveness for not telling them earlier. But he had a spatial storage. Lear sighed and smiled and said that there was no need to apologize. After all, he saved their lives. He put on his backpack and said that then it was time for them to return to Ninorich. He asked, what is he talking about? If he carries the bear's materials, then they will continue to look for herbs. They went to look for herbs, and so their wanderings dragged on for 3 more days. When they returned to the city, Ina met them on the street, called him and said welcome back. He approached her to say hello, and Lear looked at her and asked, is this his daughter? He turned to him, denied it, and said that she was his assistant in the store. He came closer to her, gave his name, and said that he was an adventurer. Nice to meet her. MC gave her the keys and asked her to wait inside. After that, they went to the guild to complete the task. They all entered the guild building together, and at that very moment, Emil was kneeling and loudly said that she begged for a little time so that she could pay. They looked at this, and the protagonist thought, this is how everything should have happened. But how did it happen? A man named Geralt said loudly that she had been promising to pay for 6 months already, but they would not tolerate it any longer. She started crying and said loudly that she would pay sometime in a month. He looked at this and asked who this man was. Lear was standing next to him and said that he might be a materials merchant. He approached them, apologized, introduced himself, and said that he was also a merchant from this city. Could he tell us what happened here? He turned to him, introduced himself as a materials merchant, and said that he could do it. He began to tell, and he thought that the situation was this. He was an old acquaintance of the guild master, who had now fled. The guild was having financial difficulties, so he lent the master 10 gold coins to maintain the silver moon. He put the document on the table and asked, can she see this contract? It means that he will become the owner of the guild if he does not receive the money. By selling the land and the building, he will close their debts. Now she must bring the documents. Emil said that she did not want to do this. He was angry with this answer and asked why she was so devoted to Blatoshi if he abandoned them. It would be better if she let the guild die in peace. She said, with a serious look, that this was not loyalty. Silvermoon is a place where she, a beastman, is not despised, and where she was first welcomed. Life in the guild is full of happy and sad moments, but there were more good ones, so the guild is important to her. That's why she doesn't want to lose it. MC looked at it and thought that this is a place filled with memories. If he remembers correctly, it happened 5 years ago. He doesn't remember all the details when he heard those words. He begged her not to sell his grandmother's house, because memories of her are kept here. It was a little strange to ask such a thing from your loved ones. He went outside, and Geralt said that however, a contract remains a contract. She looked at him and said that she knows about it. She stepped aside, returned with the documents and said that these were the rights to the guild's ownership. He returned to the building, loudly asked them to stop, called her and said that he was ready to sell the materials. He was surprised by what he saw and said loudly that if he was not mistaken, these were the materials of a grizzly killer, a very rare class. He asked to let him buy these materials. He looked at it and said that it was intended for the guild. She said that, however, the guild could not pay. He smiled and said that the guild could pay at any time. Lear sighed, approached her and said that they also had materials. She could buy it, likewise, they could pay later. She happily agreed, and Geralt asked to let her buy it all, and said that he was ready to give 32 gold coins. She stuck her tongue out at him, and said that she would sell it for 36 coins. He was unhappy with this, but still agreed, and in the end, after paying off the debts, the guild had 26 gold coins left. Plus he added 2 gold coins for a separate material, and the total was 28 gold. He went to the exit and said that it was time for them to say goodbye. He would be waiting for interesting offers. If the guild wants to continue to exist, it is walking on the edge. When he left, Emil turned to the adventurers, began to cry, and said that she was very grateful to them. Lear said with a smile that they did not need to be thanked. They just did their duty as adventurers. Now it was her part of the deal. She was confused by this and asked, "Do we need to do this now?" She looked at Shiro and said that he had not left yet. He was confused by this and asked if he was not allowed to be present. She started to drive him away and said loudly that of course it was so. His mission was over. Lear asked how she was going to pay bodyguards without a goal. She turned to him and said that she had made sure of his safety. He came closer and said that he smelled a cheat. She was not going to pay them again? She said loudly, looking worried that this would not happen again. He extended his hand and said that then she should pay them 30 silver coins. He was surprised by what he heard and asked, did he just say 30 coins? He turned to him and said that if anything, it was too late to ask for a discount. He said that was not what he meant. He gave 100 coins, which meant the guild had 70 coins left. She tried to leave while he was shocked, but he immediately grabbed her by the collar and said that now she had to tell the details. Neska created a magic circle and said that now was the time to cook the rabbit meat. Kilfa said that she was also a little furious. Ralph took out his mace and said in a frightening tone that he must suffer divine punishment. Lear, with a very angry expression on his face, said that they would not forgive her. She started to run away, began to cry, and loudly asked for forgiveness. The protagonist, with a confused look, thought that he was very glad that he did not take aim here. That's exactly the thought that came to his mind when he saw her like that. Later, he came to the store, called her, and said that he was back. She was glad to see him again, and asked how his game of adventurer went. He said that it was quite an interesting experience. Would she like to hear about it? She agreed, after which he began to tell about what happened in the forest. In the end, he said that, in general, 3 days had been difficult. She, with a surprised expression on her face, said that it was amazing that they defeated the bear like that. He said that the Azure Flash defeated the bear. He only helped a little. She said that, however, if he had not been there, they would have lost. At that moment, Karen knocked on the door, called him loudly, and said that it was her. He is here, right? He opened the door and asked if something happened. Suddenly, she ran up, hugged him, and in a worried tone loudly asked if he was okay. She heard that they met some bears there. He's okay, right? What's wrong with him? Does his throat hurt? Ina called out to her in a worried tone and said that he couldn't breathe. She let him go and he said that she could calm down. They protected him, so he was okay. She was glad to hear this and asked, by the way, what progress had he made? Had he learned anything during the trip? He said that he had been able to learn a lot. If he managed to deliver the new product on time, the inspectors would be delighted. She laughed and said that he didn't need to hide it from her. She leaned towards him and quietly said that he possessed the storage technique, or an item that activated this technique. He looked at her with a worried look and said that he didn't understand what she was talking about at all. She laughed and said that he was bad at lying. She had met people who possessed the storage technique, but they were few and far between, so one glance was enough for her to understand. He admitted she was right and asked, "Is that a woman's intuition?" She said he had fallen into a trap. She had never met people like him. She guessed because he had carried too many things at once. He was very surprised by this, and she patted him on the shoulder and said that this would teach him a business lesson. Merchants don't fall for that kind of thing. He looked confused and said that he had been deceived and needed to be more vigilant. She wanted to get back to the topic of conversation and asked what he was going to sell. He showed her what was in his backpack. She looked at it and asked, "So, such a thing exists." The next day, MC stretched and said with a smile that his first day in business had ended successfully. Lear and Neska entered his store. They said hello and he asked how they were doing. The interior looked great. He said that it was Ina who was arranging the products. He looked at them and thought that after the incident with the grizzly killers, they started dating. He said that he heard from Emil that some important people were coming to this city. Is this true? He confirmed it. And he said that he hoped that a reputable guild would establish a branch here. He was a little surprised by this and asked, "Does this mean there are bad guilds?" He agreed and said that there are plenty of guilds with a bad reputation. For example, the Devil's Trident, the Venomous Dragon, Fang, and the worst one, the Labyrinth Marauders. She was surprised and said that the mayor seemed to have mentioned the name of the last guild. They were all surprised by this, and he asked, "Do they think Karen knows about the guild's reputation?" Lear, with a slightly tense look, said that he didn't know that. Maybe the reputation is bad only among adventurers, or only here. He thought that in this world there were no phones and social networks. It could easily have happened by accident. But the guild with the worst reputation was coming to their city. He hoped that everything would go smoothly. After some time, Ina asked if the inspector hadn't shown up yet. Was he really lost? Shiro said that he was just taking his time, although there was a direct road from city to city. Karen waited for the inspector at the entrance to the city all day. I wished he would come soon. The evening bell rang and he said that they had done a good job. She said goodbye to him and he took out the key and said that it was still early, but he should close the store. He was about to close the store, but there was a knock on the door, came inside and said that she apologized for disturbing him and visiting so late. Could she see his goods? He agreed and said that she could look as much as she wanted. She started looking around and asked if these were the matches. He asked, should he show her how it works? She looked at it and said that she had heard stories about it. It was an incredible invention. What was that silver thing? He said it was a space blanket to keep warm. Did she want to try it? She followed the instructions, and he thought that the adventurers had appreciated this innovation, and even the mayor had praised it. She said with surprise that it was amazing. The blanket was thin but so warm. She continued to look at different products, and he explained what it was. Later, she went to leave with a smile, thanked him for the explanation, and said that she was in a hurry, so she had to take her leave. He looked out from behind the door and wondered where she was going in such a hurry. A few days later, Aina ran to the store and loudly called the protagonist. He opened the door and loudly asked what happened. They ran to the guild building, and on the way, she said that the inspector had recently arrived, and he thought that the inspection had begun. First, Karen was supposed to show him around the city and take him to the market, and only then to him. However, it seemed their plan had changed. The mayor asked to bring him here as quickly as possible. When they entered, she called him and said that he had finally arrived. She came closer and quietly said that the inspector was a rather grumpy man and that he should be as polite as possible. He tensed a little because of this, but smiled and said that he was already used to rudeness, so he would not succumb to provocation. These words gave her confidence. She turned around, loudly called Gabus, and said that she wanted to introduce the best merchant in the city. He bowed and said that he was incredibly happy to meet him. Aina also bowed, introduced herself, and said that she worked in a store. The inspector looked at her and said that he expected more from the best merchant. The only employee turned out to be some child. He ran his finger along the counter and said that it was disgusting. A dusty guild building? Can't non-humans clean properly? Emil was very angry about this and said loudly that she cleaned here every day. He laughed, called it a funny joke, and said that in his opinion, she only made things dirty here. People like her shouldn't work at all. Kilfa was also angry about what she heard. Karen stepped between them to stop him, apologized to him, and asked if he would like to look at the goods. He looked at the match, put it out, and said that he understood everything. The goods were really good. He sat down on a chair, threw the extinguished match on the floor, and said that the labyrinth marauders would open a branch here. She asked with a joyful look, "Is that true?" He said with an evil grin that there was, however, one condition. First, their guild would be the only one in the city. What was the name of their pathetic guild? Emil said it was Silver Moon. He angered her even more by saying they didn't need it and should close down. Then the guild wouldn't pay taxes, or there would be no profit, and they would have to cover the costs of building a new building. Finally, they would get the exclusive right to sell matches. MC, looking confused, asked for forgiveness, and Gabus twirled his finger at his temple and asked if he was really a merchant if it took him so long to figure it out. He'd repeat it. They'd buy up all his matches. Karen called him over and apologized, and he turned around and asked what she wanted. He is talking to that idiot right now. She said he would greatly help the city with the guild, but creating a monopoly was unacceptable. He said he didn't think the village mayor would understand that. Now she had to listen. What if they bought up all the matches and distributed them to every branch in the country? They would make a profit they couldn't even imagine. Selling them matches meant selling it to the entire country. He considered it and said it was a tempting offer, but he had to refuse because the number of matches was limited. She apologized to him and said that if that was his demand, they should start negotiations anew. He became angry at this, threw a bottle at the wall next to her, and loudly asked why he even came to this town. There were only weak and useless adventurers here. Shiro loudly asked him to wait and said that rare monsters and resources could be found in the forest to the east. Was that enough for them to open a branch? There was already a guild in the town. He laughed loudly because of this, grabbed him by the tie, pulled him towards himself, and loudly said that these were all stupid excuses of adventurers. They were all amateurs who ended up here because of the high competition in the capital's guild. Neska was very angry about this, but she was stopped by Lear, who was also very angry at his words. Gabus said that they were all just empty shells. What was he going to do? The city will start to develop if they open a branch. The future of the city depended on his decision. He asked for time to make a decision, but he refused and said that he didn't have much time. He pointed to Aina, who was standing nearby, and said loudly that if he wanted to work with them, then he should hire someone else, not this child. He was surprised by what he heard and asked what he just said. He said with a wide smile that it meant they were interested in collaborating. He should hire someone instead of her. There are only idiots and dirty people in this city. At that moment, the protagonist punched him very hard in the face and loudly said that he should never come back here again. He remembered his past and thought that he had been in a similar situation before. Everything was the same as before he quit his last job. The boss was bullying his loyal subordinate, and suddenly, something clicked. Everyone was surprised by the blow, but they were only happy. Karen called him over with a worried look, and he turned around and asked, "Did he touch her?" She was a little uncomfortable talking about it, but she still confirmed it. Because of this, he grabbed him by the hair and dragged him outside, and she called out to him and asked him to stop. Ralph called out loudly and said that he wanted to help him with this. He happily agreed, after which they approached the counter, and he thought about how he fondly remembered how he decided to quit and hit that jerk. Now he uses a forbidden secret move, which even led to a lawsuit. He used the sledgehammer fly move, jumped off the counter, and slammed his head into the floor. He said in a serious tone that he hated violence, but that nonsense he said about his valuable employee and how disgustingly he behaved with the kindest mayor. He was not going to tolerate this. Aina was touched by his words, walked up to him and hugged him. Gabas stood up and loudly asked how dare he do such a thing. He will not leave it like this. Can he hear him? Does he even understand that he is the head of the guild? This whole city will pay for this. Karen asked, so he wants to declare war on her city? Then, as the mayor of the city, she will be forced to inform the patron of these lands, Lord Bashua, about this. He became worried about this and said that he did not mean it. Right, if he gives him the right to sell matches, then this little incident can be forgotten. MC grabbed him by the ear, pulled hard, and told him that he should listen better. They wouldn't do business with people like him. If the scum from his guild ever set foot in the store, he'd kick them all out on the spot. Did he understand him? Gabas was very scared because of this, crawled away from him, started bowing, and said that then he would buy the matches at the price he named. He calmed down a bit, apologized, and said that he would do without wholesale deals. He realized that they wouldn't be able to come to an agreement about the matches, so he called the mayor and said that they should get back to their conversation about the branch. She asked if she hadn't already refused. Lear laughed loudly, called him an idiot, and said that he was asking too much, that he should shut up already. He turned to him, loudly asked him to shut up, and insulted him. He grabbed him by the throat, lifted him up, and asked what he had just said. He was the one who should shut up. Shiro called him, asked him to stop, and told him not to hit him. He was embarrassed by this and asked what this was, that he could, but they couldn't. He kicked him, and said that such a rag was only for wiping feet. He should leave here for his capital. Gabas ran away, and with a very displeased look said that this freak infuriated him. Emil supported him in this, and Karen said that they should leave the idiots, no need to dirty their hands. There was a knock on the door. He went to open it and asked. He still didn't understand them? Now he will explain everything to him. When he opened the door, he saw that there was a girl who had come to the protagonist's store before. She apologized, bowed, and said that she was in a hurry to meet the mayor, and she was told that she was here. He remembered her, and Karen came out to her and introduced herself. She said that her name was Ne Mirage. She came as an ambassador from the Fairies' Blessing Guild. Lear was surprised by this and said that this is the largest guild in this country. She asked what the ambassador needed in this city. She said with a smile that nothing special, just one question. Would she allow their guild to establish its branch here? She found this strange, and Emil called her loudly and said that there was definitely a catch. She was telling her this as a friend. She ran up to her, grabbed her hands and asked, she is from the guild, right? She had something to talk to her about. If this guild agreed to become their branch, her salary would increase significantly. She raised her hand to show it. She was surprised by this and asked, is she serious now? She said that she promised it at least 5 times. She jumped away from her with incredible speed, knelt down and said that she agreed with great pleasure. From today, the Silver Moon is the branch of the Fairies' Blessing. She grabbed her leg, turned around, and said that she absolutely mustn't refuse, because this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Karen was surprised by this, called MC, and asked what he thought about it. He asked if they could find out the details first. She agreed and said they should continue in the office. The 3 of them came into the office, and he asked if she could first explain why she wanted to settle here. Ney showed the map and said that recently, in a dungeon, their group of adventurers found a map of the continent created by a former civilization of mages. Such finds had never been made before, so the guild called it the find of the century. The most important thing is that the map shows a kingdom of the former civilization in the forest east of Ninorich, along with many tombs and shrines. They were surprised by what they heard, and she asked if she was serious. She agreed, pointed at the map, and said that the labyrinth marauders apparently knew about the ruins and wanted to take possession of them too. It looked like they'd overdone it again, and were left with nothing. Her guild decided to put all their efforts into exploring these ruins. She came to the conclusion that this city was the most suitable. The first reason was that there was already a guild in the city, and if they came to an agreement, there would be no need to build a guild building, and they could begin exploring right away. The second reason was that his store was in this city. He had a wonderful selection, and she was confident that his goods would help out adventurers. They would be grateful if he considered the offer of locating one of his stores in their headquarters. Karen asked tensely, if they wanted to establish their own branch, what did they demand in return? Ney was surprised by this and asked what she meant. Shiro decided to tell her what had happened earlier, and she was indignant at what she had heard, loudly exclaiming that it was impudent. They even dared to demand something from them. They added a couple of details to his story, and she said they could rest easy. Since they had agreed, they didn't need to build a headquarters. She would like to hire their people to build an inn for adventurers. Of course, all labor would be fully paid. They would also need a plot of land, and of course, they would pay rent and taxes. She called her, extended her hand, and said that they would be glad to cooperate. She took her hand and with a very joyful expression said that they were extremely grateful. He thought that in this way, the almost extinct guild became a branch of the best adventurers guild in the country. Sometime later, he was sitting in the store, said goodbye to the last customer, called Ain, and asked if she could hand him a large box of matches. She didn't react to his words at all. He came closer and shouted in her ear. She turned to him and asked if he wanted a mop. He refused and said that he asked for a large box of matches. She smiled and promised to bring it. She walked away and he asked if it was time for them to close. Could she please clean up? She didn't respond again, but he called her and she came to her senses again. He looked at her and thought that she had been thinking about something lately. Okay, I'll have to ask her. He finished counting the money, and she came up to him and called. He turned to her and asked what was wrong with her. She tried for a long time to make up her mind, knelt down and said loudly that she was asking to lend her some money. He came up to her, took her hand to calm her down and asked, so she needed money, how much? She started crying, apologized and said that she was causing so many problems. He stroked her head and said that everything was fine, she shouldn't worry. On the contrary, it took her a lot of courage, didn't it? That means she's doing well. Maybe something happened to her mother? Wouldn't she like to tell? He was about to say something, but adventurers entered the store. Lear called him and invited him to lunch. He saw that she was crying and asked, are they at the wrong time? Karen also entered the store, called him loudly and said that she wanted to discuss the development of the city with him. She looked around and said that it seemed better for them to postpone this conversation. He asked, maybe they could come in later? The protagonist leaned towards Aina and asked if they could leave. Did she want that? She wiped her tears and said that everything was fine. There was no need to leave. He turned to them and asked if they could help with advice. He turned around and said that for sure, their Ralph is an expert in such things. Karen said that as the mayor of the city, she wants to help her citizens. Will she tell them what is bothering her? She couldn't make up her mind and he leaned towards her and said that he also wanted to help her. Will she tell them about what happened? She calmed down, agreed and said that the thing is that her mother is sick. When she was 4 years old, she lived with her mom and dad in love and care. However, one day, the city where they lived was engulfed in the flames of war. Everything turned to ashes, the house and even her childhood. However, what upset her most was not this, but the fact that her father was mobilized. They said it was a civic duty, and the war lasted 6 months. Then a couple more years passed, but her father never returned. When she turned 6, her mother told her that they would move to another city, but she resisted, because if they left, how would he find them? Looking at her, her mother, without saying a word, cried and hugged her. After some time, they left the city and crossing several borders, reached Ninarich. When she asked her mother why they chose a city on the outskirts, her mother replied that it was because there was no war here, and they would not lose anyone here. Still, life on the outskirts is not easy. Her mother was quite hungry trying to feed her. 2 years later, her mother fell ill. She asked her for forgiveness, and she cried and blamed herself for bringing her mother to this state. Then she realized that she had to grow up. She put her toys away in a box, went to the city hall, and spent her last money on a permit to sell at the market. She went around selling flowers from morning until night. Then she met MC, and he not only bought a lot of flowers, but also offered her a job. Now her mother will feel much better, and she thanked all the gods she knew for that. 10 silver coins, her first salary. She knew from the start what to spend it on. After all, one adventurer told her about a potion that could cure any disease. All her fortune went on this potion, and she even had to lie that it was a gift so that her mother would drink it. However, nothing changed, and then she was swallowed up by impenetrable darkness. She didn't know what to do or how to cure her mother. If she had money, she could send her mother to a big city and they could cure her there. She still decided to ask him for money, despite the fact that even if she was disliked and despised, he only gently stroked her head. They listened to her. Lear hit the wall with his fist very hard and loudly asked, who was that freak? Where's that scoundrel who robbed a defenseless girl? He began to deal many quick blows, and Nesca asked him not to damage other people's walls. Ralph approached her and said that he was very sorry to tell her this, but the potion she bought could not cure her mother. Aina asked why he thought so. He said that healing potions only heal external wounds. There are antidote potions that help with poisoning. However, there is no potion that can cure everything. She said with surprise that the man had said that if her mother drank it, she would be able to recover. He said that he was very ashamed of his colleague, but he had deceived her. She was surprised by this and began to get very angry and cry. Shiro was also upset about this, and Lear kicked a chair hard and it flew out the window. He called Ralph with a displeased look and said that he would remain in charge, and he would go talk to that freak. The girls went with him, and the rest decided to visit her mother. Earlier, Aina said that the healer said that her mother had necrosis. Karen said that it was a rather serious disease. He called Ralph and asked if they could step away to talk. They went up the stairs and he quietly asked what kind of disease it was. He said that this disease makes the limbs stop moving. Someone says it is an infection, but the real nature of the disease is unknown. Only a few people survive. Later, they came to her house, and he thought it was so far from the city. She plucked up her courage, opened the door, called her mother, and said that she was back. She pulled him by the hand and said that they could come in. A very thin girl was lying on the bed and asked if they had guests. Her name was Stella. She was grateful to him for looking after her daughter. He said that there was no need for thanks. She was looking after him. She got up from the bed, apologized, and said that she had completely forgotten her manners. They were surprised by this, and he, looking worried, said that she did not need to get up. She was going to get up anyway, and Ina said loudly that she needed peace. She looked at Karen, and she turned to her, agreed, and said that it was Madame Mayer. She was surprised by this, and asked why they had come here. Ralph said that Madame Mayer found out about her illness and decided to visit her. She lay down on the bed, and said that she felt so awkward. She came closer and said that she felt awkward and was very sorry that she could not help a resident of her city. Stella called her and said that, on the contrary, she was grateful to her for sheltering them. She said with a small smile that there was no need to thank her. She sat up, smiled, and asked if she had already made friends with Madame Mayer. She was very proud of her. Ina said with a joyful look that she had so many new friends. She began to list them all, and she said with a joyful look that she must be the happiest girl in the world. She happily agreed and said that she really was the happiest. She came to her bed and asked if she had eaten yet. She would make soup for everyone now. She apologized to her for that and said that she was her mother after all. She called her mother and said that everything was fine because she loved to cook. She would go and get some water from the river. Ralph said that he would accompany her. They left the house and she turned around, called the mayor and asked. She asked not to be considered rude, but could she please leave them alone? She would like to talk to him. She went outside. The protagonist approached her and asked what she wanted to talk about. Stella said that it was about her daughter. Could he take care of her after she died? She apologized for getting to this so quickly. But the thing is, she doesn't have much time left. Had her daughter already told him about the illness? He agreed, and she asked, did she cry? He agreed again, and she said that she thought so. She always knew that she worked a lot and got very tired. She also does all this to provide for her disabled mother. As a mother, it is very painful for her to watch all this. However, what hurt her most was seeing her daughter's forced smile. Of course, she just wants her not to worry, but something has changed in her lately. As soon as the conversation turned to him, her smile became natural, innocent, and sincere, like before. One day, she asked her why she was so happy. Ina laughed and said that she had met a very kind man. She said that today she understood why she was so happy. He looked a lot like her dad. When he came in, she was very surprised. It seemed to her that he had returned. He said that he was feeling a little awkward about his visit. She said that of course she didn't mean that. She apologized for giving him a reason to think such a thing. She was glad that he reminded her of his face, which she had already pretty much forgotten. Thanks to him, she was sure that she would find him in the next world. He asked why she was talking like that. She got out of bed and said that she knew that she didn't have long to live. She understands how impudent this is on her part. However, could he still take care of her daughter? She is still very small and weak. She is very worried about her. She started crying, was about to say something, but began to fall, and he came closer and carefully caught her. She was a little embarrassed by this, and he asked, she is okay, right? She agreed. He put her back on the bed, apologized, and asked if he could touch her legs a little. She was surprised by this, but still agreed. She sat on the edge of the bed, and he began to touch her legs. He said with a thoughtful look that everything was as he thought. She asked, what was he thinking? Does he like her legs? He was surprised by this, loudly denied it, and said that he thought he understood what kind of illness she had and how to cure it. She was surprised by this, and he said that his uncle had an even more severe stage, but now he can run and jump. He will cure her illness. Stella was surprised by this and wondered if she could really be cured. She took his hands, called out to him, and said that she didn't want to die and couldn't leave her little daughter. He said that everything would be fine. She wouldn't die. He was about to say something else, but at that moment, everyone returned to the house, called out to them, and were surprised by what they saw inside. He turned to them and became worried when he noticed that Ralph had pulled out his mace. MC paused, thinking it was a difficult proposition. He hoped Stella wouldn't misunderstand. It was simply too scary to imagine. Ina anxiously asked her mother if she was okay. He pointed to the board and explained that this disease develops throughout life. Where he comes from, they call it avitaminosis. All three of them asked in surprise. Avitaminosis? Shiro explained that it was a disease caused by malnutrition. It was a terrible illness, causing limbs to fail, but it was very easy to cure. You just need to get enough of the vitamins your body lacks. Ina asked what to get. Her mother was taking her medicine. The protagonist paused, remembering the words about how, if someone gets into trouble, you need to help them. So he decided he needed to buy some things. After some time, he bought some medicine using his equal exchange skill and gave it to Stella. The protagonist noted, aware that it might look a little inedible. It was medicine that would cure her vitamin deficiency. She asked if it wasn't too expensive. He replied that she shouldn't worry about it. She could pay him back later, as long as Ina smiled. Shiro added that when he moved to this city, she had really helped him settle in, so now it was his turn to help. Let her drink all this medicine. Stella teared up, said his name with feeling, and replied that she understood everything. A month later, the protagonist and Ina came to see the woman. The daughter joyfully called out to her mother and told her that they had arrived. Seeing the improvement, she asked her in surprise, "Can she stand up yet?" Was she really feeling better? The woman confirmed it with a smile and added that she was feeling better now, so it wasn't that hard for her to stand. The girl happily remarked, just like before. Can she sleep with her now? Stella said with a smile. Of course, they'll sleep together every day. Ina rushed to her mother in tears, hugged her and started screaming. The woman hugged her back and apologized for worrying her, then remarked that they would always live together. MC went out onto the balcony and thought with a smile that he could now say with complete confidence that he had done it. After a while, he sat on the balcony, enjoying his tea, and said, now the good days will begin, and this is one of them. What a beautiful sunset. Stella had completely recovered thanks to the vitamins. Ina happily said that now she couldn't even sleep because she and her mother talked all night. She was happy, and they had a lot of fun. She added enthusiastically that yesterday they made nasu soup together, and afterward they picked flowers, and they also looked at the cat. The protagonist thought with a smile, Ina looks great, and that's the most important thing. Now the Silver Moon Adventurer Guild had officially joined the Fairies Blessing Guild and become its branch. Furthermore, the Blue Flash Squad had also joined the Fairies. At the same time, powerful adventurers from all over the world began arriving one after another to explore the vast forest. Incidentally, he had earned almost 50 million yen in the last 2 months. If he continued earning at this rate, he would be financially independent. Shiro took an alcoholic drink, put on his glasses, and remarked that this day would soon arrive. Suddenly, Karen appeared behind him, asking if it would soon arrive. The protagonist jumped in surprise. The girl said that today was a very quiet and beautiful evening. The MC exhaled convulsively and said that he thought his heart would beat out of his chest. Karen chuckled, apologized, and asked what he was drinking. He asked if she wanted to join him. He offered to drink to their town. Karen replied that on a day like this, they certainly could. After a while, they were both drunk. She laid his head on her legs and said he was cute. The protagonist sheepishly asked her to stop. The girl asked with a smile, is he really the type who gets nervous when teased? He hesitated, but then finally said, he did say that. She leaned over and said, if that's true, then he shouldn't be so obedient. The MC asked if he thought she had too much to drink. Karen calmed down and said he could move to their town. Shiro thoughtfully thanked her for the offer. She added, this isn't a reward. She wants him to feel free to ask her for anything. He rose from her lap and replied that he didn't need it. He just wanted to do what he was good at. The girl pointed out that he was a man, and even more so, a hero. A hero they wrote songs about. The protagonist exclaimed indignantly, there's no need to treat him like one. He's just a greedy man with money. But he grew up with his grandmother, and she always told him that if people around him were in trouble, he should definitely help them in any way he could. And then, if he got into trouble, the people around him would definitely help him too. Karen, smiling, asked what his wonderful grandmother's name was. He replied that his grandmother was Arisa Kawami. Confused, she grabbed his clothes and asked in surprise, he's the grandson of that immortal witch Arisu? Shiro stared at her in bewilderment. What is she saying? The girl replied, of course he doesn't know that there were almost no foreigners on their continent. Few people had met her in person like she had. She first met the witch Arisu at the Harvest Festival. His grandmother suddenly appeared in town, drinking sake and dancing. MC asked, was that last year? Impossible. His grandmother had disappeared 7 years ago. Karen replied that she remembered last year well. The immortal witch showed her the legendary sword of Mel Gibson, the demon, which was made of star fragments. He shook his head in confusion and asked her to stop, saying he needed to digest it all. Too much information. The protagonist recalled how his grandmother, after apologizing for her silence, revealed that 80 years ago, she was a witch who came to Japan from a world called Rufarzio. After thinking about it, he understood everything. Karen asked, doesn't he know about the sword of the legendary demon Mel? MC remembered seeing a poster of the demon himself as a child, and asking who that person was. In response, his grandmother explained that it was her favorite actor in the world, Mel Gibson. Karen asked him now if his grandmother could be a witch. True, she'd never seen such pills or objects before. Had he met his grandmother yet? He replied that it had been 7 years since he'd seen her. Shiro asked her to give him another minute. Taking a deep breath, the protagonist raised his hands to his face and joyfully shouted that his grandmother was alive. The last phrase echoed. Carney flinched at his unexpected cry. Sometime later, he returned home and remarked that he'd never even considered the possibility that his grandmother might be alive. Perhaps he was jumping to conclusions without even knowing what people were saying. He thought she'd definitely come to the Harvest Festival. 1 day ago, on the same balcony, Karen had said that meant his grandmother was an immortal witch, and she disappeared without saying anything. She understood perfectly well that he now wanted to find his grandmother. But why shouldn't he wait for her in their city? His grandmother showed up here for the Harvest Festival last year. The protagonist remarked, so there's supposed to be a Harvest Festival this year, right? The girl confirmed this, adding that Ninarich is celebrating an anniversary this year. She wants to celebrate the Harvest Festival on a grand scale, since she's the town's mayor. MC considered this. There were still about 2 months until the Harvest Festival. As Karen had said, he could help her if he wanted. He really loved these kinds of festivals, which was why he'd agreed, but with 2 conditions. He mused, so it'll be a festival with tents. Everyone will probably have food stalls. What could he come up with? Was it really that hard to come up with something other than food? He could organize a goldfish hunt, but it seemed they didn't have the facilities to keep such fish. If he organized a shooting, he'd have to get out knives and guns. A tricky lottery wouldn't work either. That would be cheating. There had to be something else. Clutching his head, he forced himself to think, remembering what he did as a child. The protagonist remembered cameras and immediately bought several. Aina saw them and asked what they were. He replied with a smile. This is what she'd always asked about, a camera. It's a great product for a new trade. Seeing her confused expression, he remarked, in his opinion, it would be better to show it in action. Taking the camera in his hands, he asked the girl to look into the lens. When the girl turned around, MC took a picture and handed it to her. She exclaimed in horror, why was she here all of a sudden? She become tiny? Trapped? He explained with a smile that a camera was a magical tool that could instantly draw a person or a landscape. It was a good opportunity, so they needed to take a few pictures. After that, they took a few more photos. Her delight knew no bounds. She screamed joyfully, that's her in the photo. Then Aina asked anxiously, will she disappear from the photo? The protagonist replied that this wouldn't happen. After that, he started posing. She took a photo of him, showed it to him, and asked if he liked it. He took the camera, looked at the frame, and exclaimed, absolutely wonderful. The girl remarked that she wanted to take a lot of photos of him. Shiro couldn't refuse her. He began posing for pictures, and they ended up with a whole photo album. Aina took another camera and was about to take more photos of him, but MC stopped her, remarking that he didn't think this product would be in great demand. The girl asked in surprise, why? She thinks the opposite. He said, this camera is called a Polaroid. There are countless types of cameras. He called out to her, and the moment the girl turned around, he took a photo. The surprise made it look funny. She snatched the photo from his hands, and Miro, laughing, told her it was illegal. The girl grimaced and said, it looks ugly here. Then Aina did the same, taking a crooked photo of him. The protagonist took it, looked at his crooked face, and suddenly an image of his grandmother popped into his head. He thought, it's just like a haiku. At that moment, Stella entered the room, noting that Aina had also promised to help her today. The protagonist asked the woman how she liked the new house. Had they all unpacked yet? She hugged her daughter in return and thanked him. He thought, now they live in the house he rented as a store. It's a 10-minute walk to the store. Aina approached him and remarked that her mother was terrible at cleaning. Stella blushed, grinned, and said it embarrassed her a little. She'd said they shouldn't talk about it yet. MC replied that she could always ask him to help her. Aina remarked that he was also terrible at cleaning. He grinned and said it embarrassed him a little too. After that, the girl said goodbye. The protagonist thanked her for her help and said he'd be counting on her tomorrow. They should be careful on the road. Sometime later, the Silver Moon Adventurers Guild was rebuilt. The protagonist reflected on how, when he first opened the door to the fairy's blessing branch, all he heard was Emil's quiet crying. But now, everything was completely different. He entered the guild and found it filled with many adventurers chatting among themselves. One of them said he'd explored the entire northeast, but found absolutely nothing. The second adventurer said he'd traveled the entire southeast and collected all the information he could about the monsters he'd encountered. A third warrior began to talk about a 3-day journey to the river in the east. Someone advised his companions to buy equipment. The MC noticed a cuckoo crying somewhere, a little too loudly. In just 2 months, this guild had become the liveliest in the country. Suddenly, Emile noticed him and called out to him with a sly smile. Then she asked if something had happened while she was gone. Had he come to see her? Had he decided to give her something? He answered irritably, saying he simply wanted to eat with everyone in the Blue Flash. Emile asked if he really wanted to ask her to be his bride. Well, if he guaranteed her lifelong wealth and fame, then she'd agree. The protagonist replied that he didn't mean that. She started to unbutton her button and added that he could do whatever he wanted with her. She was the kind of person who could see and do everything in her power. Shiro was indignant, letting her not unbutton her buttons. She needed to get to work. Emile replied that, fortunately, she was on break. Didn't he think it was fate? Wouldn't he like to have a glass of alcohol with her in the dark? MC shouted that he had to refuse. It was better to stay away from women who offered him a drink in the dark. That was Grandma's will, especially since he had recently learned that she was alive. The girl asked in confusion what he was talking about. She didn't understand what he was talking about. She grabbed his hands and tried to pin him against the wall, and then noticed how their fingers were so passionately intertwined until he pushed her away. Come on, he'll like it. Emil pursed her lips and tried to kiss him, but Kilfa suddenly appeared and immediately pushed her away. Shiro was overjoyed at her arrival. After a while, they went to the tavern and sat down to drink. The girl happily remarked that she had saved him. Neska said that when the full moon approaches, rabbits go into heat. Kilfa responded irritably. She didn't think she was in heat. The girl remarked that it would be an unhealthy relationship between a woman and a man if they got together because of heat. Ralph said she was trying to pluck the unattainable fruit without effort. Emaila added that it was very dangerous. Everyone shouted at once, "Then why is she doing this?" At that moment, 2 adventurers nearby began arguing. Mojito Canhead furiously shouted, "What is this mess? He will pay for the duel." The adventurer Wise Whip replied that it was the duty of the wise to teach the foolish. Everyone around them became interested in their squabble and began to urge them to fight. The protagonist noticed this and said they needed to stop. Leah replied that he shouldn't do that, Battle is the calling card for any adventurer, so everyone is starting to complain. Adventurers gathered here from all over the world are trying to find the ruins. In other words, even veterans. It's been 2 months since the fairy's blessing branch opened here, but no one has yet found it. That's why there's competition. That's the reason. There's nowhere to even have fun in their town. And it's true that in Ninorage, there are no places to relieve stress. At that moment, Emil crawled under the table and approached the protagonist. He asked what she wanted again. Maybe she'd ask him to undress her again? She noticed that no matter how much she begged, he still wouldn't undress. Besides, it was just fun. Let him give her a second chance. What did he think of that? Wasn't it ideal to be alone in the store? Lear, watching this, exclaimed that there was no reason for them to do this. The protagonist asked why he was so mean. At that moment, Neska agreed with Shiro's words and crushed the guy's foot with her heel, then remarked that it was wrong to say such bad words. He irritably shouted that he had said that to Emil. First of all, he had never had experience with bad women. After these words, Neska hit him again with her stiletto heel. Lear exclaimed, "Don't let her step on him with her heel." At that moment, the adventurer Mojito Canhead was beating the wise whip. Suddenly, the guild leader, Nay, entered the tavern and expressed interest in what was happening. In her guild, no one was allowed to fight. All the adventurers immediately rose from the floor and greeted her. The girls saw the protagonist and asked what brought him to such an unsightly place. Where was Emil? Why was she hiding under the table now? The protagonist tried to answer, but she said she hadn't asked him any questions. Then the guild leader grabbed her and dragged her away. Emil shouted for him to help her. His future wife was in a very difficult situation. Let him wait, and she would definitely return. After that, Lear told Shiro that he needed to talk to him. In fact, he was exploring the ruins in the forest to find a rare flower. The protagonist, surprised, asked him again, "What flower?" The guy told him the whole story, adding at the end, "That's why." MC said he understood and decided to come with them. In exchange, they would protect him from monsters? Lear happily replied, "Let him be sure of that. After all, it couldn't compare to training at the training grounds. In that case, they need another drink." After some time, they came to a clearing filled with flowers to rest. Neska asked Shiro if he knew what kind of flower it was. The protagonist replied that it was called Apsara. They only grow near clean water. He felt so good. I wish Aina could see it. At that moment, Lear approached them and began to shake Neska, telling her to get up. It was time for them to go. Shiro apologized for himself and added that he had been walking for almost half a day. The boy replied that they should get up. They needed to get there before sunset. If they kept to their schedule, they could rest as long as they wanted. A week ago, this flower, called Apsara, was found by Blue Flash while exploring the ruins. This flower can be used to make a high-level restorative potion if mixed with another ingredient. Sometime after they left the field, Neska called out to Lear and noticed that the flower had wilted. She added, "Of course, it's not good to maintain the right temperature with ice magic. They won't be able to deliver the flowers to the pharmacy on time." The protagonist thought Apsara dies just a couple of hours after picking it. They almost gave up. After some thought, Lear suggested that maybe they should use Shiro's spatial storage ability. The protagonist thought he had nothing left to hide. One of his abilities is spatial storage. It's his cheat skill that frees him from the flow of time. He can not only carry things with him, but also store them with absolutely zero mass. After a while, Lear showed them a small canvas bag, noticing how carefully he chose it. Looking at Kilf, he remarked that she had been sleeping for quite some time. Suddenly, the girl sensed a strange presence, woke up, and warned that an enemy was approaching them. They were advancing from above. At that moment, insects flew towards them, hostile. Lear whispered to Shiro, "They're above, 17 of them. He should remain still and say nothing." Suddenly, they noticed a wound on one of the insects. Neska remarked that it looked like a scratch from something sharp. Ralph added that it was most likely a mark from a fight with other large predators. Suddenly, the insects abruptly changed trajectory and began flying toward them. Lear shouted that they had spotted them. Let Ralph guard Shiro. Neska must use magic. The girl used the fire arrows skill and began destroying the insects. At that moment, the man called out to the protagonist, warning that there was an enemy behind them. At the last moment, Kilfa threw several daggers, neutralizing the insects. After that, the monsters turned on her. She called out to Neska with a smile and shouted that now was the time. The girl used the lightning skill and immediately destroyed several opponents. The protagonist realized the enemy's weakness was fire. He grabbed a gas spray and charged. Ralph called out to him, pointing out that bear spray wouldn't work against these flying insects. He told the man it was fine. The situation had changed, so he'd try it. MC lit a lighter and, summoning a pseudo-flamethrower, began spraying the spray, creating a powerful flame that began to effectively combat the insects. His allies were surprised. Was he a sorcerer? After killing several enemies, he shouted to Ralph that now was the time. The man readily responded, charged, and immediately destroyed the insect. Lear exclaimed that they were doing it. They were winning. He wanted to ask Shiro something. There were still 6 insects left. Ralph, fighting, added, just a little more, MC thought with a smile, thinking they were really getting stronger. Suddenly, several insects gathered around Nesk and began attacking. He aimed his spray can, noting that he was too close. If he used it, she could be harmed. At the last moment before the insect attacked Nesk, the protagonist stepped between them, taking all the damage. The monster latched onto him and prepared to devour him. Lear shouted for him to jump into the river. He dove into the water and began to drown. Neska ran to the water and began casting her water gift skill to keep him alive. Lear shouted again that he needed to get to the shore. They would definitely find him. Let him wait for them. After a while, the protagonist woke up on the shore. Mentally, he called for a blue flash of light to help. Patty approached him and asked if he was alive. Could he even hear her? He sat up, cleared his throat, and replied that he could hear. The fairy noted that he seemed alive. MC looked at her and asked who she was. She asked, perplexed, hadn't he heard of the fairy tribe? He looked at her in confusion and said that it was the first time he had seen fairies. Patty exclaimed shyly, asking him not to look at her like that. He was embarrassing her. Maybe he could say something while he was looking at her. The protagonist asked with a smile, would she allow him to introduce himself? The fairy replied, no. Who did he think she spotted on the riverbank? If she hadn't helped him, he would have already become food for predatory fish. But still, how could he have been carried away by the river? He replied that it was a very long story. After that, the protagonist told the whole story. Patty laughed and said he was a weakling. Where did he go? He replied, north of the forest, near the city of Ninarich. The fairy exclaimed in surprise, but that's a human village. Could he take her with him? The MC, confused, asked. Why? She asked, upset. He won't take her? He countered. She misunderstood. He would take her, but why would she go there? Patty explained that her friend lived there. He was taller than him, thin and weak. He smiled when he was happy. He had sky blue hair and eyes. Now did he understand? The protagonist replied that he didn't know everyone by sight, only because they were the same race. And what was his name? The girl, confused, replied that she didn't remember. He was the only person she had ever met. She simply called him human. He said he came to this forest to hunt monsters. The protagonist said, if you can call an adventurer a hunter, but it's a kind of romance, meeting in the forest. They were dating? Patty hit him and told him he was a fool. Humans and fairies can't truly date. She thinks he's her friend, maybe even her best friend. He's her best friend. Shiro asked if she was familiar with this forest. The fairy exclaimed, of course. She was born and raised here. MC offered her a deal. He would take her to the forest near the town of Ninarich, and she would lead him north of the forest. Confused, Patty asked, guide him? He would take her with him? All the way to the town? The protagonist replied, she can rely on him. He needed to go west, right? The fairy remarked, by the way, she would protect him. He's a weakling. She demonstrated her power, instantly knocking down all the trees within a huge radius, and then asked if she was doing a good job. MC, completely perplexed, agreed that she was doing a good job, and remarked that she had overdone it a bit. Patty explained that she didn't know how to control her magical power. No problem. It was powerful. She just wanted to surprise him, so she chased away a swarm of bugs. He said that now he understood everything. They seemed to have an agreement, and it was nice to meet her. His name is Shiro. Patty introduced herself in response, and noted that he had a strange name. So how would she lead them? Does that mean she was the captain? Maybe something else, right? From now on, she was his boss. She was number one again. The protagonist deliberately started mispronouncing the words boss and captain. Confused, she asked what kind of strange manner of speech he was. He explained that he was just trying to talk like a child. Patty replied that he should better not say that. The protagonist said that he understood and would not act like a child anymore. Let the boss rely on him. After some time, they set off, and it grew dark outside. Sitting by the fire, the fairy asked if he wanted to go back. Did he miss his friends? MC replied bitterly, they're probably looking for him now. She exclaimed, then it's decided. She would help him find friends. It's all because she was his boss. By the way, isn't he hungry? He's her subordinate, so she'll get him some food. After that, the girl summoned a spatial storage and stuck her hand inside. He was very surprised. Did she have that skill too? Patty took out an apple and asked, what is it? Was this his first time seeing a spatial storage? All fairies have that ability. Such storage is not at all uncommon. It wouldn't surprise anyone anymore. She took out a container of liquid and noted that she had made this honey herself. The drink would warm his body. MC tried it and exclaimed delightedly that it was truly delicious. The fairy happily replied that he could drink more. She would keep an eye on him, so after he drank it, he should go to bed. That was the boss's order. He finished his mead and thanked her. The next day, Patty, perched on his head, remarked that this forest was home to many races besides fairies. Goblins, orcs, fearsome ogres, and so on. There used to be an elven village there, but it disappeared because of the barrier. MC, almost falling asleep, asked if he could rest for a while. She replied that just a little bit and continued, but the nectar from the baboon flower tasted strange. She accidentally licked it. He thought he was gaining so much information that no adventurer knew. He believed that long before she was born, there used to be a country called Jigina, but that place disappeared many years ago. Now it's called the Jigina Forest. The protagonist inquired if this was a country from the era of the ancient magical civilization. Patty replied that she didn't know. It was long before she was born. Suddenly, she sensed a strange presence and warned that someone was coming. Hide, that's an order. At that moment, Lear and the others were diligently searching for him, speculating about his death. Ralph called out his name and exclaimed, "If he can hear them, let him give them a sign," Lear said fearfully. "What if he fell off the waterfall and died? He doesn't understand." Nesca irritably told him not to say that. The boy replied with a smile, "He's definitely alive." The girl praised him. "Well done, he's telling the truth." They continued calling him. MC, hearing them, was about to crawl out of his hiding place. The fairy irritably asked him, "Where is he going? Let him stay down." Shiro answered with a smile, "It's okay. These are his friends. They're looking for him." He ran toward them, and Kilfa saw him from the sky and then joyfully fell on him. Party wanted to push her away from him, but the girl pushed her away and told her to leave her alone. The rest of his comrades became wary, wondering what that sound was. After that, Kilfa tearfully told him they thought he was dead, but everything worked out and he's alive. The protagonist stood up and replied that everything was fine and that they should stop crying. Lear bowed his head and exclaimed he was so sorry. Nesca also bowed down. He saved their lives twice. They would definitely repay him in kind. Shiro asked with a smile, "He's back with his friends, right? Or maybe he's not a member of the Blue Flash." They replied that Shiro was a member of their team. The captain was mistaken. Ralph noted that he seemed to have been completely safe while they were gone. The protagonist replied with a smile that someone had helped him. He told Patty she could stop hiding. He pointed to a fairy hiding behind a tree and said that she was his savior. She was his boss from the fairy tribe. Nesca, perplexed, asked him to explain. The fairy tribe had always been called a phantom race. They never appeared to other races, and this was his boss? Patty replied, "First of all, they have a law that prohibits leaving the village." MC smiled, noting that this was true, and adding that since the guild's name was Fairy Blessing, the name spoke for itself. The fairy exclaimed, "Why should they bless people so easily?" He asked. "Perhaps it all started with some fairy's blessing?" Nesca asked in surprise. "Had he forgotten?" Shiro asked, surprised. "What exactly?" The girl said, He probably doesn't know about that. The origin of the Fairy Blessing Guild is the name of a sake that only the fairy tribe can produce. This drink is known as fairy mead." MC smiled, asking Patty if this was the same mead she had treated him to. The fairy happily confirmed it. Nesca exclaimed in confusion, "Did he really drink fairy mead?" Lear added, confused, "But it's a legendary drink. You could buy an entire castle for a single mug." Ralph noted that, according to guild records, the last time this was auctioned was 200 years ago. The protagonist was surprised. "Wow." Party exclaimed that Shiro was her subordinate, and that was the only reason she gave him a drink. MC, seeing the puzzled expressions on his comrades' faces, suggested he explain a bit. Afterward, he told the whole story from start to finish. Nesca, surprised, said, "So that's how it is. A fairy saved him. That's simply amazing." Lear, smiling, asked the fairy for her name, thanked her for saving their friend, and told her to contact him if anything happened. He'd help her out in any way he could. And he wasn't just saying that out of gratitude. The protagonist, taking advantage of this, asked if he could help find a certain person. Afterward, he described the fairy's friend. Lear said he couldn't say anything for now, but he'd definitely try to be of assistance. Well, since they'd successfully met, it was time to head back to Ninorich. After some time, they arrived at a settlement. Patty exclaimed delightedly, "It's a human village." Nesca corrected her, saying it wasn't a village, but a city. The name changes depending on the size of the settlement. The fairy replied that she understood. It was time for them to go to the city. Lear playfully teased Shiro, saying it was hard for him as his ward. Afterwards, they arrived at the protagonist's shop. They were greeted by Ina, who burst into tears and ran to hug him. Stella came out to them, noticing that they had finally returned. Placing her daughter on her back, the woman said she couldn't sleep all night, thinking about him all the time. The protagonist offered to carry the girl himself. She replied that it wasn't necessary. She felt she wouldn't be able to carry her any longer. So while she could, she wanted to do it. He said okay, but if it gets really unbearable, let her say. Stella replied that she wouldn't. She wouldn't give Ayn up. She was her mother after all. After that, they approached the house and he said goodbye, wishing them good night. Stella called out to him and said she'd forgotten to tell him something. She congratulated him on his return. He smiled kindly in response. After a while, MC also returned to his house. Party asked admiringly, "Is this really his house? What a big place it is." He asked what kind of houses fairies live in. She replied that they build houses high in the trees to protect themselves from monsters. Better let him tell her. Hasn't he forgotten anything? The protagonist said, "Of course not. They still need to find her friend Aaron. The town is small, so he thinks it will be quick. They'll start tomorrow. By the way, is it difficult to make fairy honey?" Patty replied that it couldn't be easier, as long as there was honey, but getting honey was very difficult. Last time, she barely escaped a swarm of bees. MC pulled a jar of natural honey from his backpack and asked if this would do. The fairy exclaimed in confusion, "Is this real?" He confirmed that it was, and noted that it was all natural honey straight from the apiary. Patty tried it and delightedly declared that it was delicious. This ingredient would make the sweetest fairy tale honey. funny. The protagonist said it was time for bed. He finally wanted to sleep on something soft. The next morning, while he was sleeping, Aina climbed on him and started waking him up. Confused, he asked what she was doing. The store was closed today. She, holding a package in her hands, replied that Stella asked her to bring him something to eat. By the way, who's that on his head? MC replied that he would introduce them. This is Potty, a fairy, and his boss. The girl excitedly asked, is this a fairy, just like in the books? At that moment, Potty herself woke up and asked in confusion, who is this child? He explained that Aina was helping him around the store. He asked the girl if she knew a man with sky blue eyes and hair. The girl replied that she didn't remember him. MC pointed out that, of course, they didn't know everyone by sight, but the town was small. If they asked people, they'd definitely find him. Potty joyfully exclaimed, yeah, they'll definitely find him. Then they should go quickly. Aina said with a smile that she wanted to search with them too. The protagonist asked the fairy if they would take her on as an assistant. Potty happily agreed and cheerfully took off. He suggested that they should hide her somewhere first. Aina stuffed her in her backpack and asked, how about this place? After that, they left the house in good spirits and began their search. The protagonist began asking the locals about the mysterious man, showing them a photograph of the necklace. The old woman selling the necklace couldn't help him, nor could the married couple at the market. No matter who they asked, no one could tell them anything. The roast meat vendor suggested he try his dish instead. A learned historian looking at the photograph told him the necklace was unfamiliar. If they knew the owner's name, they could look it up. The jewelry store owner told them that at least it wasn't from his shop. The bar staff couldn't answer either. The MC looked at the photo, puzzled, and concluded that this guy was the 27th person in the bar, and there were still no leads. Aina, puzzled, suggested that maybe he wasn't from around here? The fairy exclaimed, but he said he was from this town. Shiro figured their only clue was the same necklace as Potty's, so he printed out the photo, taken with his recently acquired camera. At that moment, Karen appeared and told the protagonist, there he is. She'd heard rumors that he was walking around with an azure flash again. He was making her worry again. The protagonist, confused, apologized. She softened and replied that he didn't need to apologize. Lightly slapping him on the head, she added, the main thing is he's unharmed. Aina noticed in surprise that her brother's face was so red. He sheepishly told her it was because of the heat. Realizing it, he showed Karen a photo of the jewelry and asked if she recognized it. The girl peered at the photo and said, it's an interesting pendant. She seemed to have seen it somewhere, but she couldn't remember. She added that if she learned anything, she'd be sure to let him know. The MC thanked her for her concern. Karen replied, thank him. He'd done so much for her. She'd have to leave them now. She still had to go to the guild. Shiro asked, surprised. Why? Did she want to see Emil? The girl, getting ready to leave, replied no. She wanted the azure flash that had endangered her precious friend. The protagonist wanted to protest that he was there of his own free will, but Karen wished them luck and left without hearing him out. Confused, the protagonist thought perhaps it was Lear and the rest of his companions who needed luck. After that, Aina asked him if she could sleep with Patty that night. The fairy shook her head in confusion. What was she talking about? MC thought it best to pat the fairy on the head, telling her to ignore Aina's words. She would look after her, right? Patty sighed heavily and asked, what should she do with them? But only today did he understand. Sometime later, Aina came home and told her mother that she was going to show her something. But before that, she asked, will she tell no one about this? Only after Stella promised her this, the girl solemnly said. Then, she opens her backpack. While she was doing this, the woman wondered what it could be. A lizard? A frog? When the bag's clasp finally opened, Stella was surprised to see Patty. The fairy was also surprised, looking at the woman. She said, so this is Aina's mother? Her face, the color of her eyes too. The woman exclaimed in confusion. A fairy? She was in a state of shock, and Aina was worried about her. After a while, Patty plopped down on the girl's bed and exclaimed in delight how soft it was. She had never lain on such a bed before. Stella, entering her daughter's room with tea, smiled and offered the fairy some Wu Shiro fruit tea. Then she asked if she could learn more about the young man she was looking for. Aina added, she wants to hear it too. Patty thought for a moment and then said, okay, they've talked her into it. That was when she first left the village. When she met Aaron that night, he was hunting. What was that? Some branch with a sharp end. He was so clumsy with his arrows. The horned hare, his prey, kept running away from him. With each shot, it seemed like the guy was about to burst into tears like a little child. Funny, isn't it? She laughed heartily watching him, but she had to help him because he was crying so loudly. She had to activate the wind cutter skill and finish off the rabbit. Aaron's eyes widened and he asked in amazement, she's a fairy? That's how they met. He kept crying and crying, saying how delicious horned hares were. At first, she thought humans had such a stupid language, but after listening to him, she learned that he hadn't eaten for 10 days. Can they even imagine that? This guy thanked her and asked her name. She wanted to tell him this, but changed her mind and replied, when he becomes a full-fledged hunter, then she will tell him. But for now, he should not come near her. After that, he trained hard, and every day he became better and better. And one day, Aaron killed a large monster. He asked her, well, has he improved? Maybe it's time she told him the secret of her name? She replied, okay, she will tell him. But she remembered how they called her a little brat and said that she only caused trouble. So she became embarrassed and told him no, she will tell her name next time. Surprised, he agreed. But there was no next time. They were friends, two lonely hearts. It turns out that having met, they became two-legged. Therefore, she should tell him her name and ask what his name is. Stella noted with a smile, such an extraordinary story. Ina, with tears in her eyes, told the fairy that they would definitely find this boy, her friend. Her mother looked at her in surprise. Party, touched by her sympathy, spoke the girl's name and assured her that of course they would find him. Elsewhere, 2 hours earlier, the protagonist had used teleportation. Standing on the balcony after a bath, he said with satisfaction that it had been a long time since he had washed at home. It was such bliss. Well, he would look at the sunset sky of Ninarich once again. At that moment, Lear called out to him from below. The protagonist told him that he would be coming down now. When he did, MC saw the boy's swollen cheek and asked him in confusion, what happened to him? His cheek was so swollen. Lear dismissed it, saying it was nothing. He explained, and Karen approached him and addressed the boy in a stern voice. The knight sheepishly asked the mayor. She was talking about dragging his friend into the forest, right? He wasn't going to make excuses. She might as well let loose and punch him, or even slap him across the cheek. Before he could finish, Karen delivered a powerful slap to his face. So there you have it. How about a drink at the guild? This time, the guildmaster and Emile would be with them. Shiro agreed. A short while later, the friends were already sitting at the bar. Emile exclaimed, so she'll say it, and they should follow suit. Everyone was indignant. Why was she the first? Nevertheless, they all raised their mugs. Kilfa exclaimed, they'll get drunk. Emile seconded her. Yes, they'll drink it up. Nay agreed with a smile. Lear downed the contents with pleasure and said, well done. Ralph was also pleased. The protagonist winced. Lear asked him what was wrong. Nay asked if he didn't like the local ale. The protagonist admitted frankly, not much, unfortunately. The girl assured him he needn't worry, she didn't find it tasty either. He was surprised. Was that so? Nay said it was rude to say such things in public, but the choice in these parts was quite limited. If they could make something tastier, it would calm the spirits and satisfy the adventurers. However, transporting it would be very expensive. Kilfa noted blissfully that she would have some wine or cider. They're sour, but they smell so delicious. Nesca replied gloomily, don't be so impudent. MC said in surprise, sour and tasteless then. Lear asked what he was thinking about. Was he saying he'd never had wine? Or did successful merchants like him only drink high-quality wines befitting the nobility? Shiro objected. No. What's he saying? They have a lot of cheap wine in his homeland. Everyone stared at him in surprise. He continued, basically there are 3 types, red, white, and pink. Some call it rosé. Incidentally, he'd also heard that orange wine has been gaining popularity lately. And in general, there are so many trends on the market. There's a wide variety of flavors, sweet, semi-sweet, light and airy, and deep and refined. And the prices vary widely. Some wines are affordable for a child, while others rival a whole house and garden. Connoisseurs include a glass of wine in their dinner repertoire, changing the brand each time. But he himself prefers sake. This drink also has 3 main varieties, Jinaso, Junmai, and Honajozo. Everyone listened to him, their mouths open in amazement. Even the drunken adventurers stopped fighting to listen to his story. He noticed how attentively everyone was listening. One man, a truly enormous figure, asked him to continue his tale of drinks. The protagonist replied, okay, and continued. In his homeland, the public interest is taken care of, so a wide variety of wines are readily available. Everyone gasped at his words, looking at him with undisguised amazement and admiration. Suddenly, an interesting thought occurred to the protagonist. Wasn't this a great business idea? If everything went well, he would, metaphorically speaking, kill 2 birds with 1 stone, or even 3. He excitedly pushed back his chair, stood up, and enthusiastically told everyone to return in 3 days. He would treat them to wine from his homeland. That day, that night, he seemed to have been transformed. More precisely, his appearance had changed. His business-like appearance was complemented by his carefully coiffed hair. When he walked into the hall, Ina, in a similar business attire, admiringly remarked, he looks so cool today. He said it suited her too. Stella looked at her daughter with a smile and remarked, she was worried. The protagonist told the woman, she looks like a true professional. He looked around and thought, Shiro's bar. This counter had been built especially for this day and was located in the beer guild. This piece of furniture was knocked together from plywood and wooden crates. Lear, entering, remarked in surprise, wow, everything's ready already? He even found some lovely ladies to help him, MC said sheepishly. Well, how can I say that? Ina was the first to offer to help him. But an 8-year-old girl in a drinking establishment, that's nonsense. Then she said she'd bring her mother, so that would do? That's how they both ended up here. Nesca approached them and told him everything was ready. Kilfa happily held a bottle of wine in her hands. He thanked the girls for their help and said they could each have a bottle of their choice as a token of appreciation. Kilfa chose a fruit wine, and Nesca, a chocolate liqueur. Shiro asked Ain what she would like. The girl was taken aback by his question, then exclaimed, I'd like grape juice. After a while, many people came to the bar, asking, well, when can they have fun? The protagonist addressed the distinguished guests and apologized for keeping them waiting. He declared the evening of gratitude for the workers open. The crowd joyfully roared. Yes, the protagonist continued. First of all, he'd like to thank them for devoting so much time to exploring their forest. His name is Amada Shiro, and he's the owner of this shop. As a reward for their tireless and risky search for lost ruins, he's offering some of their supplies completely free. One of the adventurers remarked in surprise, and that's not all. What, they even have a brewery here. MC also said they'll be able to enjoy a wide selection of snacks. Adventurer, Wise Whip said, it seems this guy really is an alchemist. Someone from the crowd shouted, they don't care what they drink, they're sick of stinking ale, they want good booze. Shiru declared, and it's worth clarifying that all the drinks today are on him. He's asking them to drink enough to bankrupt him. Everyone present responded with wild delight. The protagonist thought the cost of this event was 3 million. Of course, it's a lot, but it's an investment in the future. He added, now, Neymirage, Guildmaster of the Fairy's Blessing, will say a few words. The girl smiled and wished all the guests a safe journey on their quest. Those present also reacted emotionally to her words. The protagonist said, so they can begin the fun, but please don't crowd. The entire crowd rushed to the counter, knocking and pushing each other aside. Naek quickly jumped onto the counter, readied her weapon, and declared, they can finish the event. The MC thanked her for her intervention. She asked everyone to get in line. When Lear approached the counter, Shiro asked him what he wanted. The guy pointed to a bottle and asked what it was. The protagonist replied, it's beer, and he highly recommends it. Lear perked up, huh? Then, he'll have it. Aina noticed she'd been told that squeezing a little lemon juice into this drink would make it even tastier. The guy gasped in surprise. Oh, really? After tasting the drink, he was delighted. Lear exclaimed, what kind of divine drink is this? Slightly foamy, with a hint of tartness from the lemon. He greedily finished the drink, then exclaimed again, it's simply mind-blowing. With salt, it's absolutely fantastic. The adventurers began asking the protagonist to make them the same drink. After trying it, they were just as delighted as Lear. MC barely had time to tell his assistants where each wine was and which one to serve. Stella and Aina were already exhausted from the pace of work. The adventurers kept asking for more. Shiro thought happily, excellent. The reaction exceeded his expectations. He called over the next person in line. It was Yeldos, who asked for something strong. Let them pour him the strongest drink they had. The adventurers were shocked. Could this really be the same indestructible Yeldos, one of the 16 heroes? The surprised protagonist asked him, the strongest drink? Very well, as he says. With these words, he handed the stern man a bottle and asked, so, how does he like this spirit that ignites his very being? He poured him a small glass and handed it to the man. Yeldos grunted in bewilderment and asked, what's with that small cap? Had he completely lost his nerve? Did he take him, a 200-year-old dwarf, for a small fry? The protagonist, confused, retorted, that's not true at all. Just standing on your feet after one sip of this drink is a challenge in itself. It's 96% alcohol after all. The dwarf grew even more enraged. Is he being insolent again? Nothing bothers him at all. Does he understand that? MC tried to calm him down, telling him that an alcohol overdose could kill. Yeldos said angrily, but he understood. Okay, they'll go outside now and quickly. Shiro asked, puzzled. Why? At that moment, Ralph approached Yeldos, introduced himself, and added that he served Florina, the goddess of the sky. The man chuckled irritably and asked if he, a priest, was going to lecture him. That guy behind the counter had insulted his honor. For them, dwarves who grew up with a barrel of ale instead of a bottle of milk, alcohol was like blood flowing through their veins. That drop was nothing to them. Ralph said placatingly. He understood. His anger was justified. Then, he had one proposition. Yeldos looked interested. A proposition? Ralph continued. A priest could cure not only poisoning, but also alcohol intoxication. For this, they use an antidote. If the great warrior should suddenly become intoxicated and lose his footing, he will immediately heal him. The priest looked at both of them and asked what they would say to this. The opponents were not opposed. The dwarf chuckled and said, he won't be able to stand his ground. No one could imagine how many monsters he'd crossed the point of his axe with. It was not for them to doubt his fortitude. A demon lord, an ancient dragon, a troop of goblins, an undead king, a giant ghoul, a Helheim Cerberus, reptilian knights, a Jormungandr, an immortal berserker, a vampire queen. Not once did his knee touch the ground. Everyone present exclaimed in amazement, wow. These are all legendary monsters. After such a cool presentation, he seemed to look even bigger. Yeldos asked the protagonist, so, where's his strong drink? If he falters even a little, he'll grant him any wish. MC asked, and if not, the dwarf declared, then he'll pour him drinks for free for the rest of his days. He handed him a mug and shouted, come on, let him pour, so much that it drips over the rim. Shiro said. He listens and obeys, pouring the drink into the mug. The dwarf grinned, indicating his agreement. Raising the mug to his face, he inhaled the fumes and said with surprise, yes, the drink's strength is palpable. He'd never smelled anything like it before. Yeldos, without stopping, downed the entire mug in one gulp to the astonished gazes of everyone present. The protagonist was simply astonished. In one gulp? How could he do that? The dwarf slammed his empty mug down on the table, exhaled loudly, and said, it really is burning inside. But what will he say? He looks drunk? This question was addressed to the protagonist. Everyone present watched in silent anticipation. MC scratched his head in confusion and admitted he had underestimated him and was admitting defeat. The dwarf laughed loudly and exclaimed, well, did he just wipe his nose? Now he's pouring him drinks for free. Does he realize that? Still laughing loudly, Yeldo suddenly staggered and fell backwards to the floor. Spreading his arms and legs, he let out a long breath and passed out. Shiro called his name anxiously, adding, he was the one who offered him a drink. Ralph cast his healing spell on the dwarf. After a while, as the formidable warrior sat on the floor, leaning against the wall, the protagonist continued, if it weren't for Ralph's healing magic, he wouldn't be sitting with them like this. Hero, or what? Doesn't he think this is disrespectful to alcohol? The dwarf listened to the complaints with a frown. The priest remarked in surprise. He'd never seen a hero scolded like that before. Alcohol was the first thing that brought him to his knees. The adventurers chatted curiously. What was the name of that drink? It had something to do with alcohol. Maybe they should rename it Hero Tamer? Soon, this type of alcohol spread across the continent. No one could stand the strength of this drink. After a while, Neska said in surprise. She'd never tasted such a delicious drink. Kilfa smiled and said she wished she could treat her parents to this. It was a shame they stayed back home. Lear asked the protagonist if he really wouldn't go bankrupt. The protagonist admitted that he'd indeed spent a fair amount, but it was nothing compared to the future profits of those who'd become addicted to his drinks. The guy chuckled and remarked, "You can tell he's an entrepreneur." The MC replied, "Of course, now adventurers can relieve stress, and Aina comes here for her medicine." Lear told him what a kind person he was. At that moment, Kilfa lightly hit Shiro on the head. He was indignant. It hurt. The girl laughed and said, "Oh, come on, she only hit you lightly." Lear glanced sideways and asked if he'd achieved his goal. Looking closely at the box, the guy added, "There was something sticking out of the out-of-place thing, like a fairy feather." The protagonist turned to Patty, sitting in the box, and asked her if her friend was among those present. The fairy replied in the negative. The protagonist said, upset, "Okay, so her friend wasn't an adventurer. She should forgive him." The fairy replied, "He did this for her sake, so he should forgive her." In the end, his boss's friend wasn't found either tomorrow or the day after. Neither citywide canvassing with the necklace nor the posted flyers with descriptions yielded any results. The MC, confused, said, "Maybe he did leave the city after all? There were many more cities besides this one." Patty asked, "How many? 20? No, much more." The fairy was completely disheartened. So many. How could they find him then? At that moment, Karen approached them, turned to Shiro, and said she thought she knew who they were looking for. She became curious. Returning home, she started rummaging around and discovered this. With that, she showed him the open box, which contained a necklace exactly like Patty's. The girl continued, looking at the surprised faces of her allies. This necklace belonged to her great-great-grandfather, the first mayor of this city. Aina, confused, asked the protagonist who a great-great-grandfather was. He explained that it was his grandfather's grandfather. Karen asked them why they needed her relative. MC hesitated, and Patty said she was the one who asked. The mayor exclaimed in surprise, "Is this a fairy?" She turned to Shiro and asked what was going on here. He told her everything about Patty. The girl said, "I see. Although, to be honest, it's hard to believe. But it turns out that her relative knew a fairy." Patty asked, "So she'll tell you where he is?" Karen chuckled in surprise and asked, "What do you mean?" The fairy rattled off, "Well, him, that one. She's his child's child. So they're family, right?" Karen, confused, confirmed, "Yes, that's right." Patty exclaimed impatiently, "Then she must know where he is." The mayor didn't understand what she was talking about. Then it dawned on her. The girl said, "So that's it?" Karen asked Patty how long fairies live on average. She said the leader said they live about 3,000 years. Although she herself had only lived 300 so far. The protagonist was stunned to learn her age. Karen noted that most people don't even live to be 100. That means her great-great-grandfather, the one she was looking for, had long since died. Patty, astonished, said, "That's not true." Memories of her family driving her away flashed through her mind. They shouted at her to get out of here and leave them alone. Let her, a leper, not come near them. Why hasn't the leader driven her out of their village yet? She's powerful. No one cared about her. Even her parents hated her. They would be only too happy if she disappeared. So she broke the village rule and ran away, flying into the pitch-black moonless night. And then she met that boy who looked at her in surprise and asked, "She's a fairy?" For the first time, someone looked at her with such kind eyes. For the first time, someone thanked her. For the first time, she met a man who spoke to her with such a smile. She didn't tell him her name, saying she would do it as soon as he became a full-fledged hunter. And he agreed, adding, "Oh, he certainly would." For the first time, she had someone to have fun with, and someone to argue with. For the first time, she knew that there was a man in this world who would protect her with all his might. One day, he told her to look. He had made them necklaces, 2 identical ones, one for her and one for him. She was outraged then. He was a fool. He almost died. He asked her if she remembered that beautiful stone she found in the forest. That's what he made of it. Let them become a symbol of their friendship. She was extremely amazed. It was the first time anyone had given her a gift. He added then, even if they separate, they will always remember each other. Such a magical object. Now they are true friends. She asked him in surprise, "What does true mean?" The guy asked if she knew what friends were. The fairy answered, "Of course she did. A true friend is someone who is even more important than just a friend." She couldn't believe it. Without even having a single friend, she had suddenly found herself a true friend. The thought brought tears to her eyes. He asked in surprise, "Is she crying?" Patty answered irritably, "What is he, an idiot? She doesn't know how to cry." For the first time, she thought she didn't want to lose him. The guy asked if she could tell him her name already. She replied, "Okay, so be it." After all, she had promised. Then it seemed to her that if she told him her name now, they would never see each other again. Especially since he'd said that even if they separated, they would always remember each other. It was a magical object. So, she said she'd say it next time. They'd meet again, then they'd tell each other their names. He looked at her in confusion, and it seemed to her that their warm relationship would end, so she couldn't tell him her name. Finally, the guy smiled and said, "Okay, He'll be waiting impatiently. In the present tense, Patty said, she understood, so he won't come back, right? The only place she could call home was next to him. Tears welled up in her eyes. The protagonist and Aina looked at her sympathetically. He asked the fairy what she was going to do. Would she go home to the other fairies? Patty replied that she had nowhere to go. She hadn't told them, but she'd been banished. She lifted her shirt and showed her allies the symbol on her stomach. The protagonist, perplexed, asked her what it was. The fairy said this symbol among the fairies means a catcher of misfortune. That's why she regretted being born so many times. The reason even her parents abandoned her is this symbol. Until recently, they surprisingly allowed her to stay in the village. But now, a large swarm of beetles has appeared in the forest. They have killed thousands of fairies. They have begun to hunt them. When they create a nest, they begin to reproduce. These creatures devour everything in the area, and the blame for this fell on her. Her parents told her so. It's all her fault. If only she weren't here. MC exclaimed indignantly. These are all stupid excuses. She couldn't do anything about the beetle's nest. The fairy said in a dejected voice, yes, she could. She is affected, and the leader gave her a name. In the fairy language, this name means the one who makes fate cry. But despite the name he'd given her, he was the one who suggested her people exile her. After these words, she chuckled and remarked, funny, right? And then she and Shiro met in the forest. She saved a drowning idiot, thinking he'd help her find her friend. But that made her an even bigger idiot. Aina spoke the fairy's name compassionately and burst into tears. Patty consoled her, telling her not to cry, otherwise she'd do the same. The protagonist thought for a moment and then understood. He asked the fairy if he could join the chase. She wanted to save the fairies. She looked at him in surprise and then said, of course she wanted to. The protagonist clarified, was she sure? They were still the ones who exiled her. Patty said, the chieftain gave her a name. She's in his debt. Besides, her parents are in the village. They may hate her, but they are her family. Of course she wants to save them. He said decisively, then they will try to save them all. The fairy looked at him, confused, her eyes full of tears, and asked, can they really save them? MC assured her, of course. Patty enthusiastically exclaimed, please. She's begging him to save everyone. Aina asked him about it too. He said, okay, it's decided they'll go to the Adventurers Guild. But it wasn't that simple. The adventurers, hearing his words, were outraged. What's he saying? Nay replied, puzzled. She understood, but she couldn't accept this proposal. It was 200% impossible. He was surprised, but why? The girl said, the fly swatter nest would be a very large and serious military operation. So large that they would need half the people from the guild. Shiro repeated, confused, half of the entire guild. That would be quite expensive, he supposed. Nay remarked. And that wasn't all. They'd lose people. Many adventurers are currently busy with the ruins. It would be a different matter if the fly swatters were nesting near Ninarich, but that wasn't the case. The protagonist noted, upset that's how it was. The girl asked him not to be offended, and then she would return to work. Suddenly, the protagonist called out to her and asked, what if this wasn't an offer, but a deal? She looked surprised. A deal? He said yes, just let her listen. The protagonist activated the spatial storage. Nay exclaimed in surprise, is that what she thinks? The MC replied, yes, that's right, that's what he's proposing. While the fairy's blessing explores the dungeon, he will supply them. He thinks it will more than compensate for the time spent hunting fly swatters. What will she say? Nay smiled, clearly an attractive offer. However, she possessed an artifact enchanted with spatial storage magic. With it, she could carry 3 times as much. Shiro exclaimed in surprise. That can't be right. Aina was worried about him. Nay told him to forgive her, but she still couldn't. At that moment, Eldos appeared in the guild and asked if there was a problem. The protagonist, confused, apologized for the noise and said he'd like the fly swatter nest cleared out. The dwarf thought for a moment, then exclaimed, excellent. He's accepting his request. The protagonist couldn't believe his luck. He let out a surprised breath and asked, why? Eldos asked in bewilderment. Just don't tell him he's forgotten everything? They had an agreement. MC gasped. Exactly. The dwarf clarified. He really forgot. Shiro said so, but it's impossible to organize a mass persecution right now. Nay said so. Eldos swung his axe indignantly and shouted at him not to compare him to every little thing. He alone was more than enough. At that moment, Lear and Ralph approached them. The boy told the protagonist that they heard everything, and they would help. Kilfa leaned out from a beer keg and threw herself at the protagonist with a hug. Nay protested, letting them wait. It was against guild rules to take on quests that weren't given out by them. She couldn't. Yeldos said she'd misunderstood. Lear noticed that the old dwarf was simply paying off his debt, and he collapsed like a house of cards. Yeldos roared, enough. Lear leaned toward the guildmaster and said, and then, they're just helping without getting a reward, right? Nesca pointed out that it wasn't considered a quest until they got a reward. Kilfa added, and of course they'll all help if their friend is in need. MC was touched by his friend's generosity and thanked them all heartily. Afterward, he said they'd drink to celebrate when it was all over. The 2 adventurers noticed he was talking about that delicious alcohol. He replied, exactly. And they shouldn't spread it around. Among the alcohol he'd prepared for the celebration, there might be some fairy mead, but he didn't have much. The adventurers, incredulous, exclaimed loudly, he actually has that? It's the legendary drink. They'll help him with the fly swatters and get some of that nectar. One of the beastmen exclaimed, then he'll be involved too. The wise whip said, good, he's in. Nay protested. They can't. She ordered them to search the ruins, and there's no proof Shiro has real honey. At that moment, Patty flew out of Aine's backpack and protested, it's real. She made the honey for him herself, so it's real. The protagonist threw his head back and groaned. Why did she give herself away? Everyone present stared at the fairy in complete shock. Nay asked, confused, Fairy, what does that mean? The protagonist replied sheepishly, this is his boss, Patty. She's the one who wants the fly swatters exterminated. She wants to save her brethren. That's her wish, but he's a simple merchant and can't fight monsters or anything like that. He bowed his head to the guildmaster and added that he was asking her to do this, to save the fairies. Patty looked at him with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. She bowed to Nay as well and asked for her family's salvation. If they dealt with the bugs, she would make honey for each of them. The fairy fell at her feet and begged her to save her fellow fairies and her family. The guildmaster, embarrassed, pressed her fingers to her temple and remarked how cruelly he was making her look like a villain. She extended her hand and declared, by the authority vested in her by the guild, she commanded, let those of bronze rank and above gather and set out. Their mission is to capture the fly swatter nest, deep within the eastern forest known as Jagina Forest. After a while, everyone set out for the designated location. After several hours of travel, the protagonist warily asked, are they there? Patty exclaimed, this is it, the fly swatter nest. Because of the enemies, the fairies can't leave their homes. The protagonist stared at the ruins entrance in surprise. Lear said he was so hungry. MC told him it could be, although no, it couldn't be. This is definitely what the guild was looking for. The ruins of an ancient magical civilization, right? The guy noticed. Did he think so too? The party said in confusion. Their leader calls it a cave, but a species unknown to them created the structure long ago. Nay said in surprise, what an amazing gift. The stars aligned, right? She laid out a map of the area and said, here's the plan. To minimize losses, they would split into 3 groups. 6 mithril-ranked people would launch a surprise attack on the enemies on her command. 17 gold-ranked people would stand at the entrance and deal with the fly swatters leaving the cave. The remaining 53 silver-ranked people and below would hunt down any who break through. She calls it the plan to swat the fly swatters. They won't miss a single one. And Yeldos, a platinum-ranked warrior, will remain in reserve in case of an emergency. The protagonist, pointing at the dwarf, noted in surprise, he's warming up alone? The members of Azure Flash exclaimed, they mustn't fall behind. Nay tried to stop them. Ralph said they'd stay here and cover Shiro in the rear. Let them rely on them. Ralph's team was determined. Nay shouted, new plan. Let them follow Yeldos. We must destroy all the fly swatters. The warriors joyfully advanced. They burst into the cave and began to destroy the enemy as they went. After a while, the protagonist looked at his watch and noticed that 2 hours had already passed. Was everything all right there? At that moment, Nay appeared from the cave. The protagonist rushed to her, asking how everything went. The dwarf who appeared exclaimed, who do they think he is? It was like morning exercises. The guildmaster said he almost single-handedly destroyed the opponents. And she personally confirms that not a single fly swatter remained. MC was simply amazed. He said, amazing. There were so many of them. By the way, did the fly swatters have a queen? Or some kind of final boss? Yeldos said in confusion, a queen? Or was there? Even if so, he killed her. More importantly, he was hungry. Did they have booze and meat? Shiro looked at Patty and asked, wow, isn't it? The fairy, her voice stuttering with amazement, replied, yes, it was great. He remarked, shouldn't she tell the other fairies about this? That they destroyed all the fly swatters. Patty threw up her hands and shouted joyfully, they did it! Suddenly something buzzed in her head, and she heard a cry for help. The fairy asked the protagonist, perplexed, if he just heard anything. He asked in surprise, what was she talking about? She rushed forward and shouted that she'd be right back. The protagonist rushed after her and apologized to Lear, adding that they'd be right back. The boy wanted to ask what happened, but MC was already out of sight. The allies rushed after him. Party saw a fly swatter below, preparing to attack the little fairy. The girl, trying to escape, was begging for help. Party rushed toward it and shouted at the monster to stop. She activated Wind Slash, but stopped just in time. She couldn't do that, otherwise she'd hit the fairy too. She lunged straight at the enemy's back, but the beetle knocked her back, and she flew off with a scream. Kilfa rushed forward at the beetle and shouted, she knows their weak spot. Nesca activated her frost spear and attacked the enemy. The beetle dropped the girl, tossing her into the air, and she began to slowly fall. Patty caught her, carefully lowered her to the ground, and asked if she was okay. By that time, the beetle was gone, and Kilfa was jubilant. Shiro thanked the girls heartily. At that moment, an endless number of beetles swooped down, and everyone who arrived in time began to fight them. Lear asked the protagonist and Patty if they were okay. The boy remarked, that's not good. There were thousands of them, and they were swarming in the nest. Nay exclaimed in bewilderment, what's going on? They killed them all. One of the knights informed her that they hadn't noticed another exit from the nest. It was deep inside, and the bodies were blocking the passage. Confused, she asked what he had said. Confused, the girl said, she's not worthy of being called the guild leader. Patty, looking at the enemies, excitedly shouted, so they can get to the cave where everyone lives. The protagonist asked the fairy if she could use that skill. Meanwhile, Lear, who was fighting, muttered irritably, there's no end to them. Noticing MC's movements, he asked in confusion what he was doing. Shiro, without answering, sat the fairy on a gas cylinder and asked if she was ready. Patty said she was. She activated Wind Slash, an improvised flamethrower, and he summoned an improvised fire tornado. At that very moment, a powerful stream of fire emerged from the cylinder, turning into a huge pillar of flame, attacking the enemies. The bugs were defeated. The protagonist exclaimed joyfully. It worked perfectly. It was much more powerful than he thought. He was glad they were aiming at the air. Lear remarked in surprise, "Isn't he a great mage or something?" Suddenly, Nesca told him, alarmed, to look at the sky. A new horde of fly swatters was flying toward them, led by their boss. Lear said in confusion, "It can't be." Nesca assumed it must be their boss. Kiltha asked, "Isn't she too big?" The protagonist asked Potty if she could use the skill again. The fairy replied, "She can fire one more shot." At that moment, Ralph shouted, "The queen is attacking." MC cursed in irritation. The fairy's eyes widened in fear. The dwarf said, "True justice." He activated a thunderbolt and attacked the enemy queen. A bright static charge engulfed the monster and it collapsed, defeated on the first try. Yeldos approached Shiro and apologized for keeping him waiting. Shiro, looking at the broken trees and fallen monsters, thanked the dwarf for his help. The old man grumbled in response. There was nothing to thank him for. He was simply returning the favor. He shouldered his axe and exclaimed, and besides, this was the first time he'd ever gone all out with the magical axe, Seagull. He got it from the immortal witch, the protagonist muttered in surprise. The immortal witch? Seagull? He wondered out loud if the axe could do anything with true justice. Yeldos replied, "Yes, Seagull can use true justice magic twice a day." The protagonist said he knew it. Besides Mel Gibson, Grandma was a Steven Seagal fan. The dwarf asked in surprise, "How did he know that?" MC hesitated, but Eldos understood on his own and exclaimed, "My God, so he's Eris's grandson?" Now that he said it, he could see the resemblance. At that moment, Patty became wary. Shiro asked, "What happened?" She said, "Chief, a gray-haired old man came out to meet them, followed by several representatives of that race. The adventurers were surprised, so many fairies here. They were so small and cute. What a stunning view." The old man turned to Potty and asked why she had returned after being exiled. And why were humans hunting fly swatters? She quickly retorted, "It's just a coincidence. She was exiled from the village. Why should she tell him anything?" The old man uttered her name, and the protagonist said, "It's very nice to meet the chief." Potty saved his life, and at his savior's request, they came to exterminate the fly swatters and save the village. The elders spoke, understanding, as if they had been saved by Potty. How ironic that it was she, under the influence. Nesca asked in confusion, "Under the influence." Potty lifted her shirt, revealing the mark on her stomach, and noticed he was referring to this. Among fairies, this symbol is known to bring bad luck. Nesca said in surprise, "It's a crest." This mark is known among the Guild of Sages as a crest. It appears only on those born with great power. It is the mark of the chosen one. But strong mana is also difficult to control. It is wild. Therefore, it is said that most of those marked live unfortunate lives. However, much time has passed since someone learned to control it, studying magic from the ground up, and those who learned to do so became great wizards, known as sorcerers. Looking at Potty's surprise, she continued, "Some races in remote settlements don't understand this and discriminate against them, but a coat of arms is nothing to be ashamed of. It's a gift from the gods, proof of uniqueness." The elder said in confusion, "That can't be. Is she saying their legends were misunderstood?" Nesca looked at Potty and added, "She has studied all magic from the very basics, so she can teach her if she wants." The fairy uttered her name in surprise. The girl added, "If the bearer of the coat of arms can control mana, she's sure she can help the fairies." The elder turned to his granddaughter sorrowfully and said he was so sorry for all the hardships she'd endured. He wanted to apologize to her as the leader and as her grandfather. He bowed his head and added, "I'm so sorry," Potty exclaimed. "Enough." She flew up to him and sat down in front of him. The fairy tearfully declared that if she hadn't been exiled, she wouldn't have met Shiro, and she would never have been able to save her village. Therefore, everything that happens is for the best. It was the right choice. She turned to him and all the other members of her kin, and, crying, told them that none of them had made a mistake. After some time, the protagonist asked her if she was really returning home. The fairy, with a sad smile, replied that she was. Grandfather, as the village leader, asked her to return to the village. Ina tearfully protested. No, she wanted to stay with Party. The fairy smiled sadly, looking at her, and told them both that if she stayed with mortals like them, she would end up alone again, right? Also, she came to this town to find that guy, right? MC replied, he understood. The fairy thanked her allies for their hospitality and was about to fly away, when Karen stopped her. She gave the fairy the letter and said she found it while looking through her ancestors' belongings. It seemed to be addressed to a friend of her great-great-grandfather's. There was a good chance this letter was for her. Patty took it with trembling hands. Karen asked her to open the message. Patty granted her wish and began to read to his wonderful friend. They had not seen each other for a long time. So much had passed since the day he promised to meet. Countless seasons had flown by. The thin and weak arms she had laughed at had become even thinner and weaker. He wondered if she would make fun of him if she saw him right now. Even walking was becoming difficult for him, but he would very much like to run with her through the forest again, like then. As she read, Patty did not notice the tears streaming from her eyes. She continued reading. By a happy coincidence, he had learned something from his elf acquaintance. Fairies live much longer than people. Oh yeah, she told him her name then. The one who brings bad luck, Patty. That's a beautiful name. While he was writing that letter, he said her name many times. He never told her his name, right? His name is Aaron Sankareka. Thank her for meeting him. Best wishes, her friend, Aaron Sankareka. Karen took the letter from her hands, looked at it and said that's all. It turns out she really helped her relative out. Patty said she realized his name was Aaron, and to think he knew her name. She was his only friend, and Aaron was her only friend. But he found his love. He was probably surrounded by children, grandchildren. MC answered her. That's true. Patty, sobbing bitterly, noted, he was happy, right? She's very happy for him. That's true. Shiro told her that their human lives may be short, but time means nothing between friends. Aaron will live in her memory as long as she lives, won't he? The fairy, wiping away her tears, replied, of course that's true. He continued. He didn't consider this something insignificant. He wanted her to keep him and Ain in her heart. Let her look at this. With these words, he pulled a photograph from his bosom depicting the three of them. The protagonist added, anyone who saw this would think they were friends. No, best friends, right? She looked at him, touched. Aina exclaimed, yes, her friend, the best friend. Lear noted, the protagonist was 100% right. Kilfa said, they are so happy. It's amazing that he and the fairy got along. Neska told the fairy that she understood her feelings to some extent. Elven blood flows in her veins, and she, too, lives longer than humans. But despite this, she is not afraid to love Lear. She tries to keep every second spent with him in her heart. The boy looked at her with confusion and said her name. The girl continued, it was a choice she made. And what about her? Patty burst into tears and said she wasn't worried or anything. She wouldn't return to the village. The village chief hadn't told her when she could return. And she, Neska, had promised to teach her how to control mana. And she couldn't leave Aina. She was such a crybaby. Time flows differently. She have to bury MC. Shiro was taken aback by her words, then laughed and told her not to kill him. Aina, overcome with emotion, rushed to the fairy and hugged her tightly. Patty exclaimed in fear, asking her not to hug her so suddenly. The protagonist, looking at the girls, thought with a smile, just like that, the curtain falls on the fairy Patty's adventure. She was happy about her decision to stay with her friends. Meanwhile, 2 months passed before they knew it. And on the day of the Harvest Festival, as he had promised Karen to help make the festival popular, he gave Aina a camera and assigned her to be the photographer while he and Karen handled the opening ceremony. He exclaimed, the auction is open. Let everyone come and watch. A legendary drink capable of defeating even the most renowned hero, the strongest spirit known as the Hero Slayer. And this gentleman had just bought it for only 44 silver. And finally, their last item, a mythological drink that can only be consumed by those blessed by a fairy. Fairy honey was up for auction. It was produced by an artisan and tourism ambassador in Ninarich named Patty. He introduced the shy fairy. She muttered that she was glad to meet everyone. The protagonist suggested that everyone give her a round of applause. Everyone began to happily greet her. The MC shouted, fairy honey of the highest quality. Bidding starts with 1 gold piece. People started putting in their prices. After a while, Shiro happily remarked that it looked like they had quite a haul. Even Karen had a funny look on her face. The girl sheepishly covered her face with her hands and said that even she couldn't keep her cool with such a sum. A whole 500 gold pieces. The protagonist laughed, but it's good that Ninarich will get so much, right? The mayor remarked, yes, and it's all thanks to him. Thank you, he sheepishly replied. No need for thanks. And the boss made the honey, after all. She said she knew that. Party, standing behind them, watched them in surprise. Then she asked, she'd like to ask them both, are they planning on having a child later, or what? The protagonist exclaimed in confusion. What was she saying? Karen also cried out in confusion. They weren't on that kind of terms with him. Party looked puzzled, but Stella said that people are reincarnated, or something like that. She turned to Karen and added, if she has children, they could become Aaron's reincarnation, right? MC replied, confused. It's easy to say, but people have to perform certain rituals multiple times before they can have children. Karen added, that's right. Children are born through many trials. A man and a woman who love each other very much. Party suddenly screamed, shut up! They couldn't just shut up and make a child for her? That was her order. Shiro muttered in amazement. What an unreasonable demand. At that moment, Stella and Aina approached them. The girl asked the protagonist if the auction was over. He replied, yes, that's right, they're done here. Was the photography job going well? Aina said they had many visitors. He offered to take a group photo, and the girl enthusiastically agreed. The protagonist picked up the camera and thought, there's no light here today, only lanterns. The dark city was pleasantly illuminated by a pleasant glow. This was the place Aaron created, the small town of Ninorichi. He said out loud, okay, he's taking pictures. But then he began adjusting his allies. He asked Karen if she could move a little more to the right. He meant his right, her left, like this. He playfully yelled at Patty, can she pose properly? At that moment, Arisa approached him from behind and asked him in surprise, is that him, Shiro? He looked at her in confusion and asked, who is she? She was even more surprised. He didn't recognize her. MC sheepishly apologized to her and said, I can't remember. Have they met before? Arisa removed her hood and said with a smile, she's his grandmother. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Not only was his grandmother alive, but she had also appeared at the Harvest Festival. Even after he began his life as a merchant, reuniting with her was his greatest desire. 2 months had passed since he was told this. Meanwhile, he was attacked by fly swatters while running an errand with Azure Flash and accidentally met the fairy Potty. This meeting was very important for him. So much had happened before the festival, and while he was enjoying the eve of the festival with everyone, she appeared. He asked, puzzled, what exactly had she just said? The woman smiled and said, she's his grandmother, that's what she said. Aina asked the protagonist, perplexed, who that girl was. Arisa replied, as she saw it, Shiro's grandmother. The girl said in surprise, grandmother? But she looks so young. The witch approached her grandson and remarked, yes, indeed. She made a sign with her fingers and added, let her see. Can't you see how similar they are? The protagonist, confused, thought, a double peace sign. He exclaimed, no, his grandmother is over 80 years old. She's an old woman, not a young and high-class girl like her. That can't be right. Karen also pronounced the witch's name in amazement. The woman gasped and remarked, but it's the mayor. Is she doing well? The girl replied, yes, the festival is a success this year, and all thanks to her grandson's help. Arisa said with a satisfied tone, I see. She looked at her grandson and said he'd grown up to be a good guy. It wasn't for nothing she'd taken him to festivals since he was young. He asked in bewilderment, is she really his grandmother? The woman remarked, she'll keep telling him yes. MC tested her, asking, what's her favorite movie? She answered, Lethal Weapon. He continued, and what's second? The woman said, she would have said Braveheart, but let's say Mad Max. Shiro asked, what's his favorite actor? Arisa said, Mel Gibson, of course. She made a sad expression and remarked, he's become so cautious, and she was upset. Does he remember when he was 7 years old, on the way home from a movie? He missed the bathroom, and she had to change his pants? The protagonist flushed with shame and exclaimed, no need for such details. The more important thing is, where was she all this time? Why did she disappear without saying anything? Her voice trembled as she replied, let him forgive her, okay? And let him not look so sad. At that moment, Patty flew up to them and asked him in surprise, who is this woman? She could sense her incredible mana. Karen asked permission to introduce the woman and declared, she's a living legend, the immortal witch, Arisa Gawamio. At that moment, the adventurers' puzzled voices rang out. Did someone mention an immortal witch? Arisa showed up at the festival this year? One of the adventurers shouted, make them all go away. He should greet the great witch as the representative of the Baildor family. Arisa told Karen, it seems she spoke too loudly, didn't she? The mayor sheepishly apologized. The woman reassured her, there's nothing to worry about. She's used to it. But she still can't enjoy the festival, can she? She swung her sword, stopping those who wanted to approach her. Those present were shocked. What was that? Was that Mel Gibson's magical star sword? Arisa apologized and added that she had just met her grandson. So sweet dreams. Swinging her sword again, she put those present to sleep. The protagonist exclaimed in alarm. What had she done? The woman replied that it was just a small illusion. She approached him and hugged him tightly. He began to struggle in her embrace and exclaimed, what was she doing? Arisa activated the dimensional hole and suggested that they do it together. MC, perplexed, asked what she meant. What were they supposed to do? The woman asked, isn't it clear? Go home, of course. She dragged him upward toward the dimensional hole and he began to stop her. Arisa, despite his resistance, stubbornly continued to pull him upward. He screamed, they're going to crash. They burst into the spatial circle at breakneck speed and found themselves home. The woman stretched her body and said with satisfaction how she missed home. The protagonist lay on the floor, barely catching his breath. After a while, he poured her tea. The woman remarked how touching it was. He was such a naughty child, and now he was politely pouring her a drink. He replied that he was already 25 years old. While sipping the tea, she noticed that he seemed to want to tell her something. The protagonist exclaimed, of course. He wanted to ask so many things, but who the hell is she? Arisa said it. She'd already said it. A witch? Or is that not enough? The MC responded irritably, that doesn't explain anything at all. Total chaos ensued. Their entire family was in an uproar for her to know. Why did she disappear like that then? The woman said it was a secret. They, witches, have their own things to do for him to know. He noticed that these were all excuses, so unfair. Okay then, another question. Was she using magic to make herself look younger? Some kind of illusion, like last time? Arisa answered in surprise. No, of course not. She really does look like that. But her old appearance, yes, it was a magical transformation. If she didn't look her age, people would have suspected something. Seeing his puzzled expression, she added, fine, let him watch. A creaking sound was heard in the air, and with each sound, she began to take on the appearance of his grandmother. The one he was used to. He said in amazement, it couldn't be. In front of him, indeed, stood the grandmother he remembered. The woman smiled and asked, well, he liked her usual appearance better, right? Shiro answered in amazement, no, it was simply surprising and terrifying at the same time. She added, his grandfather once asked that she always remain young for him. He always called her sweet and beautiful, and at night they belonged only to each other. The protagonist covered his ears with his hands and exclaimed indignantly, telling her to stop right now. He didn't want to hear such things, especially when it was about his own grandparents. The woman chuckled and asked, are there any more questions? After a while, he said in surprise, interesting. So the storeroom had been connected to another world for several decades. Arisa replied that it just so happened when she and his grandfather had no money at all after building the house. So they had no money for travel or other entertainment, and they quickly got tired of Asakusa and Ueno. So she came up with something. They had an empty room. There wasn't even any furniture in it. So she decided to connect it with Lufaltio. They had fun as best they could, taming all sorts of fantastical beasts, climbing the world tree. They slapped the foolish king who had misruled his lands. The two skills he uses? She's too tied to the logic of this world, so she could only pass them on to him. Come to think of it, she made skill books for his grandfather. What kind of power does he want for himself? The protagonist asked in surprise. Power? The woman answered, yes. Inhuman strength, capable of hurling entire mountains, or the forbidden art of summoning the dead, or perhaps a spell capable of cleaving the heavens themselves. He is her dear grandson after all, and he can choose whatever he wants. He thought for a moment, and then clarified, should he answer right now? Arisa replied that he didn't have to rush. She would wait for his decision while she stayed here. The protagonist thanked her, then jumped up and exclaimed, what do you mean? She'll stay here? Arisa remarked in surprise. Is that not possible? This is his and his grandfather's house after all. He quickly replied, of course she could. He was just surprised. He'd given up hope they'd ever be together again. This would have to be celebrated. She asked, puzzled. Celebrate? MC exclaimed joyfully. Yes, they're throwing a party. He'll make her favorite sukiyaki. The woman looked at him, touched, and said with a smile, that sounds good. Fine, she's counting on his hospitality. Early the next morning, he began preparing for the party. Having successfully penetrated the spatial circle, he said, good. It's lucky the pantry connected to the second floor. If it had led to the front, he'd have to come at night. Fine, now he needs to apologize to everyone for his sudden disappearance. Suddenly, an upset Aina appeared before him and called out to him in surprise. Patty appeared next to her. He thought he'd been caught. They definitely saw him go through the gate. Aina, completely confused, asked, he just returned from the witch country, right? He was confused. The witch country? What were they talking about? Patty looked at him in fear. Aina said that when he suddenly disappeared, they decided to split up and try to search the streets for him. They were all worried about him, and when they couldn't find him, they decided that that damn witch had kidnapped him and transferred him to her world. Carne suggested that they quickly find Aris. Shiro answered sheepishly. Actually, he just decided to visit his grandmother yesterday. Aina and Patty trembled at his answer, and the girl asked, to the witch's house? He answered, that's right, and since she lives very far from here, he had to use her magic. 1 second, and he was already there. Aina hesitated and then exclaimed impatiently, he was in a real witch's house. Let him tell what this place is, Patty added excitedly. And how is it? What's it like? The protagonist, confused, answered, it's just his grandmother's house. The girls asked in unison, and where is it? What is it like? The protagonist spoke with confusion. He wasn't sure if this place could be called a witch's country, but he guessed the feeling of that city was very different from what they were used to. Aina asked Patty if she'd heard that. The fairy answered enthusiastically, yes, it was just as they described it. At that moment, MC screamed and fell to the floor. They called out to him in alarm, asking what had happened. He grumbled, what the hell is that? Where did banana peels come from? Aina asked him if there were many witches in that city. Besides his grandmother, of course. And if so, what were they like? And where was that witch now? Patty asked him to take them to her. Let him think it was her order. Shiro replied warily, no, he doesn't know. He honestly had no idea. At that moment, his allies burst into the room, shouting, he's back. They were surprised to see him lying on the floor, Aina sitting next to him, and Patty perched on his head. He began to justify himself, seeing their amazement. No, it's not what they thought. In the end, after several painful arguments, the situation was finally resolved without any casualties. Karen said she was worried about him, and yet it was partly her fault. She shouldn't have invited Arisa here. They'd only caused unnecessary noise. She was so sorry. And where is she now? The protagonist decided to lie. He said she'd be back soon, and she hadn't been seen since. However, he thinks she really will be back soon. Karen pointed out that's how it is. By the way, thanks to Arisa, next year, they'll be able to hold the festival on an even grander scale than this one, and there will be more guests. Perhaps even the entire royal retinue will deign to attend, and not just the aristocrats close to them. He said, wow, and it turns out Grandma's really popular here. The mayor continued, though it wasn't too early to rejoice. There was still something else that needed to be taken care of. The protagonist inquired, what is this important matter? The girl replied, paying taxes to the count, who owns the local lands. Every peasant knows that everyone living in the count's territory is obligated to pay their taxes on time. Typically, this event occurs after the harvest festival, just when the city treasury is replenished. MC said, yes, it's good that the city can pay taxes directly to the count. It's somehow easier without an intermediary. Karen said thoughtfully, yes, indeed. He called out to her, surprised. The girl said she was asking for forgiveness. When she thought about having to go to that upstart again, her heart suddenly became heavy. She was doing this for her country. Shiro said so, and he even understood why. No one likes paying taxes. She countered, that's not even the point. She'd been wanting to ask him about something for a while. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and said, I think he understands. He doesn't have a girlfriend, if that's what she was asking. The allies burst into laughter, but quietly, so as not to offend them. Ralph offered his beard to the fairy, who was fingering it. Karen sheepishly retorted, no, that's not it at all. Couldn't they talk about it in a more appropriate place? After a while, the protagonist placed a cup of tea in front of her and said, here you go. Let her drink this before it gets cold. The mayor took a sip of her drink and thanked him with a smile. His tea was delicious. As always, Shiro suggested getting back to the matter at hand. What did she want to ask him about? Karen said sheepishly. To be honest, she didn't even know where to begin. It was such a delicate question. In case he hadn't noticed, she'd liked him for a long time. He asked in surprise. Like him? The girl, even more embarrassed, wanted to continue the conversation but fell silent. The protagonist frantically thought she'd blushed so much. Was she really trying to confess something to him? His heart pounded, his thoughts racing. This couldn't be. Or maybe he liked her too. The girl tried again to say what she wanted, but again she fell silent, embarrassed. His heart, it seemed to him, was about to jump with anticipation. He thought joyfully, this confession, he knew it. This oppressive, awkward atmosphere between them, Karen's flushed cheeks, all of it led to only one thought. If things continued like this, the next step would be those cherished words. She would confess her love to him. His visions were so vivid that he thanked her and hiccuped with excitement. The girl stared at him in bewilderment. What was he doing? After a brief silence, Karen finally asked, blushing with shame, with difficulty, why his hair was so shiny. She couldn't figure it out. These words were like a bolt from the blue for him. He didn't even immediately understand what she was asking. Confused, the protagonist asked again, hair? The mayor exclaimed in embarrassment that no matter how much she cared for her hair, she couldn't achieve that effect. She diligently combed it every day, washed it thoroughly, and all to no avail. She was ashamed to admit it, but she used to be proud of it. However, then she met him. His hair was always in perfect condition. It seemed to absorb the sunlight, forming a glossy circle around the entire perimeter of his hair. Without thinking, he asked, like an angel's halo? Karen was confused. A halo? Yes, perhaps it was some kind of divine blessing, nothing less. MC exclaimed in embarrassment when he mentioned the halo. That's not what he meant at all. The girl continued. Basically, she envied him. She even felt somehow ashamed to go out in public now. He asked, perplexed. In public? Karen abruptly changed the subject. What had she been puzzling over? This was a bit unusual for the Bashed clan, but at some point, the Count felt he owed some thanks to those who paid his taxes. The village elders, the mayors. So he decided to hold regular banquets to celebrate this. Shiro exclaimed in surprise. Wow, and he thought their family were arrogant idiots. So what's the problem? Karen said that usually at such events, she felt out of place. She stood out too much. Every now and then she heard whispers behind her like, look, a bunch of country bumpkins have arrived. She wouldn't have made such a big deal about it if it had happened only once. But surely it wouldn't happen all the time. There weren't any good dress shops in their area, and she didn't have time to go shopping in the capital. So she thought, maybe if she had hair like his, no one would call her a country bumpkin at banquets anymore, and maybe there would even be someone who couldn't take their eyes off her. The protagonist chuckled and said, now he understood what she was getting at. Her hair could become just like that. No, even more beautiful. She just needed to use a certain product on it. Karen exclaimed with interest. What product? Did he have it? He replied positively and added that he would provide it for her. Furthermore, she should let him prepare her dress. The mayor was shocked by his offer. The protagonist added that if she entrusted this task to him, she would no longer have to blush about her appearance. On the contrary, she'll attract the attention of all the guests. He'll make a real lady out of her. After a while, he returned home and set about his plan. Arisa asked him what he'd been so busy with lately. MC replied, oh, well, he's looking for a suitable evening dress at one of the shopping areas. The woman looked at him quizzically and said, wow, she certainly didn't expect that. She didn't expect him to take up such an unusual hobby in her absence. Shiro exclaimed indignantly, blushing. It wasn't for him. It was for Karen. Grandma asked, for that city girl? Does he like her or something? Nothing surprising, really. She has a great figure and a good personality. He was indignant. She'd gotten it all wrong. He simply promised to help her. Arisa clarified. Did he promise to marry her or something? The protagonist was completely embarrassed and almost shouted. But he's telling her it's not like that at all. She looked at him carefully and said, okay, then. She'll help him find something decent for her, he exclaimed in surprise. She? Does she even have taste in clothes? She usually dresses so-so. Arisa barked at him, telling him to shut up. She might even change his mind. Meanwhile, his allies were fighting the training monster. Neska said, she thinks this is the end. Patty countered, no way, she'll defeat him. If this is the end, then it's a sin for her to bear the name of a fairy. Her opponent was a three-headed dragon. She activated her magic power and attacked the enemy, shouting, now he'll get it from me. Her fireball rushed at the dragon and exploded in the air, scattering pieces of the enemy. She turned to Neska and asked, well, how do you like it? The girl replied, stunned. It's just awful. How powerful was the explosion from that fireball? The fairy replied, how would she know? The girl noted that the training field equipment was damaged. The returning protagonist shouted to her, good work. He saw a large pillar of fire rising beyond the city limits. She joyfully greeted him. Neska started scolding her, asking how many times she had to repeat it before she got it. She needed to control her magical power. Just let her use the magic on the tip of her index finger. Let her imagine it. The fairy begged her for one more try, insisting she'd definitely succeed this time. Lear asked the protagonist if he was going to the capital. MC replied that he was. Karen had invited him. The boy asked if, since he was going there, maybe he could stop by a certain department. Shiro, puzzled, replied that he only had Ninorich with him, and he'd only be with Karen. At that moment, Patty flew up to them and exclaimed, she's going with them. That's her order. She wanted to go to the capital too. The protagonist protested, saying, unfortunately, it wouldn't work this time. Nesca scolded the fairy, telling her to stop embarrassing him. Just think about it. If she showed up there would be those willing to sell her for a high price. The fairy imagined this terrible picture. The protagonist noticed, exactly. The city was dangerous. What if she entered and couldn't leave? They, humans, unlike her, weren't so valuable. The fairy was very upset. Lear said she shouldn't hang her head. At that moment, Geralt's voice was heard behind them. He exclaimed, "Was that Shiro already?" MC exclaimed in surprise. Geralt? The man noticed. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. The protagonist noticed. That's right. He opened his own branch, didn't he? Just like a merchant. How enviable. Geralt smiled and replied, "It's all thanks to him. He had already paid off his debt, and if he can open his own branch in the capital, he'll definitely need to join the merchant guild. There are 5 great merchant guilds in the capital." The protagonist was surprised. Even so, Geralt continued, "The capital thrives on trade. There are several commercial establishments in the city, each managed by the 5 great merchant guilds." MC remarked in surprise, "Wow, now he knows." The man added, "Business always runs into trouble sooner or later. Well, now he just needed to get the materials." Shiro turned to Nesca and said he and Karen had a little deal. He took some chocolate out of his jacket pocket, handed it to the girl, and said, "This is for her." It might sound too cliché, but the chocolate was delicious. Nesca, swallowing convulsively with anticipation, replied, "Everything is fine." Sometime later, he came to Karen at the town hall. An employee told him the mayor would listen to him. When Karen saw him, she exclaimed joyfully. She'd been waiting for him for so long. Looking at Aine, she was surprised. "Is the girl here too?" The protagonist remarked that, yes, to be honest, he did have a bit of a problem. Everything would become clear later. The girl looked at him and suggested they get down to business right away. He placed various bottles in front of her. Karen asked, puzzled, "What are these?" The protagonist said, "Shampoo, conditioner, and balm. They'll make your hair smooth and shiny." As she could see, 3 different bottles. The mayor caught the scent of the products and said admiringly, "A wonderful floral scent." You could tell how different it was from perfume, couldn't he? MC agreed. That was it. It's called shampoo. It's like liquid soap with a floral scent. And now, the dress. He'd been working on it all night. With that, he handed Karen the drawing of the outfit. The girl asked Ina what she thought of it. The girl replied, "The color is nice." The mayor asked, "Is she sure? Isn't it too bright?" Ina said, "Mom always says a woman's breasts can be so big that you can't help but show them. Only if the girl herself doesn't want it." Karen said sheepishly, "I see. I guess not." Shiro asked, "What's the outcome? Shouldn't she rush the dress? They could work on it some more." Karen hesitated. Ina, at the protagonist's command, grabbed a measuring tape and began measuring the mayor. She exclaimed in surprise, "What is she doing? Is she measuring her?" The girl silently continued her work. Karen turned to Shiro and asked if he could even hear her. The protagonist told her not to worry. Ina was taking her measurements. The girl assured the mayor that she would do everything properly. The girl exclaimed in bewilderment. "So she wants her to undress in front of Shiro now?" The protagonist sheepishly said, "He'll leave the room. Let him know when they're done." Ina urged the mayor to hurry up and undress. When the girl did, Ina exclaimed in admiration at her amazing figure. Karen sheepishly replied, "She should stop saying that already." MC, stepping outside, thought it was impossible to believe he was participating in this. After a while, the protagonist said to his grandmother, "Well, it's time to go." She wished him a good time. At the same time, Ina told her mother she was leaving. Stella asked her to be careful. The protagonist and Ina met and set out for the capital of Maesel. Karen was waiting for them at the meeting point, telling them that a horse-drawn carriage had been waiting for them all this time. They should hurry up. Dwayne invited Karen into the carriage. She responded irritably, saying she had already told him everything earlier. The Lord apologized to her for his rudeness and added that she looked incredibly beautiful today. She should be kind enough to follow him. The girl categorically declared that there was no point in trying to flatter her. He muttered inaudibly that she was boring. Dwayne turned to MC and Ina and asked, "Are they her assistants?" Shiro replied, "A merchant from Norwich." After that, he told the guy his name and added that he was pleased to meet him. The girl, embarrassed, told him her name and assured him of her pleasure. Dwayne said, "Okay, there's no need to be afraid of him. Even though he accompanies the knights, he's not really that different from the rest of them." The protagonist wanted to say something to him, but the guy interrupted him and exclaimed, "What's wrong? Let them just say right away that his heart is free. Maybe one day he could fall in love, who knows?" The protagonist said, "But that's not what he meant. Why does he need a cat on his shoulder?" The Lord replied nonchalantly, "It follows him all the way." MC asked in confusion, "Did he separate him from his parents?" Ina was touched by the animal. She said that in the kingdom of Gillam, black cats bring good luck. The guy remarked, "Wow, the complete opposite of what they believed in his hometown." He came to his senses and said that it was time for them to leave. They rushed along on the carriages at such a speed that Ina marveled at the wind. Shiro said they were going fast. Karen replied, "That's right. It's all free for them too. It's a high-class horse-drawn carriage." He looked at the road and exclaimed, "Was that Emily just there?" The allies stared at him in confusion. What was he talking about? At that moment, Emily's cry rang out, asking them to stop the carriage. Karen exclaimed in bewilderment, "What was she thinking?" The girls screamed, How awful. She wanted to go with them, the mayor objected, but she still has work at the Adventurers Guild. The girl running alongside the carriage replied, that's true, but she can sometimes leave her city. She wants to spend as much time as possible somewhere else. Karen sighed in irritation. Emily thrust an envelope into the protagonist's hands and told him to take it. As soon as she handed it to him, she stumbled and fell to the ground. The protagonist called out to her in alarm. She asked him to come back quickly. She would always be waiting for him. After that, he looked at the envelope and thought, what if it was a love letter? Karen exclaimed in surprise. What? A love letter from her to him? Dwayne grinned and said, he's a real ladies' man. The mayor asked MC what it said. Let him open it quickly. When Shiro read the message, a range of emotions crossed his face. Aina addressed him by name in surprise. Karen impatiently asked him what it was. What was written there? Aina asked him, can she read it? Can she? When he handed her the letter, the girl read the list in amazement. A brooch from the store, a hair ornament, baked sweets. She looked at him in surprise and asked, is this what she thinks it is? The protagonist answered, yes, she understood everything correctly. It is Emil's wish list as a souvenir. In other words, everything she couldn't buy here. And she'd slipped 1 silver coin into the envelope, Karen remarked sarcastically. Apparently she wanted him to buy it for her, spending only that much. She could have just told him. He sighed and said, okay. I'll have to buy her everything she needs. Karen snatched the letter from him, tore it up, and said, no. Then she asked Aine if she could read. The girl replied, a long time ago. She wanted to write a letter and asked her mother to teach her. Karen remarked, she hoped it was a love letter. The girl laughed and said, well, that's a secret. So the journey to the capital, to put it simply, was quite long. On the first day, the allies slept in camp. On the second day, they set up another camp. They spent the third day in a small village. On the fourth day, they stayed at the town inn, and on the fifth day, they spent the night in camp again. And then, on the morning of the sixth day, Aina exclaimed joyfully, they'd finally arrived. Shiro, looking around, said admiringly, so that's what a mazer is. It's simply enormous. Dwayne thought it necessary to warn the protagonist and the girl, as he and Karen wouldn't demand anything from them. However, if they were planning to engage in trade here, they should be kind enough to join the Merchants Guild and pay the appropriate taxes. MC agreed with his words. The Lord smiled and said, then let them allow us to welcome them to the capital. While Karen and the Lord went off to sort out these taxes, Shiro and Aina decided to explore the city. The mayor warned them that while public order in the capital was decent, fools were everywhere, so they should be careful. Dwayne's cat rubbed its cheek against the girl. Aina laughed and said, it tickles. Protagonist smiled and remarked that she seemed quite attached to her. And on the way, this cat had been scratching him and Karen. They set off. Aina kept exclaiming joyfully, let him see if they were selling meat? Is this a flower shop? Wow, they've dedicated an entire shop to flowers. For a long time, she begged him to look at what so surprised and delighted her. Then she asked if they could hold hands. The protagonist thought in surprise. Before, she'd always grabbed him without meaning to, and now she was asking. He said, of course. They held hands and continued walking. Aina told him she remembered how long ago, when her father brought her to town, they'd walked together just like they were now. He looked at her with a smile and remarked, is that so? She replied, yes, and she had a lot of fun then. Jumping with joy, Aina said, does he know, or, like now, she doesn't know why, but when she walks with Dad, she becomes so happy. MC smiled and muttered, great. After a while, Karen joined them. She said, so they're finally in the city, which means it's time to try the famous mazer baths. Aina exclaimed joyfully, the perfect place to rest after a long journey. The allies parted ways near the women's and men's quarters, and the protagonist wished them luck. While undressing, Karen said to Aina, long ago, an epidemic raged in the capital. The Lord at the time spent his entire fortune fixing the sewers and opened baths like these throughout the city. The girl replied, Shiro told her that these epidemics are very scary. He also said that the most important thing in preventing an epidemic is hygiene. Most diseases are caused by bacteria or viruses. Aina then asked in surprise, bacteria or viruses? He asked, how can I put this more simply? It's like the seeds of disease. Let her imagine it as the seeds of disease sprouting all over a person's body. Aina exclaimed in fear. The seeds of disease are all over her body? He said. Well, not literally. If she keeps herself clean, she won't have to be afraid. By the way, he gave her something for bacteria, right? She exclaimed. Soap. He praised her. Karen noted. I see. So he gave her soap too? The girl replied. Yes, and told her to wash together. So they'll wash each other? The mayor replied. Exactly. At that moment, the protagonist entered the bathroom. There were already other bathers there. 2 of them called out to him, but he pretended not to hear. Deciding that he would wash first, one of the men called out to him again and said he didn't think he'd seen him here before. Was he traveling? Then let him teach him a thing or two, as he was a newbie. Only those who used seaweed soap were allowed to wash here. The second man pointed out that if he had animal fat soap, he should wash in the farthest tub, the one on the right. Did he understand? MC thought that in his country, people like that would have been kicked out of the onsen immediately. He told them out loud not to worry. His soap smelled delicious. The men cheerfully repeated his phrase. Everyone present burst out laughing. Then one of them exclaimed, so what? If his soap tasted good, is he an aristocrat or something? A commoner could never afford scented soap, Shiro said. Well, anyway, he does have some. If they wanted, they they could try. He handed them the soap. One of the men replied, thank him very much, but he'd have to refuse. With these words, the man pushed him, and the protagonist fell to the floor. The offender declared that the smell of animal fat was unbearable, so he would never touch it, and let him remember, poor people like him are not allowed in this bathroom. A beast man approached the protagonist and asked if he was okay. The MC replied that he was fine. Thank him very much for his concern. He took his soap and asked if this was the same animal fat soap they had talked about. The beastman replied that yes, it was his soap. The protagonist remarked that this might sound rude, but could he smell it? The beastman didn't see a problem with this. After sniffing the soap, the protagonist noticed that it really did smell bad up close. But in any case, the smell wouldn't permeate the entire bathroom, would it? He pointed at the men and said that he had been told that people who use animal fat soap could only wash in that bathtub. So, the establishment itself came up with this rule? The beastman replied, no, that was their decision. He could afford regular soap because it only cost 6 coppers. Another man said that seaweed soap costs 20 melyaks, and poor people like them simply couldn't afford it. MC thought, I see. It seems like this in all worlds. Discrimination. Good, he'll give these upstarts a chance to realize what they're missing out on. Meanwhile, Karen asked Ina if she thought it was a bit chilly in here. Then she asked the girl if she remembered how to use the kit. Ina replied, yes, she remembered. Apparently you first wash your hair with shampoo, then apply the product, and leave it on for a while, and finally apply conditioner. She struggled with the last word. The mayor noted, that's right. And now they'll try the soap Shiro gave them. She'll rub her back. The girl exclaimed, okay, and then she'll do it to her. As they began washing and lathering up the soap, everyone in the bathroom was surprised. Where did such a pleasant aroma come from? It smelled of flowers, just like a fragrant lawn. Did they light incense? But that would cost a pretty penny. This floral scent, I can't stand it anymore. Karen wondered why she thought people were looking at them. The women exclaimed, the smell is coming from them. They surrounded the girls and asked if this soap was from Aurora's or Juralis's shop. Karen replied, confused, she doesn't know. One of the women asked for some of their soap. Another woman pushed her rival aside and shouted, she was the one who spoke to them first. They responded rudely, whoever gets it, gets it. A quarrel broke out between the women, and they pressed Karen and Ain together, trying to snatch some of her soap for themselves. The mayor screamed the protagonist's name, begging him to save her. Meanwhile, the protagonist lathered himself with his soap. Those who had laughed at him began to remark on his delicious smell. Wasn't it only aristocrats who could afford such fragrant soap? His companion countered, thinking that any aristocrat would use a public bathroom. MC, overhearing their conversation, chuckled quietly. Then he approached them, apologized for disturbing them, and showed them a bar of the product, saying it was the special soap he used. Actually, he was a merchant, and soap was one of his wares. The men were surprised. A merchant? Now they knew where he got his good soap. One of the men asked if he could take some. The beastman also wanted some, adding that he had a date today. Shiro exhaled loudly and said they should forgive him, but he would refuse them. Hadn't they told him a moment ago that they would never use soap made from tallow? The men, outraged by his refusal, hissed in displeasure. The protagonist turned to the commoners and said, well, he allows them to use his soap if they want it, of course. The commoners responded incredulously, is that really possible? One of the high-status men roared, there's no point in messing around with them. If he doesn't want to give it to him himself, then he'll take it from him by force. The protagonist sized up his opponent. He was enormous. Leaping onto the edge of the bathtub, he managed to grab the attacker's head with his hands, as if in a vice. The opponent cried out in surprise. What? MC activated the vertical fall technique and summoned the brain blower. The attacker simply collapsed head over heels on the floor. His allies called out to him in alarm. The commoners laughed and looked approvingly at their newfound ally. Shiro thought he must have panicked and accidentally used one of his wrestling techniques. The commoners cheered. That was so cool. They'd been pestering everyone for a while, but seeing something like this was a joy. After a while, the protagonist emerged from the bathroom and, drying himself with a towel, remarked, it's beautiful. Ina called out to him and he asked her how she liked the shampoo. The girl enthusiastically replied, it's just superb. The sensation after using it is amazing. He replied, excellent. That's great. By the way, where's Karen? At that moment, the girl was showing off in front of everyone present. Everyone admired her shiny and beautiful hair. Ina laughed and told the protagonist she'd been showing off for a whole hour. It seemed she was truly happy now that her hair had finally become beautiful. The next day, Ina asked him what they were doing today. Would they go for a walk again? Karen replied that Mazer was so vast that they couldn't see it all in one day. If they wanted, she could take them to the most interesting places. MC replied, thank you, of course, but he had other plans today. The girl inquired, what were they? He replied that he wanted to go to the Merchants Guild. Karen grinned, winked at him, and said she expected nothing less from him, and she was going to the public bathroom again today. She asked Ayn if she would go with her. The girl replied that she would also like to go to the bathroom, but if she went with her, then that meant they would leave the cat alone. The mayor said with a smile, she's so sweet. Shiro thought for a moment and said, what if he did this? Placing the cat on his shoulder, he said with a smile, that's it, the cat will be with him today. And since they were going to the bathroom today, let them share the soap with the poor. A little later, Ina called Karen and asked where they would go after they finished swimming. She thought about it and said that they could go to the southern quarter. She heard that there was a place there that served very delicious pies. She was a little surprised by this and said that she really wanted to try the pie. By the way, I wonder what Shiro is doing now. He, together with the cat, wanted to join the Merchants Guild, right? Do she think he will succeed? She said with a carefree look that she shouldn't worry. Everything will definitely be fine. She agreed and said that he was such a good guy. She said that, be that as it may, she had a feeling that she had forgotten something. She suddenly stood up, screamed loudly, and said loudly that she completely forgot to tell him. A little later, he went to different guilds, where they asked him for letters of recommendation. But when they found out that he didn't have one, they drove him away. He stood before the guard and thought that it simply couldn't be that one couldn't work here without a letter of recommendation. He didn't lose hope, raised his head and asked if they could think of something. He could assure him that he would bring great profits to their guild. The guard said that all the merchants who came here said that. However, they all ended up selling some kind of consumer goods. An old man came up to them and asked what was going on here, what all the noise was about. They turned to him, and he called him the leader. He listened to what was happening, and with a friendly smile asked, "So he wants to join them?" The protagonist agreed, and he apologized and said that, however, to join their guild, Scarlet Jade, he needed those letters of recommendation from at least the 3 guilds he was currently a member of, or from someone from the aristocracy. He was surprised by what he heard, and wondered if such a thing was even possible. A guard approached him and quietly said that it seemed he came from a city in the east called Ninorich. He asked with a thoughtful look, "So he must be the one who sells matches?" Hope appeared in his mind and he asked, "So he knows about it?" He agreed and said that he does sell that after all. He said in a cheerful tone that he also sells that, and besides, he had many others. He didn't have time to finish because the guild leader laughed and said that he should stop. He splashed wine from his goblet on him, which made the guards standing nearby laugh. He smirked and apologized and said that he thought he needed to cool off a bit. It's so infuriating that every loser thinks they can join the guild by introducing themselves as some merchant from Ninorich. What a pity, right? However, every second person already sells matches. He shouldn't think he could join their ancient and proud guild so easily, so their self-proclaimed merchant, Ninorich, must leave. He should also be kind enough to never show up here again. The guards began to laugh loudly, which made the cat even more angry, but he reacted calmly, called him over, and said they had to go. Later, he came to a clearing, sat down, and asked, "It turns out joining the guild isn't that easy, right? Well, now's not the time to despair. There are other options." However, in the end, he was turned away for the 4th time. He reached the last guild and said he'd come so far that there was nothing to fear anymore. He entered the building, and a guild worker greeted him and said he should show his letters of recommendation. He was upset about this, and she asked, judging by the way his face changed, "He doesn't have it, right?" He asked, "Was it really that noticeable?" She said, "Of course. It was like he hadn't slept for a week." People like him appear in the city from time to time. After all, Mather is a famous, thriving trading city. Many merchants, dreaming of trying their luck and hitting the jackpot, strive to get here. He asked with a tired look, "Almost everyone ends up with nothing, right?" She laughed, agreed with this, and he went to the exit and said that then, perhaps, he will not engage in trading, but just explore the city itself. She said with a smile that it sounded quite good. However, if he still wants to take up trading, there's one way to arrange it. Besides the 5 great guilds, there is one more. She thinks they will allow him to join even without recommendations. He was inspired by what he heard and asked if such a guild really existed. If so, where? She said with a kind smile that of course it was true. It was located in the south of the city. The guild was called Eternal Oath. He should try to find it. MC remembered this and asked, however, why she was helping him. She just loved cats, especially black ones like his, so she decided to help a little. He thanked her for it, and she wished him luck. They went outside. He thanked him and said that it turns out that black cats really do bring good luck here. The next day, the 3 of them came to an old and dilapidated building, and Karen asked if this was really the guild he wanted to get into. This place doesn't seem to be in the best shape. He looked inside, apologized in a slightly frightened tone, and asked if anyone was here. They went inside, and someone hiding in the darkness asked if anyone was here. He became even more frightened because of this and asked loudly, "Who said that?" They were startled when a bird flew near them, who asked who they were and why they came here. They were all very surprised when they saw him and cried loudly. This owl said that his name was Zidane, and he was the 2nd master of the Eternal Oath Guild. Now they also had to introduce themselves. They all said their names and who they were. He said that in addition to running the guild, he also owned his own shop, although customers were not coming to him at all. Shiro said that it was completely dark here. They started looking around. Karen took one of the items and said that he had a lot of rarities here. He nodded and said that they should let him know if they were looking for something specific. He hadn't sold anything for about 5 years. He was very surprised by what he heard, turned around and asked, Did he just say 5 years? He laughed, agreed, and he, with a confused look, said that laughter was not very appropriate here. Ain's attention was drawn to a bracelet lying on the display case, and he noticed it and said that it was an oath bracelet. It was a sacred bracelet of the northern people of Cosma, used to seal oaths. She walked up to him with an inspired look and loudly asked how much it cost. She wanted to buy it. He apologized and said that the bracelet was a memory of his father, so it was not for sale. Now this place does not look very good, but this guild was once one of the largest guilds in all of Mazer. Only back then his father was the leader. He heard that his cart was attacked by bandits, and he still hasn't returned. 10 years have passed since then. He took out a false mustache and said what his father told him then. He coughed, pretended to be serious, and said loudly that when he himself starts trading, he needs to give this bracelet to his most trusted business partner. The oath between them should not be broken even by death itself. Karen said that his father was an exemplary merchant. Aina was touched by this story, began to cry, asked for forgiveness, and said that she did not mean to take something so precious to him. Her father wore a similar bracelet, so she wanted to buy it. Zidane said that there was nothing to worry about. She looked down when she heard the cat meow, picked him up, and he started licking her face to calm her down. After that, they went outside and he said that he was in charge of this seedy street. Are they sure they want to start their business here? The protagonist said that he shouldn't worry, because he was confident in the success of the product. He flew nearby and said that it seemed he was aiming high. Is he sure he won't regret it? He calmly said that in his homeland, there is a saying, it is better to do something than to regret something you didn't do. He thought about it and asked when he planned to open. He said it would be in 6 days, and he had a small favor to ask of him. 5 days later, he came to Count Bushua's feast. A servant was walking with a tray and said that today's event would be held here. He looked around and said with surprise that the evenings in the open air were simply stunning. He could even see the moon. His attention was drawn to Duane, who called him and asked, so, he was here? Was this his first time at such an event? He agreed, and said that he was a little nervous. He laughed, pointed to the side, and said that everything was fine. Count Bushua was famous for his hospitality. He should see for himself. He noticed a smiling old man sitting on a chair, and asked, so that was him? He looks like a kind old man. He agreed and said that appearances can be deceiving. In neighboring countries, he is known as a brilliant strategist. They are afraid to pronounce his name even in a whisper. By the way, did he join some capital city merchant guild? He agreed with this, and he was glad to hear it and asked, so did he choose Prayer of Abundance or Scarlet Jade? MC said that he chose neither of them. He joined a small guild called Eternal Oath. He was surprised by what he heard and said that he had never heard of such a guild. Although wait, in the southern slums, there was one guild that was recruiting people. Won't it be too difficult to do business there? Scarlet Jade is the largest guild in the capital. With them, he is definitely guaranteed success. What will he say about this? He can put in a good word for him, right? He refused, but at that moment, Karen called him and said that she apologized for keeping him waiting. Duane turned around and said in surprise that it seemed his eyes were deceiving him. He saw her and Ain, who had changed their hairstyles and were wearing new dresses. Everyone in the room was very surprised by their beauty and began asking many different questions. He also looked at them and thought that these costumes were magical girl cosplay that Arisa had chosen. He didn't expect that everyone would like the design so much, but it was still magical girl cosplay. Surprised people loudly said that her decorations were made of translucent fabric. What kind of artist created this? The blue fabric on the dress also exudes shine. She has a gorgeous hairstyle. Shiro approached her, called her over, and said that it suited her very well. She thanked him, and people said that it looked like the dresses of both ladies were made of the same material. Maybe they were princesses from a neighboring country? Maybe we should greet them? What is this charm? Aina called him and asked if he could stay with her. He agreed and said that she looked just like a princess. She laughed happily, and he turned around when he heard the girls loudly calling Mayor Karen. They crowded around her and asked who made her dress. What kind of fabric was used for it? They asked to tell about it, but a woman came to them and loudly said that they should stop. Aren't they ashamed? They gathered in front of the poor girl like a flock of crows. They apologized to Countess Charlotte. She came closer, apologized for them, and asked, so she was Karen? Under the light of 2 moons, her hair shined like silk. She had never seen anything more elegant. She said that her words were an honor for her. Her eyes lit up and she asked, by the way, could she tell us how she achieved such an effect? He looked at them in surprise and said loudly that it seemed like she was cornered. He handed Aina a glass and said that she should wait for him here for a bit. He approached them, called her, apologized, introduced himself, and said that he was glad to meet them. She said that he had prepared the dress, perfume, and soap with which she washed her hair for her. He agreed with this and said that he made soap according to a special recipe used in his homeland. The Countess hit him in the face with her hand to push him away and loudly asked how she could get this soap. The other girls gathered around him and he said that they should all calm down a bit. He thought with a small smile that they had taken the bait. This is what they needed. This was his chance, which he would definitely take advantage of. After some time, Aina ate the dish and said that it was all incredibly delicious. Karen agreed and said that the dishes here tasted excellent. Shiru sat next to her and said with a cheerful expression that when she was hungry, she couldn't control herself. She turned to him and said that she was in his debt again. Charlotte walked through the hall, which attracted the attention of the people around her, and they said that they had to look at her hair. It was as if she had descended from heaven. Even a goddess would envy her beauty. She asked to let her take a closer look at her hair. She called him and said that he had not deceived her. She had never used such wonderful soap before. He said that he was honored to receive her recognition. She asked in a slightly excited tone, "By the way, how much more of this soap did he have?" He thought about it and said that it was a special item, so there were only 10 pieces left. She slammed her hand on the table and said loudly that she was buying it all. He was surprised because of this, and she thought that other houses would be willing to pay exorbitant prices for such soap if she gave one of these to the royal family. The count approached her, called her over, and said she should wait. She turned around, and he said that any transactions in Mazer had to go through the Merchant Guild, and they were no exception. The head of the Scarlet Jade Guild approached them and said he was just about to remind them of his presence. She turned to him and said she had gotten too carried away. He turned to the protagonist, asked his name, and said that this was their first meeting. He agreed, introduced himself, and said he was a merchant from Norwich. The name of this city caught his attention, and he asked if this was the city with matches. He smiled and said that now it was clear. His company had also gone into this line of business. He said that, however, he had never seen matches anywhere except in his store. He said with a smile that he had excellent goods. However, when such goods fall into the hands of a merchant, the situation could get out of control at any moment. He remembered what had happened earlier, and thought that, judging by his reaction, he didn't remember it at all. He said that he had heard rumors about him, some of which were absurd. He asked what he meant by that. He said that, for example, he had heard that he had obtained a legendary liquor made from fairy honey, or else that this merchant turned out to be a relative of an immortal witch. He was deceived by these false rumors and almost missed out on a promising talent. He is the master of a guild called Scarlet Jade. His name is Bart First. He wants to offer him to sign a contract with his guild. He was surprised by this and asked, is he offering him to sign a contract? However, doesn't a letter of recommendation is required to join his guild? He said that he was well informed, then they can start from the beginning. Would he like to join his guild? He laughed and asked, had he forgotten about that detail? He agreed and said that perhaps fate itself had brought them together. As he said, a letter of recommendation is required to join the guild. However, they can skip this point, just between them. He will personally serve as his letter of recommendation. Why don't they drink to this contract? Karen looked at him, saw his reaction and called him over with concern, took the glass from him, apologized and said that, however, he had to refuse his offer. He was surprised by this and asked what he just said. He said with a smirk that he would repeat it. He was not going to join Scarlet Jade. He remembered what happened earlier, was surprised by it, and he asked in a calm tone, did he finally remember him? 5 days had passed, and he almost caught a cold after he spilled that drink on him. He was very nervous about this, and said loudly that he simply did not recognize him. Besides, he did not know that it was him. He called it strange, and said that he had definitely called him a merchant from Norwich. Still, he could understand his position. It's unpleasant to see how every second person calls himself that match seller. Bart thought it was his chance, agreed, and said that he simply had no choice. He said in a serious tone that, however, as a merchant, he only wanted to do business with those he could trust. He also didn't want to deal with someone who slandered the first person he met. He laughed arrogantly and asked if he was sure of that. His guild was one of the best in Mazer. How was he going to do business without his help? He looked at him calmly and asked if that was a threat just now. He laughed maliciously and said that it was a warning because he also had connections with the masters of other guilds. He thought that it was obvious that if he made him his enemy, then no one would even think of buying anything from him. Shiro calmly said he understood. He continued to smile, believing he had succeeded in intimidating him. He turned to Charlotte, apologized to the Countess, and said it looked like he wouldn't be able to sell her the soap. Bashua approached him and said in an angry tone that as a count, he couldn't turn a blind eye to such a threat. Bart, looking frightened, turned to him and loudly said he had misunderstood. They were simply communicating, like merchants. He said in a serious tone that it wasn't just about threats. He thought they hadn't heard rumors of his drunkenness and debauchery. They had already discussed this topic with other guild masters. Perhaps they should approach this matter more thoroughly. He tried to ask him to wait, but the Count was adamant and said that someone had to get rid of this disgusting man from here. He begged for mercy as he was being taken away, and he approached him, called him a young merchant, and said that he owed him an apology. Who would have thought that the law on trade through guilds would be used with malicious intent? The protagonist calmly said that he had nothing to apologize for. He asked if he would be able to sell soap to his wife. He said that there was no need to worry about it, because he had already joined a trading guild. This caught his attention, and Bashua asked if he could find out which guild specifically. He said with a small smile that this guild was located in Mazer, the Eternal Oath Trading Guild. People around heard this and asked where this guild was located. The next day, a shocked Zidane looked at something in horror and loudly called MC's name. In front of him, behind the fence, there was a crowd of people who loudly asked, "Will it be opening soon?" His wife wouldn't let him home without it, and he had a daughter. He needed a gift for his bride. He asked loudly in a shocked voice, "What's with this huge line?" Crowds of women also came and loudly said that having tried it just once in a public bathhouse, she could no longer forget those feelings. She should step aside, she needed this too. He worriedly said that only the poor visited these slums. Where did so many people come from? He turned to him, called out, and said that he was asking him to confirm the purchase. He loudly asked, did he even hear him? He was preparing the store for the opening with a smile, and said that it was all the result of his little PR campaign. There were 3 reasons for such a long line. The first was yesterday's party, where he told the Countess and everyone present where the shampoo would be sold. The second was advertising in public baths. Shortly before the event, he visited one of the bathhouses and invited visitors to try his product. Of course, all this wouldn't have caused such a strong reaction. There's the most important reason. Karen said with a smile that she hadn't even thought that so many people would want to buy shampoo. He agreed and said that the third reason was her appearance. Simply walking down the street was enough for her to create excellent advertising for them. News of the shampoo's existence began to spread like wildfire. Zidane asked in surprise, so he had thought of all this from the very beginning? He turned around with a confused look and asked, was that true to some extent? Still, there were a little too many of them. He asked loudly in a dissatisfied tone, so he also didn't expect such an influx? Shiro said that at this rate, they could create a real mess here. Aina should open the cash register. He asked her to handle the premium shampoo sets. There were many noble ladies in line, and they should offer them the proper product. They walked out to the crowd of shoppers, and he said that he was grateful to them for waiting. From that moment on, they officially opened the sale of soap and shampoo. They were all happy about it, but Zidane said loudly, looking displeased, that he wasn't listening to him at all. After that, they started selling the goods. They were very tired after a long day at work, and he said that they somehow managed. He thought it was safe to say that his sales were excellent. He held a large bag of money in his hand, called the gentleman, and said that they had received 600 silver coins today. He was very surprised by the amount he heard, and agreed and said that there were 15 silver coins in such a bag. That was his fee as the arbitrator of all transactions. He thanked him and said that he never thought such a day would ever come. The protagonist laughed and said that he did too, but his reaction was worth it. He was indignant about this and said loudly that it was not funny at all. He handed him the document, called him, and said that he wanted to return their contract. He's an amazing merchant. He has no time to waste in this backwater guild, so he has to take it, otherwise he'll tear the contract to pieces himself. He called him and said that then they should try again. Could he join the Eternal Oath Guild? He was very surprised by what he heard, and asked loudly if he even understood what he was saying. He agreed and said that he wanted to continue collaborating with his guild. With him, the guild master, who helps the poor living in this remote area. Zidane was even more surprised by this, called him, and asked if he was sure about this. He agreed and said that he might not be the most skilled, but he respected his father's ideas. He called him an idiot, was touched, and said that, however, he himself wanted to collaborate with someone like him. He flew somewhere and said that, for sure, he needed to leave for a while. He should wait here. He brought him the bracelet and said that it was for him. MC was surprised by what he saw and asked, but wasn't it dear to him as a memory of his father? He said that it was indeed so, but he made a promise to his father. He must give this bracelet to a merchant he could trust. He was still confused about this and asked if he was sure he could take it. He said in a serious tone that he wouldn't repeat it twice. He smiled, turned to Aina, and said that then he was giving this bracelet to her. She was surprised by this and asked if this was possible. He agreed and said that after all, she always helps him in everything. Finally, he could thank her somehow. She was very happy about this and said that she was grateful to both of them for this. She was so glad that she was able to get to this city. Zidane waved his wing at them and said that they should take care of this bracelet. He called him with a joyful look and said that they would meet soon. He agreed, and at that very moment, the cat yawned loudly. After some time, Arisa said that the room had been sparkling clean since the morning. Shiro agreed and said that it was literally glowing, but he had to thank her magic for that. It seemed to be a spell that protects the house from damage. By the way, a lot had happened in the capital. The dresses she had chosen to design had become popular, which he certainly hadn't expected. She chuckled and said that she had warned him that she could be trusted. He said that the shampoo sets were selling very well. She said that hair was a woman's life. No one would miss such an opportunity. They heard some sounds, and he said that someone had been knocking on their door ever since they moved in. Wasn't there a barrier around the house that kept people out? After all, it only lets blood relatives in. She confirmed this, and he asked then, Who was breaking into their house? She asked. Wasn't it obvious? The knocking started getting even louder, and he asked in a dissatisfied tone, does she take him for an idiot? He ran to the exit, opened the door, saw Shiori and Saori, and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. They said loudly with dissatisfied faces that he could at least tell them that he was alive and well. He's an idiot. They couldn't get through to him and had already decided that he was dead. His parents were also worried. They thought that he had completely despaired without a job. Did he even have any idea what it was like for them when he stopped answering his calls? He patted one of them on the head and said that he was sorry for making them worry. He had been traveling a bit and was so busy that he hadn't even taken out his phone. He thought that it wasn't entirely a lie. They said that he had made them really worried. That's right, Dad asked me to tell him about Grandma's funeral. The funeral will be held on the 49th day, along with the 1st, 3rd, and 7th anniversaries. The protagonist wondered if it was too much to hold so many events at once. Shiori called him and asked. She was curious about who this girl was. Saori said that she was also curious. He became worried about this and said loudly that they should wait a little. They said that she was wearing such an old t-shirt and no makeup. She's without makeup, wearing their brother's t-shirt and in his room too. Finally, love has come to their brother. They are so happy for him. He was a little nervous and thought that he needed to fix everything as soon as possible. He did not have so many nerves. He said that he would not wait long. He would introduce them. This was Arisa, his friend. Saori called her sister and asked if she could step away with her. They walked away from them, and she quietly asked what she thought of her. Shiori said that she was sure that they were dating. However, he introduced her as a friend. Maybe they were not dating yet. She agreed and asked why else would she wear that old t-shirt. She had heard, of course, that some men were indecisive. But he was so stupid. He looked at them and wondered what they had imagined. He felt his sister's respect for him waning with every second. They came up to him and said that she didn't think it was good. He was still a man after all, and she, well, he had to take responsibility. He was surprised by this, and they loudly asked when he became so insensitive. He should make up his mind soon. They should date. He asked loudly in a dissatisfied voice why they decided that. Arisa laughed and said that she hadn't laughed like that in a long time. It seems they are both his sisters, right? They introduced themselves, calling themselves the sisters of their idiot brother. And he asked if they really didn't respect him that much. She also introduced herself and said that she had known him since childhood. She had to leave Tokyo for some time. They were surprised by what they heard, and she said that they really had known each other since childhood and even bathed together. MC loudly asked her to stop, and they said that they had taken a bath together, so they were childhood friends. It was hard to believe that he had such a sweet friend. He said with a small smile that he didn't want her to spend money on a hotel, so he put her up here. Saori pushed him away with one hand and asked, so they would be living together with the two of them? He asked her to wait, and they said that they had come for an open day at their institute. He could at least be happy for them. Today, they would be eating sukiyaki. After some time, they finished eating and she said that it was still much more pleasant to eat in company. Shiori agreed and said that this beef melted in his mouth. He asked, was this the beef that disappeared before he could eat even a bite? He bought it, after all. They called him and asked, by the way, what was Grandma like? Right, she was also interested in knowing. He thought they must have a lot of memories of Grandma, right? Although, they probably faded over time. Saori said that she wanted to know more about Grandma. He was about to start talking, but Arisa came to them and asked what they were talking about. She held out a tray and said that she brought sherbet for dessert. They were happy about it and thanked her, and he thought that he couldn't say that she was right in front of them. The next day, early in the morning, Shiro woke up, started to leave, and looked into the room where his sisters were sleeping. He started to open the closet, behind which was the portal, but was very scared when they called his brother. He turned to them and noticed that they were talking in their sleep. He teleported to another world and said with a smile that today he needed to give it his all. He opened the door, looked to the side and saw Aina, who called him with a very sad expression. He approached her and asked in a worried tone why she had already come here. Isn't it too early for work? Did something happen? She called him and said that she made her mother cry. An hour before, Stella took the bracelet she had received earlier and asked in surprise where she got it. She happily said that she had been given it in Mazur. She asked with a trembling voice why she had brought this bracelet. Aina was confused about this, and she dropped the bracelet and said that she was finally able to forget him, because he would never come back. She fell to her knees and began to cry loudly, which woke up Patty and asked what happened here. Where was all that noise coming from? She saw her crying and her daughter running out of the house and loudly called their names. At the present time, they went into the store. He brought her tea and said that it was hot, so she should be careful. She started drinking the tea, smiled slightly, and said that it was delicious. He asked if she felt any better at all. She agreed and said that Mom hadn't heard anything about Dad for a long time. He called her by name and asked if she remembered anything about him. She said that she remembered walking with him, the festival. One day she will remember even more. It seems to her that her mother remembers more about him. He asked what her mother was thinking at that time. She felt sad from this question and said that she thought that he left her. That's why she upset her mother. He understood her and asked if she could wait for him here for a little while. He wants to visit her mother. He is sure that she is worried about her. Stella at that time was lying in bed, looking at the flowers with tears in her eyes and calling her. A little later, he came to their house, knocked on the door, called her and asked if she was here. Pati opened the door and asked what he needed. He went inside and asked where Stella was now. She looked towards the room and said that she was there, crying non-stop. That cat monster is with Ina now. If she had followed her, she would have been left here all alone. He called her very kind, and she was embarrassed by this and asked loudly what had come over him. He thanked her and said that he would take care of her. He was sure that Ina needed her now. She agreed and said that he could rely on her. He went to the door, called her, introduced himself and asked if he could come in. Having received no answer, he warned her that he was entering and opened the door. He saw her crying, kneeling by the bed and called her. She calmed down a little, sat on the edge of the bed and asked where Ina was now. He said that she was in his store. The head was with her, so she shouldn't worry. She said with a sad look that she was a bad mother, even brought her to tears. He said that quarrels sometimes happen to everyone, both between friends and between family members. However, it's normal. They argue, fight, and then make up and become closer. This is what it means to be a family. She asked if she would forgive her. He said that she was only sorry for making her cry. Could she tell him about her husband? Stella plucked up her courage and said that she met him when she went to the mountains to pick wild vegetables when she had just recently become an adult. A huge bear attacked her in the forest. She was badly injured and couldn't escape. The monster struck her again with its paw, threw her aside, and she screamed loudly in pain. She started crying, looking at the monster walking towards her, and hoping that someone would help her. At that moment, a guy came to her and cut off the arm of this big bear with a sword blow. She looked at him and said that he was the one who saved her. After that, he carried her to the city, and when they stopped for a rest, she examined him and said that he had such beautiful bracelets. He raised his hand and asked, "Is this what she was talking about?" These are very valuable bracelets. In his tribe, they are passed down from generation to generation. They reached the city. She sat down on a bench and said that she was grateful for taking her to the city. Now will he go home? He said that he will continue traveling further. She understood him, plucked up her resolve, stood up and asked if maybe he would stay in the city for a while. Currently, she said that back then, he still had poor vision in common language. People often misunderstood him and everything ended in a fight. So she separated them each time. So gradually all the fights ended. Later he came to her, called her, and asked if she would accept this bracelet. It is called an oath bracelet. To be honest, it is used to propose. In the present, she said that she then learned that one of the bracelets was intended for the spouse he would choose. She accepted the bracelet, and the following year, Aina was born. The days when the three of them carefreely walked were the happiest time of her life. However, one day the war began. Before leaving, he said that he would definitely return home. He swears by this bracelet. In the present, Stella said that he said so. Aina always sat near the house and waited for him. This happened day after day, but one day, she came up to her, called her, and said that she wanted to learn to write. In the present, she said that after she taught her this, she gave her a letter. It was not for her, but for the priest. There she wrote that she had one request to God. She asks for her dad to be returned to her. She promises that this will make her happy forever. She decided to take it with her and leave her hometown and country. Like him, they once went on a journey. Currently, she looked at the bracelet and said that she turned away from everything and ran away, refused his oath. She is a terrible wife and mother. The protagonist said that this is absolutely not true. She was about to say something, and he put his hand on her shoulder and said loudly that he said so. It is not true. She kept the promise she made to her husband. She protects Aina and loves her to the depths of her soul. She was her mother for only 8 years, although if you count the time of her pregnancy, it turns out to be 9 years. That is when she began to learn how to be a parent. So if something does not work out, it is okay. The most important thing is her connection with the child. This gave her determination. She went to the window and said that she would go after her. However, she was a little scared, so could he go with her? He took her hand and agreed. They arrived at the store. She heard her name being called, began to wake up, and called his name. She noticed Stella standing next to her, and she called her name. She hugged her and said that she loved her. She was very touched by this, started crying and called her. She also started crying and said that she was sorry for making her cry. From now on, she can ask her about everything. She will tell her everything about Dad. She agreed and said that she wanted to listen to it. The MC came out. Patti flew with him, cried with joy and said that she was very glad that everything was fine. The two of them went outside. He looked at the sky and said that the rain had stopped. He turned over the sign on the door and said that they were temporarily closed today. Sometime later, Arisa came to her husband's grave and asked, she had not been here for 3 years, right? Here she was again. He stood nearby and said that her grandfather's hometown had not changed. She agreed, and he asked, in this city they met? She said that at that time she was completely different. In a fit of despair, she accidentally opened the gate leading to another world. He was surprised by this and said that he agreed it was not the best thing she did. She said with a small smile that Masaru gave her a new name, Mio, at the same time. He asked if she was talking about his grandfather. She agreed and said that not only him, but he even married a witch like her. She was so happy. For the first time in her long life, she had a family. He called her and said that 7 years ago she disappeared, going to Rifalto. Is this because of his grandfather's death? She denied it, and he asked, then why? She looked at the sky and said that on that day, 7 years ago, terrible news reached her. He was surprised by this and asked what kind of news it was. She said with a very worried look that it was the news that Mr. Mel was retiring and would no longer act in films. This news saddened her so much that she could not control her feelings. He asked, is that why she decided to return to her world? She agreed, and he said loudly that this is the stupidest reason of all. She said that he does not understand. She was terribly sad. Shiro called out to his grandfather in a displeased tone and said that he should be angry with her and curse her for this. She sighed and said that this is an ordinary grave. Indeed, the body is still there, but the soul has long since left this world. He asked loudly with a displeased look, how can she say such a thing right at his grandfather's grave? Harisa said that she does not deny that there is no soul at all. She was about to explain this, and then looked at the clock and thought that he lives inside. His soul is sealed in this clock with the help of necromancy. He could very well go to heaven, but he, just like in life, wants to stay with her forever. She called him and asked if he has already decided what power he wants. He just remembered this, and she smiled and said that he had already forgotten about this opportunity. What a modest boy he was. However, she knows that he loves money most of all, right? He became indignant and asked loudly, what was that sly expression on her face? She said that it was just that when he was in another world, he put his friends above money. He looked at her and said that she spoke as if she had seen everything herself. She began to control her shadow with a smirk and said that everything was so. She saw everything with her own eyes. She created a black cat. He was surprised because of this and asked loudly, so it was her? She took the cat in her arms, stroked it and said that that was a good guess. This little one of her eyes. She sent him to monitor how things were going for him in the other world. He asked in surprise, so she was watching him in real time? She agreed and he said that this was actually an invasion of privacy. She said with a smile that she was just making sure he was okay, that's all. Although there was once when she saw him naked, singing a song all alone. He was surprised by this and asked loudly, did she see that too? Wait, does that mean she saw him bathing in a mountain of money? She agreed and said that she saw more than that. He asked loudly, when did the head of the Scarlet Jade Guild pour it on him? She said that at that moment, she kept thinking about whether to incinerate him into coal or not. He asked loudly, and when the cat sniffed his feet? She said that after that, the cat demanded to be swapped for a new familiar. He asked with a shocked look, was that when she saw how he had to change Mrs. Karen's clothes when she was drunk and poured it all over? She asked in a slightly confused tone, what's so big about that? On the contrary, he helped this girl. There was nothing shameful about it. He said loudly that he hadn't done exactly that. He wanted to die right now. She put the cat away and said that unfortunately she couldn't maintain a connection with her familiar all day. That's why she hadn't seen the girl's tears. However, he was able to save the mother and daughter from tears by strengthening their connection. He said with a small smile that he was glad, however, that he had succeeded. She started to leave and said that the connection was like the one she had with his grandfather. Had he decided what power he wanted? The protagonist thought about it again and asked if they could put this question off. She said that he was so indecisive. He said that he would definitely choose. She should show a little patience. Arisa agreed to wait a little longer, and he thought that the reason he still hadn't chosen the power was because he was afraid that as soon as he got it, she would disappear again. He thanked her and said that he loved her. She was surprised by this and asked loudly why he suddenly decided to appease her. He laughed and said that, however, Stella and Aina can say that. They are family, so what's the big deal? After that, they went back home. He stretched and said that they finally arrived. She said with a small smile that using teleportation, they could get there in a second. He called her and said that magic doesn't work in this world. He noticed shoes standing on the threshold and asked if Shiori and Saori had arrived. She agreed and said that they agreed to meet when she finished all her work. He said that, however, it was already dinner time. She thinks they will be happy with gyoza for dinner. She took his hand and he was confused by this and said that she shouldn't cuddle like that. She asked what's the big deal? They entered the house. He called them and said that they were back. They approached the room. He looked inside, became worried about it and called her. They both looked there and he said that they found a portal. She laughed slightly, and he said in a worried tone that this was no reason to laugh. He turned to her and quietly said that they found a passage to another world. If they want to go, what should they say? She said in a calm tone that it was their business. She would not stop them. He asked if she wasn't worried about her granddaughters at all. His sisters went somewhere, and he sighed with relief and said that they were just 2 teenagers. She said that they probably decided to get away from this passage. After that, they returned with shoes, approached the portal, and nodded to each other. MC immediately approached them, grabbed them by the shoulders, and loudly said that they should stop. They turned to him and asked, "Are they back yet?" She didn't even notice how he entered the room. He was indignant about this and said loudly that he had been standing here for a long time. However, More importantly, what were they even planning to do, and why did they bring shoes here? Saori pointed to the portal and said that he should just take a look. As soon as they opened the closet, a whole forest appeared inside. He was a little surprised by this, and she laughed and said that, judging by his reaction, he didn't know about this closet either. He said with a thoughtful look that, however, when he opened the closet last time, it was the second floor of the store, not a forest. Although, if you remember, when he first opened the closet, he also saw a forest. It reminds him of save points in RPGs. They went through the portal, and Shiori said loudly that what's more important is that this is a portal to another world, not a closet. She ran alongside and said that they should experience another world. He became very worried about this and loudly asked where they were going. Aren't they afraid? Arisa called him and said that he should come here for a while. She extended her hand to him and said that he would find it useful. He looked at it in surprise, and she smiled and said that they should enjoy their little adventure. A little later, his sisters were happily looking around the forest and said that it was simply incredible. Who would have thought that their house had a passage to another world? This forest looks so enchanting, as if they were in some kind of fantasy. Saori looked to the side, called her, and said that a city was visible beyond the forest. Shiori was very surprised by this and asked, "Is this true?" She asked, "Why don't they go there?" She happily said that it sounded like a great plan. She turned around, called her brother, and said that she was asking him to help them find something in this forest that could be sold. He didn't understand this and asked why she needed it. They said that it was obvious. Since they intend to go to the city, they need money to buy something. How else can they get money? They need to find something to sell in the forest. That's a great idea. They went further and said that she should take a look. It looks like yakuso. She thinks it's an ordinary weed. Then, what about those mushrooms over there? There are so many of them, all colorful. They can be picked. After all, it's small. She suggests picking the pink ones. They will definitely sell well. Shiori pointed to the side and said that she would go pick the fruit from that tree. He looked at them and thought that finding themselves in a new world and seeing many unknown things, they completely lost track of time. Perhaps, let them have fun. Saori called them, waved her hand and said that they should come here. She found something cool. They came to her, saw a big egg, and her sister said that this egg could be sold for a good price. He called them over in a confused tone and said that he thought it was a monster's egg, judging by its size. He felt worried about it, called them over, and was about to say something. However, to his surprise, Saori picked up the large egg and said that it wasn't easy to hold. She threw it to him and said that he should catch it. He caught it and was surprised by its weight, thinking that it weighed 20 kilograms. He wasn't surprised that she could lift it, since she was a star athlete, after all. But it was a bit much. He asked if they were going to make their older brother carry the egg. She asked, who else should carry it? Not them, his younger adorable sisters, right? She took out her phone, called him over, and said that it was just a big egg. Maybe they should take a selfie for the occasion, as a keepsake. They stood next to each other and took a photo with it in the background. They ran on and said that they should take the remaining catch and then they could move on. Right, their goal now was the city. Also, this egg must be expensive, so he had to carry it carefully. They ran ahead, urged him on, and said that they had to be faster, otherwise they wouldn't even make it to dinner. Shiro was carrying a large egg in his backpack, breathing heavily from fatigue, and said that he would do everything to protect the smiles of the juniors. They turned to him and asked what he was saying under his breath. It looked somehow strange from the outside. He walked on and thought that the egg weighed about 20 kilograms. It was impossible to put it in the spatial storage, since it was a living creature. They walked ahead and said that the most important thing was that they would reach the city very soon. She was so excited. If it became too dangerous, they should use him as a human shield and run away themselves. She agreed, and he called Shiori and said that she shouldn't agree to this. After some time, they started looking around and said that the atmosphere in the city was unusual. They noticed Kilf, were surprised by how cute she was, and loudly said that she should look at her. She was a cat girl. After all, she had ears and a tail. Maybe they should try talking to her? However, they didn't know the local language. They should try using gestures. She noticed the protagonist started waving at him and called out to him with a cheerful look. She saw them hide, pointed at them, and asked who those girls were. He laughed in confusion and asked, more importantly, what was she doing here? She said that she had been assigned to patrol the city now, a mission from the guild. His sisters listened to them with a puzzled look, and he wished her luck. She also waved at him, thanked him, and said that they would meet again. They approached him and asked in a shocked tone, does he know the local language? How could he communicate with her so easily? They demand an explanation. He asked them to calm down, remembered something, took 2 rings out of his pocket, and thought that his grandmother had given him rings exactly like his. Saori called him and asked why he suddenly became silent. He pointed to the side and asked if they wanted to go to the market. They became inspired by this and agreed. They walked further and said that this really was a real market. There was another cat girl there. There were even dog boys here. He showed them the rings and said that they should wear this. They did it and said loudly in surprise that now she understands everything. She understands what people are talking about on the street. How does this even work? Aina approached him, They greeted her and she said that she decided to go shopping and saw him in the crowd. Shiori came up to him, looked at her and asked, "Who is this girl?" He pointed at his sisters, called her and said, "Let him introduce his younger sisters." They said that she is his favorite sister and the eldest of them, Shiori, and she is charming, the youngest in the family, Saori. MC looked at her and asked, "In what way is she charming?" She kicked him, and she looked at them with a thoughtful look and called them sisters. They were very touched by this and asked, "So she works at her brother's store? How old is she?" She told them her age. They were surprised by this, loudly called him and asked, "Did he make this little child work for him? This is child labor, right?" "What do you mean?" "He is terrible, the devil incarnate." He asked them to wait and said that he will explain everything now. First, he needs to tell how he ended up in this city for the first time. They listened to him and asked, "So her brother helped her. Is that true?" Aina agreed with a smile and said that she had no money at all, but he gave her a job where she could earn a decent salary. They were surprised to hear that she was so good. They couldn't keep up with her. They also needed to try to earn money. This meant they needed to hurry. He agreed and said that they should wait for him. She looked at the egg he was carrying and said how big it was. He called her and asked if she knew whose egg it was. She refused and said that it was the first time she had seen something like it. He asked with a thoughtful look, "Was this egg really that rare?" They asked, so they should first understand what kind of egg it was. He said that they could go and find out its characteristics. They came to the Fairies' Blessing Guild, and the worker Beryl asked, so they didn't come to sell it, but to have it appraised. It would be quite simple. He would tell them a secret. He knows more about monsters and wild plants than anyone else. Who needs his services? Shiro said it was for his little sister. Saori started to get nervous, introduced herself and said that she was glad to meet him. He said with a serious expression that since it was a request from a relative of the master, he would fulfill everything in the best possible way. Could he take a look at what he needed to appraise? They put a huge egg on the counter, and he said that it was quite large. It was definitely a monster's egg. Where did they find it? She said that it was just lying in the forest. He said with an interested look that such a thing could very well have been there. He began to study it closely and check the notes in the book. He apologized for the wait and said that he thought he understood what kind of egg it was. Most likely it was the egg of an Evilus ornitis. He opened the book and said that it was a stupid giant bird. That's what it looked like. The girls called the bird cute, and he said that given the size of the egg in the adult, the egg belonged to this species, although the patterns on the egg are slightly different. He assumes that a goblin entered the Evilus ornitis nest, stole the egg, but on the way encountered a stronger monster and started to flee, leaving the egg on the ground. What will he do with it? The protagonist asked what he would advise him to do with this egg. Beryl said with a serious look that in his place he would sell it. The reason is very simple. These monsters are used as mounts, but training and raising one is very difficult. By selling it, he will get money and provide him with a decent life. He thought about it and asked if then maybe he should sell it to Geralt. He said that he did not advise it. If he asked him, he would sell it to a descendant of a noble family or a member of the royal family. He said that it was a good idea. They could sell it to Lady Nay's family. He agreed and said that he could get more money for the egg. He could also ask the guildmaster if he could find additional buyers for it. He thanked him and said that he wanted to consult with her about this. Suddenly, Saori approached him and delivered a strong punch to his stomach. Everyone who saw it was shocked. He called her and asked why she hit him. She, with a displeased look, loudly said that it was because he was doing something incredibly stupid. She found this egg, and it was up to her to decide what to do with it. He asked, however, how she was going to sell it profitably without having connections in this world. She began to tsk with a smirk and asked why she would sell it. He asked, didn't she say that she wanted to sell it profitably? She kicked him and said loudly that he was talking too much again. He didn't see any future prospects at all, like a dad who didn't understand how to use a bank book. He got angry about this and asked what she was going to do with the egg then. She said with a smile that of course she would raise it herself. Later she drew this bird and said that when it was born, they would ride on it. Aina said that she wanted to try too. She said in a happy tone that then they would ride together. What name should she give it? Maybe a cake? Shiori asked if she wanted to name it after a sweet. He asked in a dissatisfied tone if maybe she had a better idea. She thought about it and suggested the name Swama. Saori called Aina and said that she should judge between them which name was better. She thought about it and said that she thought Swama sounded much cuter. After some time, Saori ran into the MC's room, called him loudly, and said that something had happened with the egg. They ran into the room where the egg was, and he saw cracks appearing on top. She asked loudly in a worried tone, "It's hatching, isn't it? What should she do?" She probably needed hot water and a towel. He should get it all urgently. He said loudly. She should calm down. These things are needed for childbirth, not for hatching. She noticed that new cracks had appeared and said loudly that it was coming out. Shiori opened the door and said loudly that they should rely on her. She ran to this egg, and she, with a shocked look, called her loudly and asked if she was really going to become his mother. It's called imprinting. She found it, so she wants to be his mother. She turned to her and loudly said that it was unfair, After all, she treated her to something at a cafe the other day. She said with a dissatisfied look that her entire meal with a drink cost only 200 yen, which was too little. The beast broke the eggs and they were both shocked to see it. Saori, looking shocked, called her brother and said that it wasn't a bird at all. She ran out of the room and loudly asked why a dog came out of the egg. After all, that strong man had tricked him. She went up to it, started stroking its head, and said that she had been afraid of dogs since childhood. He was sitting next to this beast, called her and asked she wasn't going to give it up now, was she? Aina came to them, called it, and he asked, was something wrong? She looked at the beast and said that it didn't seem like a dog, but a dragon. He looked at her with a small smile and asked, did she just say dragon? She agreed, and they were very surprised when they realized it. Saori was hiding behind Shiro's back, called her sister, and said that he definitely didn't look like a dragon. Shiori looked at the beast with a joyful expression and said that this was a dragon, not from games or manga. Aina said that she had never seen such a dragon in real life. He was surprised by what he heard and said that it meant they needed to find out more information from the guild. The dragon barked and jumped on him, which startled him, and loudly said that he shouldn't eat it because it wasn't tasty. He started licking it. He laughed and said that it was cute, but he had to go. He noticed that this dog was quite strong. He fell on his back and loudly called for help. Saori watched this and asked, so he sees his brother as his dad? Imprinting was successful. Later, he walked down the street and said that he managed to escape. There was no time to waste. They needed to go to the guild immediately. An unfamiliar girl in a cloak approached him, called him a young man, and said that she had lost something very important to her. She had heard that among his people, there were those who helped in the search for lost things. He asked, had she lost something? Then he advised going to the administration. He pointed and said that she should go straight ahead and turn right at the corner. There would be a task from the administration. She agreed and said that she apologized for taking up his time. She handed him a stone as gratitude and asked, didn't he know? It was a red demonic mineral. He apologized and said that, however, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. She went in the direction he pointed, and she wished him all the best. He said that it was time for him to go to the guild to ask for advice from knowledgeable people. He retold what had happened to the group of adventurers. Lear, surprised, spat out what he had been drinking at him and asked, had he just told the truth? There was a dragon in his shop right now? He agreed and said that it really was unnecessary. He apologized, called Neska, called her a knowledgeable person, and asked what they should do now. She thought it over and said that they should return it to the forest. If they weren't trainers, raising a dragon wouldn't be easy. Moreover, he was an ordinary merchant. He had never encountered anything like this. Ralph said that even though it was only a child now, dragons were still terrifying monsters. If they had to kill it, they would need a group of gold-ranked adventurers. She said that sooner or later, they would have to say goodbye to it. It was better not to get attached to it and release it as soon as possible. The protagonist was confused, but they were surprised when they heard a voice that said that it seemed like their stories coincided. She had a great idea for that. He began to look around with a surprised look and asked loudly. It was Emil's voice, but where was it coming from? She said that her words penetrated straight into their souls. Neska asked loudly, surprised, is this really telepathy? It's magic that allows one to communicate with distant interlocutors through thought waves. Is this art available only to a select few? When did she ascend to such heights? She said that this was it, the miracle of her and her brother's love. They were truly one. Kilfa poked him in the shoulder, pointed to the window through which her ears were visible, and she said that they were mutually in love. One day, they would have a snow-white house in the capital. No, they would buy a real mansion, so luxurious that even aristocrats would envy it, and only handsome young men would serve them. They approached the window, kicked the wall, and she was startled by this, turned around and saw them. Neska gestured for her to come here with a displeased expression. She began to cry and said that she understood everything, that she had to come there before she burned her alive. Emil entered the guild building and said that it was as expected of him. He was generous and treated her, unlike the misers from Gilmas. He called her over and asked, what other great idea do you have? She slammed her hand on the table with a confident smile and said, they should just sell the dragon. There were countries that would pay mountains of gold after all. Ralph said with surprise that they were probably talking about the kingdom of Krupp. It was a small state in the south of the continent. It had an elite squad of dragon knights, the Skyriders, consisting exclusively of those capable of taming dragons. Even the great powers didn't risk tangling with them. Kilfa, surprised, said it was a small kingdom, yet so powerful. Emil said that experienced dragon trainers lived there too, and one could safely entrust a hatchling to them. There are rumors that they give a title and land for a living dragon. In short, if everything goes smoothly, she will become a noble lady and live in luxury on taxes squeezed out of the peasants. She approached her, covered her mouth with her hand, and said that she should be silent for a bit. Lear looked at him and asked what he would do. Release him into the forest? MC said that if you release a newborn Swama into the forest, there is a chance that he will be attacked by other monsters. Therefore, he personally is leaning towards Ralph's proposal. He smiled and said that they agreed then. Emil's mouth was taped, but she still tried to say that it was her suggestion. Later they all came to the store together, and he said that the dragon was on the second floor. They entered the store, but he was very surprised when he noticed a girl crawling towards him. Neska said that she was so cute, she just wanted to cuddle her. Ralph asked, "Is this his daughter?" The other girls were very surprised by what they heard and asked loudly, "Does he really have a child?" He took her in his arms, denied it, and said that he doesn't even know who she is. Besides, how did she even get here? He called Saori and asked where the child came from. She remained silent. Then he turned to Aina and asked where the dragon is now. She pointed her finger at the child he is holding and said that here it is. Shiori called him and said that this is the case. The child he is now holding in his arms is a dragon. They were all very surprised by this, and he asked, "A dragon turned into a human? Is that even possible?" Neska said that it is possible. There are many legends about dragons that can take human form. He was surprised by this and said that this is pure fantasy. She said that similar records were also preserved in the archives of the Magic Academy. Over time, dragons master not only speech, but also magic. Among their abilities is shapeshifting. Ralph said that in the Western Kingdom there was a legend about a dragon who fell in love with a princess, took human form and proposed marriage. Shiro said with surprise that over time, of course, but she had only just hatched. How could she master such magic? She agreed and said that for a child still only hatched, to master such power, she had never heard of such a thing. If this is true, then this child is none other than a representative of a higher race, the legendary class of dragons. Most likely, the transformation into a human is mimicry. The dragon subconsciously took the form of the closest intelligent species, hence this form. Lear asked what he thought. Would he still sell her? Saori was surprised by what he heard and asked what he meant by sell. Shiori approached him and told him that he shouldn't say he wanted to sell sweet Suama. Emil joyfully said loudly that of course they would sell her. After all, she was a high-class dragon hatchling capable of transforming into a human. An entire kingdom could be bought for something like that. She called her brother and asked who that woman with rabbit ears was. He said he didn't even know. She asked why he was so cold to her. She walked up to him, took his hand, and joyfully said that she was his future wife. Saori called him and asked if he was being serious now. So what about Eris? He denied it and said that he seriously didn't know and they shouldn't believe her. She started pretending to cry and asked if he was just playing with her emotions like that. He pushed her away and asked in a displeased tone, "What the hell does that even mean?" Saori, looking serious, began to clench her fists and said that she didn't know who that woman was, but they wouldn't give Suama to anyone. Emil also began to flex her fists and said that they should give her up calmly, since her bright future depended on this girl and her price. Shiori called her a very bad rabbit, and she turned to her, loudly called her rude and asked who they even were. He must kick them out of here right now. The protagonist said they were his younger sisters. She was surprised by what she heard, and he introduced them and said they were his precious family members. They said with a serious expression that their older brother would never give Suam to such a mercenary rabbit like her. Also, if she wanted to become his wife, she would have to get their blessing. In an instant, Emil managed to analyze the situation. He unexpectedly had sisters. Should he back out? Never. On the contrary, this was a lucky chance. If she could secure the support of his sisters, marriage with him would become inevitable. The sale of the dragon hatchling could be postponed and considered later. Right now, the main priority is getting married to him. She called him and said loudly that he should wake up already. How can you sell a baby dragon? He's making a mistake. It's just terrible. It's so cruel to sell such a defenseless creature. That's right. He should marry her, and they will raise the dragon as their daughter. Ralph said it was amazing, a true master of two-facedness. MC called her and said that she never ceases to amaze him. Later, Suama fell asleep. They looked at it and said that they should see this. That's how a baby dragon can change people. He turned and asked if something else happened. Lear was about to say something, after which they looked away. He called Ain and Saori and asked if they could buy light clothes. She said with a smile that since that's what he asked. After that, he turned to Shiori and asked, "It seems she's busy. Maybe she should go then?" She immediately agreed, and she was indignant about this, and loudly asked why he thought she was busy. She was already ready to go. He handed them a bag of money and said that there was more than they needed. They should buy themselves something with the remaining money. When the three of them went outside, he turned around, called Lear, and said that returning to what was said earlier. He remembered this and said that he had spoken about what had been in the forest lately. Emil called him loudly and said that it was a secret. He turned to her and asked, "Roughly speaking, is she a member of the guild? Is she not? In fact, it seems that bad creatures have settled in the forest." Now he must listen carefully. The next thing he will say, "You can't tell anyone," is a group of demons. Demons live on an isolated island adjacent to the northern territory of the continent. Compared to other races, they have great power, both magical and physical, and are also very hostile. For over 500 years, they have fought against the countries of the continent many times, and none of the wars were without losses. He was surprised by what he heard and asked, "Did he say more than half a millennium?" Ralph agreed, and said that he had heard of demons whose lives are measured in that number of years, although perhaps they just have a different perception of time. Shiro asked if there are other long-lived races. He said that most likely so. However, demons are not the only ones who can live long. If you put all of the above together, They call the numerous races that live on an isolated island in the north demons. He understood this and asked if these demons were strong. Kilfa agreed and said that they were strong and durable. He said that this meant that they really have no shortage of strength. Lear looked at his expression and said that he says one thing, but his face expresses something completely different. This has been happening for the last 3 minutes. He understood everything and asked, by the way, where is his dragon? She laughed and said that he was quick-witted. Lear scratched his head and asked, why did the demons get so close to the city? He said that he could be mistaken, but perhaps the reason the demons came to the forest was because of Swam. What if they wanted to find her egg, since she was a high-class dragon? They said that this meant they needed to consult with Nay about Swam when they returned to the city. A few days later, Zidane called him with a cheerful look, said hello, and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The protagonist agreed and said that he had prepared all the goods he asked for. He flew to him and said that nothing less was expected of him, although he was surprised that he was able to fulfill his request, since he had asked for a lot. He asked if the goods were nearby. Did he want to look at them? He saw many boxes and asked loudly, was this really all soap? He said that everything was true. There were 40 boxes of soap and another 20 hair wash products. In total, about 5 or 6 carts. He looked confused and said that perhaps he would take his word for it. He said that as a member of the guild, he was not allowed to say such things. He had to do it. He remembered something, called him and asked if it was true that in Ninorich there was a medicine that cured mortification. He understood what he was talking about and thought that Stella had suffered from this disease. In his world it was called vitamin deficiency. He said that such a medicine really existed. It was sold in his shop. He called him loudly and said that he wanted him to sell it to him. He said with a friendly look that it was not such a big deal. He agreed. He said loudly that he understood the impudence of his request, but there were so many people in Mather who needed it. He was surprised when he realized what he had just heard. He called out to him with a shocked look and was about to ask something. MC calmly said that he could give it to him for free. He had some left over, and besides, Ninorich no longer needed it. Zidane was shocked by this for a long time and loudly asked, is he telling the truth now? He thought that lately everyone was only shouting. After some time, they finished putting away the boxes, sat on the ground looking tired, and said that they had finally finished checking. If it weren't for him, he would have stayed here for overtime and fluttered around in the darkness of the night like a moth. They had done a good job. By the way, he also wanted to ask something. What will he do with the money he earned? He didn't think of it as work, so he didn't think much about it. Now he wants to spend the money on delicious food. He had just had a baby. A little later, they came to a room where Swama was eating a lot of different dishes. He was surprised by the feast going on and asked if that was his daughter. He denied it and said it was rather difficult to explain. Zidane said it was good. A child needs to eat a lot to grow up healthy. He doesn't have any children of his own, but he knows this for sure. A few days later, his sisters set up a task and loudly announced that they were welcome to the beauty salon. Shiro was surprised by what he saw and asked what they had set up here. To cover the costs of Swama's food, they decided to start their own business. Why did they suddenly decide to do this? Saori said they simply didn't want to be indifferent. She extended her hand and said that he should give them money to promote their business. He asked if they had any savings left. She said that they were only asking for money for the opening. He shouldn't be greedy. A few days later, they presented the beauty salon Beauty Amata to the world. He looked around and said that, so that's what they have here. Fashion and beauty in one bottle. It's a good business. He called Shiori and said that it was her first day on the job, but she was still glowing with joy. She agreed, and he said that his first product to sell in this city was matches, but he wasn't that good back then. She said with a smile that girls always want to become even more beautiful. She finished applying makeup to a customer. She looked at her reflection and asked if it was really her. She said that she should try to recreate the makeup herself. She wrote her step-by-step instructions. The customer thanked her, went outside, and the girls were surprised when they saw her. He thought with a small smile that their salon would undoubtedly become popular. She approached him, wanting to say something, but he looked away in horror. Saori finished putting on the customer's makeup and said that she was very lucky because it was she who did it. She showed her in the mirror and said that she should see how beautiful it was. Shiori looked at it and said that she was just a little short of perfection. The protagonist said that this was putting it mildly. She looked like an evil stepmother. The customer who left really scared everyone who was standing nearby, and he said that he would go apologize to her and asked her to keep an eye on her. He ran up to the customer and said that he apologized for his little sister. He was about to say something else, but remembered that he had met her before and said that it was her. She looked at him and said that he was that very person. He asked if she found what she lost then. She said that unfortunately not. There was hope for that building, but she was wrong. So, this place was where they smeared war paint on warriors. He was confused by this, and she asked, maybe then they cast spells? He said that she was mistaken here too. It is called putting on makeup, because women always want to become more beautiful. She did not understand this and asked, what does it mean? He asked, doesn't it make you feel good when people admire her appearance from all sides? She said in a calm tone that she cannot understand it. In her homeland, only strong people were respected. However, it does not matter. Until then she is going in search of her lands. He asked her to wait and asked what she was looking for. Maybe he could help? She turned to him with disbelief and asked why he needed it. He asked, he wants to be useful to people. Is that bad? She asked his name. He introduced himself and asked what her name is then. Celestia gave her name and said that she did not need help, but she was grateful for the offer. He said that then he prays that she finds what she lost. The next day, Ina was walking down the street, called out to Suam and said that she should run here. She ran in the other direction and said that she should run here now. MC looked at this and said that she was having so much fun. Stella was walking next to him, agreed and said that lately she only talks about her. She is all busy now, isn't she? He laughed, agreed and said that for some reason it turned out that way. She looked at them and said with a smile that although she didn't say it, she thinks she always wanted a younger sister or brother. She turned to them, called out to her mother and said that she is an older sister to Suam. She asked, then she should protect her as an older one. Will she be able to handle it? She happily agreed and said that since she is older, she will always protect her. Suama ran after her, calling her name, but tripped and started to fall, and he became concerned about what he saw and loudly asked to be more careful. Aina quickly ran to her, managed to catch her, and fell to the ground instead. She called out to her from the ground and asked, she's not hurt, is she? They ran to her, and he asked with a worried look, how is she feeling? She sat up and said that everything was fine, just a scrape on her knee. Suama leaned over to her, sticking out her tongue, and she looked surprised and asked what she was doing, since her knee was dirty. She touched the wound with her tongue. It instantly healed, and they were very surprised by what had happened. 20 days after Suama began living with them, Shiori stood in the room and said that her brother and she would sleep on the side, she in the middle, and her sister would lie on the other side. Saori couldn't stand it, called her loudly and said that it was unfair. She also wanted to sleep next to her. She was surprised by this and said that she had been sleeping next to her for the last few days. She said loudly that they should again determine the order by cards. She said in a confused tone that she agreed, but only for one win. They argued about it. She started crying and said that however, she really wanted to sleep next to her. She said that she was the only one who does this. He looked at them and thought that they had done this again. This is how life goes in another world. They spend weekdays in the real world, and weekends are here. That's how it is. Shiori called her and said that she should call her mom. She happily extended her hands to them, making sounds. She called her sister and said that she called her mom. Saori said that there was no need to say such things. After all, she was her mother. She passed by them. Shiro picked her up and they said it wasn't fair. She wanted to hug her too. He noticed Suama stretching her hand to the side and asked, what's wrong? She jumped out of his arms, crawled to the window, and he looked at her and asked, did she see someone on the street? She looked out the window and started calling her mother. He called her and asked, wait, is her mother really somewhere in the forest? A few days later, he thought he received a report that the Fairy's Blessing Guild Master, Nay, had returned home. He left Suama and immediately went to the guild. In the office, he said that he was grateful for her time, even though she had only recently returned. She, with a cup of tea in her hands, said that it was nothing to worry about. Besides, her research was finished. All that remained was to summarize the results of the examination. He looked away with a slightly worried look and asked, will everything work out for them? Eldos loudly agreed, entered the room, and said that if he didn't drink something alcoholic, then it could be considered a failure for sure. He called him over and said he had money for it. He could buy himself what he liked. He laughed loudly and said he had a very kind heart. Pati, looking surprised, called him loudly and asked what was wrong with his daughter. He turned to her, called her boss, and greeted her. She, surprised, loudly said that she was very powerful in terms of magic. He, looking confused, said that it seemed so. She began to fly away from Swam, who was running after her, and said that she was quite slow, so it was unlikely she would catch her. Nay looked at them and asked about this child. What did they talk about? He turned to her and said that it seemed like things were becoming problematic. It all started 20 days ago. A dragon hatched from an egg found in the forest. It was worth being distracted for just a second, and she had already turned into a human. Basically, that's all. She called out to him in surprise and asked, so, 20 days have passed since the hatching, is that correct? He agreed, and Eldos, with a serious expression, said that not long before he picked up that egg, they encountered demons. Then they engaged in battle with these monsters, and now she said that she would now explain everything. They received a tip about demons from adventurers. After that, they immediately set out to explore the forest and began to observe. The scouts received reports of demons transporting something, and it was an egg from the ruins. Mostly their attack when Patti attacked them, they probably lost the egg. He said that at that time, the demons were fussing strangely. They are not the type to panic from a sudden attack, but if we are talking about losing a dragon egg, then that is a completely different matter. However, dragon eggs are so strong, they don't break even if you hit them with a hammer. The main character said that, be that as it may, he learned something. Most likely, Suama is some kind of target for the demons, because it was a dragon egg. Nay said that she came to the same conclusion. their battle with the demons, the dropped egg, the high dragon, who can transform into an ordinary human. That's why the demons are still roaming the forest, so his daughter is involved. He thought about it and said that he doesn't want to give her to the demons. She agreed with him and said that he can't hand over the high dragon to them. She senses the start of a war. Eldos agreed and said that he had fought demons in the past. They are real monsters. He can't give them the dragon. She said with a determined look that then everything was decided. As the head of the guild with the blessing of the fairy, she agreed to help him. He thanked her, and he remembered something, turned to Patti and called her. He said that Swama was looking into the forest and kept calling for her mother. Maybe she knows where her mother is? She was surprised by this question. And he said that, however, she knows so much about the forest. She said that she would say this. There are a whole bunch of dragons in the forest. They were all very surprised, leaned towards her, and loudly asked, "Is she serious now?" They brought a map for her. She turned to them and said that they should listen. She will now tell them about the dragon's habitat. From the words of her grandfather, the leader of the tribe. First, they should go here. There is a forest dragon here. It seems to be an adult. Here throughout this entire area is an area with earth dragons. He was very surprised by what he heard and loudly asked, "Isn't this a first-class dragon?" She agreed and said that even the elder had left a will not to approach him. However, those who disobey will be eaten immediately. MC asked, "This is a first-class dragon. Does this mean that Swam's mother is an earth dragon?" Nay said that they cannot say for sure. Although the earth dragon is first class among its kind, there are more significant individuals, and yet, from childhood, dragons are not supposed to spend time with people. He said with a thoughtful tone, which means that dragons also come in different varieties. Patti said that besides the green dragon, there are rumors that there is also a stone one, deeper here. He called the boss and asked if there are dragons with a precious stone on their foreheads. She thought about it, looked at her, and said that such things really exist. They are immortal. Immortal dragons have such a stone. They were very surprised by what they heard and asked loudly, "Do immortal dragons really exist?" They are often called phoenixes for this feature. It is said that if you eat their flesh and drink their blood, any wounds and illnesses will disappear. Nay called her and asked if she knew the location of the immortal dragon. She denied it and said that, however, the elder should know about it. She called him and asked what they would do once they knew the location of the immortal dragon. He thought about it and said that, frankly, he wanted to stay with Swama no matter what. However, the real parents were probably looking for their child, so how could he forbid this with him? They would be able to take care of her more than he could. That's why he wanted to return her to her parents. She said that they should not forget whose child it was. Once he took her to the dragons, they would never see her again. He agreed, and after this conversation, Patti went to the elder to find out the location of the immortal dragon. As soon as she returns, he and Swama will set off to see the dragons, and Eldos will also go to protect them along the way. For a day of patronage, he asks for 3 bottles of his favorite alcohol. That evening, Saori, surprised, loudly called out to her brother and asked, "He's not joking right now? He's going to return her to who knows where. Aren't they her family?" Shiori said that she grew up with them, after all. One wrong move and she'll cut him out of all the photos in the family album and burn them. Shiro, with a serious expression, said that they should listen to him. A fairy lives in the forest. She knows the location of her possible parents. They had also noticed how she peers into the forest, visible from the window every evening. They asked loudly in worried voices, "But what if she's wrong? Indeed, she's still little. Maybe she just saw something there." He called out to Aina, who was standing nearby, and asked what she thought about it. She thought about it and said with a sad look that she loved her mother very much. She would like her to meet her mother, so she understands what she can feel, that's why. He understood her, thanked her, and said that she was Swam's real older sister. The sisters understood him and still calmed down. Shiori called her, hugged her, and said that she would definitely meet her real mother, although they also loved her. A few days later, Emile ran to the store, called him, and said loudly that she loved him so much, madly. A few days ago, the guild received a request to find a mishuge egg. He asked for more details, and asked if it happened at a time when the guild master was not at work, right? She thought about it and said that at that time she left Trill at the reception and was lazing around. It was just during her shift that this request came in. According to her, the person who contacted the guild was probably a mage. She thought so because of this person's aura and her appearance. She put all the requests for that day on the table, and he called her and was about to say something. She loudly agreed and said that this meant they even made it to the guild with this egg. Judging by his words, he came to the guild with this egg on his back to evaluate it, right? He agreed, and she said that apparently he was a money-greedy adventurer. He let it slip that he was seen with the egg in the guild. She pointed to the list. He started reading it and asked, "Is the reward red demonic ore?" She agreed, and said that this ore is equal in value to mithril. Therefore, the fact that he now has this egg, about his shop, about the fact that he spends almost all his time here. They told her all the information. He called her with a confused look and asked when all this happened. She asked what he meant. He asked when the adventurer provided the information to the customer. At that moment, Celestia entered the store and said that she dropped an egg there. She called his name and said that he took it. His sisters came to him, called him and asked if someone had come to visit. She called him with a serious look and asked where it was. The protagonist asked what she was even talking about. She said in a serious tone that he better not pretend to be an idiot. She heard from the guild that he had the egg. He still tried to pretend that he didn't know anything and asked if she meant the eggs he bought. Whether she knew it or not, it was bought with money. It's called entrepreneurial intuition. He also went to the guild to have them evaluate the quality. He was worried whether it was an Evilus or Nidus egg. She asked what he just said. He said it was a bird-like monster, good for riding. She was surprised by this and said that this egg, found after so much suffering, absolutely must be returned. She doesn't say she just wants to take it away. She will give him as much red devil ore as he wants. It's a profitable exchange. He thought about it and asked, is she offering an exchange for ore equal in value to Mithril? They started business negotiations, right? It's a deal in which both parties benefit. Then she should let them discuss this in private. They will be back soon. He turned to his sisters, his whole appearance showing that they need to escape from here. They agreed and said that they will not interfere with his negotiations. They will go get something to eat. They will take Swama with them. They started to leave, but Celestia sensed something and snatched her from their hands and held her head with one hand. She started crying and they turned to her and loudly asked what she was doing. She used magic, causing them both to fall to their knees and couldn't move from horror. He became very worried and thought, did she really realize who it really was? He called her loudly and asked what she was doing. He asked her to return it, and she said that she was taking this girl with her. He said that they couldn't do that. They hadn't even agreed. She said that it didn't matter. His eyes said everything. He wants to save this girl's life, doesn't he? Emil entered the room and said loudly in a frightened tone that this was actually a declaration of war. She wants them to attack her? She just smirked because of them, said that they wouldn't be able to resist her even if they united. They must listen. She alone is capable of burning this city to the ground. She called him and said that she had no intention of fighting them. She just wanted to take this girl with her. He asked what she was going to do with the egg. She asked in a serious tone. Wasn't the answer obvious? He was very nervous and thought that to begin with, he couldn't say that the child in her hands was the egg. She asked what his answer was. Where was the egg now? He said that in fact, he didn't have it now. Even if she searched the place, she wouldn't find anything. She asked in a serious tone, then, where is it? He said that first she should let the child go. She turned around, started to leave, and said that she hated it when people didn't tell her everything. He said loudly that he had already sold the egg 2 days ago. She turned to him and asked how that happened. He said that he had sold it to a familiar merchant. She understood him and said that then he should return it. He had 3 days. Aina ran up to her, grabbed her by the cloak, and loudly said that she couldn't take her. He became worried about this and called her loudly. Celestia was indignant about this and loudly asked how she dared. Who was she anyway? She was trembling with fear in front of her, but still said that she was Swam's sister, so it was better to take her. He became even more worried about this and loudly asked what she was even talking about. She thought it over, agreed, and said that she would fulfill the wish in exchange for her favor. She threw her aside. MC ran to her and caught her, and Celestia held her hand and began to walk away. He ran to her, asked her to stop, but she threw him aside with a light wave of her hand. He hit his back against the wall very hard. The girls became worried about this and loudly called him in a worried tone. They were shocked by what had happened, and she called the beastman in a serious tone and said that when he woke up, she should tell him that if he suddenly wanted to return her, he should give her the egg. He should also come to the forest in 3 days. She left the store, and he crawled up to her, grabbed her leg, and said that she should return it. She stepped on his hand, kicked him, and threw him back into the wall. Immediately after that, she grew wings, flew towards the forest, and he loudly called Ain and said that he would definitely save her. She also loudly called him and said that she was asking him to protect Swam. Sometime later, they came to the guild building, where the adventurers loudly asked, does this mean she was kidnapped by a demon? Shiro apologized and said that he was nearby, however. Lear said that he shouldn't apologize. It was their fault that they didn't have time to help. He understood who the demons were targeting. Neska said that now was not the time to look for the culprit. They needed to get her back. Ralph agreed and said that they needed 3 days to think of a way to rescue her. Kilfa said loudly that she would go there and destroy that demon. The captain said she shouldn't do anything stupid. Their enemy was a demon. They didn't even know where they were hiding her. She turned to him and said that her life depended on it, so they should hurry. Yeldos thought for a moment and said that since she'd given them 3 days, everything must be fine. The protagonist looked down and asked why the demons hadn't attacked the adult dragons, Swam's parents. Neska said it was simple. Adult high dragons were too powerful for them. Demonic might wasn't even comparable. Nay said that's why they raised dragons when they were young, to make them into watchdogs. He asked if the adult dragons, her parents, would be able to protect her then. She said that no one is capable of dealing with the greatest immortal dragon. He thought about it and said that he just realized that the demon doesn't need Swama, but the dragon egg. Celestia doesn't know that a child has already hatched from the egg. There is only one thing left to save Ain. Eldos asked, "These are all great words, but how can they save her? They don't know the demon's location, do they?" He called Shiori and asked if she was in the art club, right? She agreed, guessed his idea, and he agreed. After some time, Celestia brought the animal's head to a cave somewhere in the forest and said that she must eat it. There are still 2 days left. Until then, she will make sure that she doesn't die. She looked at it and asked, "What is wrong? Why isn't she eating?" She didn't touch her food yesterday either. She remembered with a sad expression how MC promised to save her and began to cry. She said that it was not necessary. At that moment, her stomach began to rumble, which angered her, and she grabbed her hand and said that people were too weak, especially their children. There were 2 days left before the deadline. She had to stay alive, so she had to eat it. She tried to resist and said loudly that meat shouldn't be eaten raw. It was meat after all, and the body couldn't digest it without cooking. She asked with a puzzled look, "Doesn't the body itself consist of meat?" She said that it was different. It could make her stomach churn, and a person would get poisoned. She couldn't eat meat. That's why she felt sick. If you fry it, then it was edible. She didn't understand her, and Aina ran to the exit, collected brushwood, and lit a fire. She cut the meat into pieces, put them over the fire, and Celestia watched from the side and asked what she was doing. She turned to her and said that she was cooking. She didn't understand what that meant, and she asked what she usually ate. She said that she kills demons and eats their meat. She finished cooking the meat, handed it to her, and said that it was very tasty. She should try it. This is her half. She should eat faster. She bit into a piece of meat and said with surprise that it really was delicious. Is this what cooking means? Now she understood how people eat meat. She said that there are many more ways to cook. A little later, they sat down by the wall. Aina called her and asked what if she knew why this egg was so important to him. With a calm expression, she said that she called herself the older sister of that girl, and also said that she should be taken in her place. She agreed, and Celestia looked at the sky and said that she also had a younger sister. At the same time, Shiro was petting the cat, called Arisa, and said that if she could hear, he asked for a sign. They needed her power. He remembered how he had previously refused the power she offered and said that he was asking her to help him. He despaired when he realized that he couldn't get in touch and said that he needed another way. A couple of days later, he went into the forest, recalling what she said and wondering, however, where exactly he should go. The cat began to meow angrily with an angry look. He looked in the same direction and was surprised when he saw the silhouette of a man made of dark energy. It said the word egg, and he understood it and showed a large egg in a sack. It said that he should come here. It will take him to the right place. He followed the creature and asked how much longer they had to go. The energy began to dissolve, and he loudly asked them to wait and asked where he should go next. He looked to the side, noticed Aina, and asked if she was okay. Not injured. Did anything hurt? She said that she was fine. He calmed down because of this, and Celestia, who was standing nearby, said that, as agreed, he really came alone. It was very brave of him. It was commendable. She called him with a worried look, and he said that everything was fine. They would go home soon. She stood next to her, called him, and said that as he saw, the child was safe and sound. She kept her word. Now it was his turn. He must give the egg. He agreed, took out the egg, and she immediately said loudly that he should give it faster. He said with a serious expression that she should give it first. She agreed and said that the girl would no longer be needed. As soon as she got the egg, she could leave. She called her sister with a slightly worried look, and she turned and said that she must keep her word. She agreed with a worried look, ran to him and called his name loudly. The protagonist hugged her and said that he apologized for putting her in such danger, but everything would be fine. She calmed down, agreed, and said that she was fine too. He praised her and said that in that case he would return the egg. He left the egg on the ground. She came closer, picked it up, and with a very angry expression on her face, said loudly that it was a fake. He was worried about this and thought that Shiori was able to imitate the egg by copying it from a photo. At first glance, it was really indistinguishable from the original, but the weight of the egg could not be faked. She became very angry, grabbed her head, and screamed loudly. She began to transform and loudly said that he broke the contract. She would not let them leave so easily. Patty flew up to her and said that she should think of an escape route. She loudly called out to Aina and said that she was here and everything would be fine now. How dare she do this to her? Celestia looked at her, called her a half-breed fairy, and asked why the fairy race protects ordinary people. She loudly said that it is because they are her people. She said in a serious tone that she didn't quite understand what they were talking about, but one thing was clear to her. They were enemies. If she got in the way, she wouldn't leave a trace of her. She started flying quickly and said loudly that they would see who would win. She used the lightning strike spell and attacked her with strong magic. She withstood this attack and asked, "Is this an accelerated spell?" She raised her hands above her head, began to concentrate her energy, and said that that wasn't all. She used explosion magic, a deadly explosion. She was thrown back by this magic. She turned to them and loudly told them to act. MC agreed with the boss and said that they should run from here. He jumped into the portal with Aina and loudly said that whoever runs away will win. They moved to his house, and he, looking very frightened, said loudly that he almost died. She called out to him with a confused look and asked where they were. She and the others were in the forest just a minute ago. He said it was his grandmother's house. She was surprised by this and asked, "Is this that witch's house?" Party flew up to her and asked loudly, "Is she his grandmother? So this is the witch's country?" He must explain himself immediately. That was an order. He asked her to be quiet and asked, "The operation is a priority right now, right?" She asked, "What is this operation of his?" Earlier he said that as soon as she returned and reported the location of the immortal dragon, Ne and the rest of the adventurers would take Suam along with Saori and find the immortal dragon. At the same time, Shiori would create a copy of the egg in the immortal witch's house. She said loudly with a determined look that she was the best in the art club. He said that when the egg was ready, she should come get it, and they would meet with the adventurers. They will take refuge in Grandma's house after rescuing Ain. Ne asked him to wait, and asked, he said the immortal witch's house. What is he talking about? Besides, how can Saori, who is currently in the forest, come for him? He said that he didn't want to say, but they are Amada's brother and sister, and can come and go from the immortal witch's house at any time. He thought that he had decided to reveal this secret to everyone. Of course, they hid the fact that Grandma's house was another world. Neska said that it was too sudden to believe. Lear asked, if he says so, then it must be true, right? Does the operation already have a name? Shiro slammed his hand on the table and said loudly that, in general, the operation is the Great Escape. Currently, his sisters passed through the portal, called out to him loudly, and asked, "Is he alive? Is everything okay?" Shiori hugged Ain and asked loudly, "Did those demons do anything bad to her?" He called out to Saori and asked what she would say. She said with a smile that everything was great, they had made a lot of progress. He called her and said with a serious look that now he would return Suam to her real parents. She asked with surprise, "Will he return her to her mother?" He agreed and said that she should wait here. She said loudly, in a serious tone, that she would go too. He should take her with him. He asked with a small smile, "She's her older sister, right?" He called his sisters, and they said loudly with a determined look that they should go. At the same time, Celestia was walking through the forest and with a very angry expression on her face, said that she would not forgive him.